A blood stain and a lifeless body can be seen on the cracked ground. Fragments of weapons, shields, and swords are scattered nearby. Someone is shouting that if the opponents break through, they will die. You can see a guy with a sword in his hand and a girl in armor behind. Someone gives the order to carry the wounded to the rear. The brunette swears at a large number of opponents. A girl with brown hair lies on the ground. There are abrasions on her face. She looks up hopelessly. She says that they are all doomed and only death awaits them. Some guy with a glove on his hand heals a huge wound on her stomach with magic. He asks why such a depressive atmosphere. The guy fixes his gaze on her, spreading his arms. He says that thanks to him they will definitely not die, and shows the girl that the wounds are already healing. The girl turns her head to the side, closing her eyes in dissatisfaction and frowning. She sharply replies that all the people here will die anyway. The guy turns his head and gazes into the sky, where creatures resembling griffins hover. He agrees that there really are a lot of monsters. The girl asks him to save himself. The predatory faces of griffin girls are visible flying in the sky. The girl shouts to the guy that he is an S rank, so his death will only make things worse, since if he gets into a situation where he cannot fight, he will be in danger. The guy furrows his eyebrows in displeasure, repeating the girl's words while she sits up and holds her stomach. She asks him to run before it's too late. The guy gets up and puts his hand on his side. The girl, in bewilderment, asks if he is about to go into battle and tries to convince him. The guy is holding a large sword in his hand. He says he understands the girl's concerns, but he is not an easy target. The guy turns to his interlocutor and smiles softly, frowning. He says that he will never leave the girl to die here and asks her to take a break for now. The guy gets into a fighting stance and moves his hand with the sword slightly back, gathering a purple aura around him. He lunges forward, brow furrowed. A crowd of people with different weapons in their hands look ahead of them. Griffins hover in the sky above them. They scream about being crowded, but someone notices the healer walking towards them. The characters fight monsters, defending themselves with shields in hands. People behind notice the guy approaching. One girl calls him Young Hyesung. Someone warns the guy that the battlefield is dangerous, but he smiles calmly and confidently. Jeon Hyesung flies into the air with a sharp jump, finding himself in a crowd of griffins. A girl with a wound on her stomach watches the main character in horror. The crowd watches Jun Hyesung's movements in surprise. One girl covers her mouth with her hand. The main character, with swift lightning, passes through the ranks of griffins and beheads them. Jeong Hyesung's confident and stern gaze is visible. People discuss how this is possible, since he is just a healer. In 2023, the world has changed beyond recognition. An image of a strong man with scars and a huge sword on his shoulder emerges. It is said that supermen have appeared. Then a man with blonde hair and a cold gaze appears, and in his background there are inscriptions in an unknown language. It is said that an absolute generation of people has also appeared. Then a nun appears with her head covered. She closes her eyes and folds her hands in a prayer position. Someone called superhumans messiahs, called to rid the world of evil. Nobody could understand where they came from. Their capabilities were beyond human understanding, and their goal was clearing dungeons. A squad of a girl with red hair, a man with long white hair, and a dark-haired man is visible. They define themselves as those who hunt monsters, hunters. A girl with red hair holds a huge sword on a thin hilt. A dark-skinned guy and a man with white hair stand with her. The dungeons represented the goal of a world parallel to the earthly one. A huge portal is visible, surrounded by a purple aura. Hunting in the dungeons is an integral part of the life of hunters, because the creatures from there are the main source of their income. For people, monsters were only a source of problems. Terrifying monsters appeared suddenly. A lava monster resembling a golem presses its fists into the ground. The monsters came from portal gates that connected the earth and the dungeons. Ordinary people without abilities had no chance against them. The golem spews lava right onto the city. People run away in horror. It seemed that the earth was doomed, or so many thought. The golem raises its head as lava flows down its body. But that was before the hunters appeared. A girl with long hair falls quickly, drawing her sword from its sheath. She lands directly on the monster, destroying it. The goal of the hunters was precisely hunting, and not protecting the population. The silhouette of a girl is visible among the rising smoke. People look at her in surprise, pointing. However, the help of the hunters came in handy, and for ordinary people they quickly became heroic saviors. The girl turns around, putting her sword on her shoulder, her hair flying. However, for the main character, all these global changes and heroes meant nothing. A doctor in a white coat and glasses sits at the table. He talks about the terminal stage of the disease. A guy covered in spots sits in front of him. He looks at the doctor in bewilderment. The main character was terminally ill, and any day could be his last. The guy is riding a bus, wearing a gray hoodie covering his head. He picks up the phone and sees a call from his sister. The main character picks up the phone and puts the phone to his ear. The sister asks if he has been to the doctor. Young Hyesung replies that he just finished and is on his way home. The sister asks how far he is, and the main character replies that he is near Jeban-don. The sister replies that she called to say that she will be late at work. She apologizes and says not to wait for her, but to eat without her. The main character holds his phone to his ear and says displeasedly that his sister is disappearing again at her terrible job. His sister convinces him that everything is fine and that she will cope. The girl holds a pink phone and asks with a smile what the doctor said. The main character is thoughtfully silent, thinking about the answer. The guy looks down thoughtfully, his mouth parted. He says they didn't tell him anything special. The action returns to the conversation with the doctor. Young Hyesung asks how he can be terminal. The doctor extends his hand, gesturing as he answers, and says that his disease is unknown to science. The doctor makes notes on the diagram and announces that every cell of the protagonist's body seems to be saturated with poison. He adds that it's surprising that Jun Hyesung is even alive. The doctor folds his hands. The protagonist's body trembles. He smiles hysterically, chuckling, and asks if he has any chance of surviving. Young Hyesung admits that this is all very sudden. The doctor silently looks ahead, his eyes not visible behind his glasses. He closes his eyes and briefly replies that he is sorry. The main character is riding on a bus, frowning displeasedly and looking at his phone. The screen shows a just completed call with my sister. Jun Hyesung tensely raises his hand to his head and thinks about how to tell her everything. The main character sharply looks at the phone, raising his eyebrows. People on the bus jump up from their seats in amazement, looking at their smartphones. The man with glasses furrows his eyebrows in horror. A couple in matching sweatshirts look at each other, asking what they should do, and suggest they run. On the phone screens you can see a warning system window, where it is written that the opening of the gate was recorded at 12:45 in the Guppadon, Jeban-don area, and that civilians urgently need to evacuate. The main character thinks that there have been no such warnings for a long time. Young Hyesung brings the phone closer to his face, looking at the screen in bewilderment. He understands that the danger is in the place where the bus is now passing. The main character turns his gaze to the window. A shadow falls on his face. A huge monster with crazy red eyes and a long tongue is visible. People's eyes widen in horror and they step back. The monster opens its mouth, throwing its tongue forward. The tongue goes right past Jeong Hyesung and a few other people. Blood spatters are visible. The main character looks down, his face obscured by a veiny tongue. He notices glass shards scattered on the floor. The face of a man appears, covered in dark veins, with blood at his mouth. The girl raises her hand to her face, calling out to her lover. The man in glasses watches in horror what is happening. Through a broken window, a long tongue burst into the bus and struck a guy in a pink sweatshirt in the stomach. The crowd screams in horror that he is dead. The guy strains his arms, the veins on them are visible. His eyes roll back and he falls. The bloody body collapses lifelessly on the floor of the bus. Someone takes an uncertain step to the side. Then the crowd quickly begins to run. The girl is crying over her lover. The man persuades her to get up and run, but she resists. The action moves to the office. A girl with long dark hair holds a stack of papers, aligning them. A woman with a bun on her head holds onto the door and tells the girl at the front desk to go on a break. She looks at her colleague with a smile, smiling sweetly and holding papers in her hands. The girl says she will finish soon and will join. Then she is already holding a mug of tea in her hands. A colleague admits that he admires her. The girl with dark hair looks at the woman with the bun and asks about the reason for her admiration. The colleague replies that usually girls her age are more busy with dates and other entertainment, and she works overtime to pay her brother's hospital bills. The colleague admits that she feels sorry for the girl. Sister Jeong Hyesung raises her eyebrows in surprise as she looks at the woman. Her cheeks turn faintly pink and she smiles. The girl says that not everything is as bad as it may seem, because this is her only brother. A woman with a bun on her head looks at the girl in surprise. She smiles and closes her eyes, agreeing that family is the most valuable thing people have. She explains that even if the whole world is against her, her family will always be on her side. The woman regrets that her children are not like that, since they fight even after 20 years. The glass in the hands of Jeong Hyesung's sister falls to the floor and the tea spills. A woman asks what's going on with her colleague. The girl does not answer, as she is looking at the TV screen, where they are broadcasting a report from the Jeban-don and Guppadon regions. The face of the protagonist's sister darkens with horror. The action moves to Jebendon. Corpses are visible lying in a pool of blood. One of them is covered in slime. The guy can barely sit on the steps of the bus. A stream of blood flows down Jeong Hyesung's forehead as he looks ahead in horror. The monster wraps its tongue around his leg, but Jun Hyesung tries to resist, leaning his hands on the floor. He thinks that he will not get out since the monster is very strong. The main character admits that there is no need to deceive himself since he was doomed from the very beginning. He looks at the pile of corpses in pools of blood and wonders where the hunters are. Jung Hyesung rests his hands on the floor and looks at the screen of his broken phone. There is an open dialogue with his sister in the messenger. The girl asks if he is okay. A shadow falls on Jun Hyesung's face, and he desperately asks her for forgiveness. He sees a huge monster wrapping its tongue around his body. The main character reflects at this moment how he wanted to repay his sister for all the good things she did for him, but now he leaves without saying goodbye. The main character looks ahead in horror, thinking that all he can do is regret what was not done in his helplessness. However, he cannot just sit and wait for death. The main character grabs a sharp piece of wood lying on the floor. He says that those who die fighting the monsters are awarded a medal, and their families are given benefits. He wants to do at least this last. Jung Hyesung squeezes the shard so hard that he bleeds. He opens his mouth wide, screaming furiously at the monster. He picks up the shard of glass and scowls, insulting the creature. The main character thinks that this is his last gift for his sister. The monster screams ferociously in madness, revealing a row of fangs. He starts wagging his tongue from side to side as he grabs Jun Hyesung's leg. The main character flies up in the air. The toad looks straight at him. Jung Hyesung is turned upside down. He teases the monster, reasoning that he lives as he wants and eats everyone. The creature brings Jung Hyesung closer to his mouth. He holds a fragment in his hand and talks about all the killed people. The main character's face shows anger and bitterness. He frowns, declaring that the monster does not have long to live. The main character kicks away from the toad's tongue. He runs towards the monster, aiming straight for its wide-open mouth. The main character, in cruelty, raises his hand with his weapon directly above the creature. It hits him in the eye, from where blood begins to spray. The main character cuts the monster. A stream of blood stains his hands. Jung Hyesung throws wild punches at the toad. There is darkness before his eyes. He thinks about what happened and whether his attack worked. A monster's face appears in front of Jung Hyesung's face. He grits his teeth and frowns, realizing that he did not harm him. The monster's long tongue quickly rises up and ends up above the guy's head. He thinks that he only achieved the anger of the monster. The tongue wraps around the protagonist's hand. It then slides down his torso. The monster raises his hands to Jung Hyesung, who grins. He says he was hoping to do something, but the monster doesn't care. The main character admits that he wants the people from the association to give his sister money. The toad throws its head up and swallows the main character. The main character falls into the monster's stomach. He thinks that his life is over, but it was still meaningless. Memories with a smiling sister pop up in the main character's head. She asks how he is doing at school. He then sees her with a smile on her face. She folds her hands and says that Jun Hyesung is an obedient and kind boy. The girl touches the little protagonist, covered with spots, with her hand and says that he is a sweetheart. Something like tentacles appears in the darkness. The sister sits down at the boy's height and with a smile assures that when he gets better, they will travel around the world. Long pink veins are visible inside the monster. The girl hugs her brother by the shoulders and presses him to her, saying that their parents left them, but she is with him and will always take care of him. The heart begins to beat wildly, emitting a purple glow. The main character declares that he does not want to die. The body of the monster with the gouged out eye is shaking. The creature raises its head and opens its mouth, from where a white glow emanates. The toad falls apart, pieces of its flesh are visible. Among the stains of black liquid and pieces of the monster lies Jung Hyesung. His head is tilted to the side, his eyes are closed. The action shifts to the city center, buildings are destroyed, and debris is strewn everywhere. Someone reports that a pair of gates opened around 12:30, and this is unprecedented. The sudden disaster caused significant destruction. A detachment of people in uniform and gas masks with weapons in their hands is visible. The reporter says that Chief Gugongi sent a special force to take control of the situation. All efforts are aimed at protecting the population from monsters. A reporter asks questions from the public about the Glory Guild. A woman with short hair with a smile on her face replies that you can rely on them, because life has become calmer. She is confident that the Guild of Fame will protect her from monsters. A sign with the inscription Jebendon, splattered with blood, is visible. Another man with blue hair answers the reporter's question. He says that the Guild of Glory knows their business and deserve the title of national heroes. Sister Jeong Hyesung runs through the city through a mountain of corpses. The reporter says that the head of the guild expressed condolences to the affected citizens and their families and made a formal apology. Half of Gu Gongyi's face is visible, dressed in a formal suit, microphones next to him. He says that he apologizes to all those who were unfortunate enough to be in the affected area. The girl quickly rushes down the street, tears rolling down her cheeks. Gu Gongyi can be heard speaking in the background, saying that they are making every effort to solve the problem as soon as possible. He asks to take refuge in a safe place and not go outside. A comment is heard that the Guild of Glory is famous for always coming to the rescue. Gu Gongyi opens his mouth in a smile. The main character raises his head, opening his mouth and breathing heavily. He turns and squints one eye, looking around in surprise and wondering what happened. He remembers that the monster will definitely swallow him. Young Hyesung raises his bloody hands in front of him and looks at them, reasoning why he survived. The main character raises his head from the ground, holding the back of his head with his hand and squinting. He says he feels dizzy. Someone's voice is heard talking about a dream. The main character turns his gaze to the bus and thinks about the ringing in his ears. Someone calls out to him from behind, and he quickly turns his head. Young Hyesung recognizes the voice. He looks at the road, where the destroyed buildings are visible, and calls out to his sister, but does not see her. He covers his mouth thoughtfully and thinks that he is hallucinating. He immediately discards this idea, as he definitely hears his sister's barely audible voice. He sees the monster's remains covered in its blood and says he doesn't know what happened here. The main character thinks that his sister is somewhere nearby. He leans his bloody hand on the ground to raise himself up. He notices that it is too dangerous here. Young Hyesung runs through the city in a bloody hoodie, looking around, looking for his sister. The girl cups her hands near her mouth and calls out to her brother. She looks towards the city with tears in her eyes and looks for Jeon Hyesung. A sound is heard from behind the brick wall. The girl turns in his direction. She walks around the corner, holding onto the wall, and asks if her brother is there. She looks ahead in horror. A shadow falls on her face. A whole crowd of monsters are crammed into a corner. The girl leans back with wide eyes and thinks about running. She steps on a stone and it splits with a crunch. A crowd of red-eyed toads look from the corpse they are eating to the girl. She puts her hand forward, taking steps back, and asks the monsters not to come near her. The girl suddenly runs out from around the corner and is slightly skidded to the side. Immediately after her, a crowd of toads jumps out. The girl breathes heavily and runs very quickly. With her head down, she accelerates, dust flying from under her shoes. She slows down and can barely walk along the road. She hopelessly realizes her head is up and looks ahead in horror. The road is littered with debris from the bridge. The girl thinks that she will die here alone. She bows her head, large tears flowing down her cheeks. She folds her hands and thinks about her brother. Has he reached the shelter? One of the toads appears behind the girl. Young Hyesung's sister thinks that she can't give up and that she must find her brother and save herself. The toad jumps on the girl in a rage, and she shrinks fearfully. Someone rushes behind the girl like lightning and knocks down the toad, insulting the monsters. Some kind of metal weapon is visible in the main character's hand. He asks irritably where the people from the Glory Guild are. The girl turns her sad face, looking to the side. Her brother appears before her, completely splattered with blood, and she calls him by name. His face frowns furiously. The main character asks his sister to keep her distance, since these are not ordinary monsters. Young Hyesung takes a step forward. He looks at a huge crowd of ferocious toads and rushes at them. Monsters versus an ordinary person is an unequal fight, but Jeong Hyesung has no doubt about victory. He raises his hand with the weapon up. He then quickly unleashes his blow. Lesser dark toads are weak. Their strength comes from their poison rather than physical superiority. The main character, with his head down, is waving a weapon, surrounded by toads. He bares his teeth and frowns, moving his weapon hand back. Jun Hyesung knows that he is stronger. He doesn't understand where this confidence comes from, but he really feels different after waking up, stronger. Jeong Hyesung's eyes glow purple as he fights off a crowd of monsters. One of the toads puffs up, producing a lot of purple mucus. Young Hyesung was overcome with excitement. The toad spits out a purple blob in front of him. He flies straight at the main character, who looks at him in horror. It all started with curiosity. The toad that the main character fought at the beginning is remembered, and it is said that their poison is quite powerful, so Jun Hyesung should have died immediately. However, instead of dying, the damage on his body suddenly began to heal on its own. Then Jeong Hyesung realized the truth. The main character looks at his hands, covered with mucus, with a smile. He says he didn't imagine it. He He clenches his hand into a fist, mucus running down his face and body. Young Hyesung confidently says that the creature's poison does not affect him. He throws his hand up and insults the monsters. The main character takes a piece of pipe in his hands with a grin. He thinks that there are few of them left, but if he continues to crush them one after another, then victory will be his. One dead toad and a crowd of others still alive are visible. The main character frowns confidently and looks forward decisively. A giant toad appears behind him and raises its paw over him. The little toads were enough to make Jun Hyesung let his guard down. The main character flies to the side with enormous force. The toad pushes Jun Hyesung away from him in one motion. The sister, with tears in her eyes and hysterical, calls her brother. A rapid flash passes behind him and he flies into the wall. The sister screams at the monsters not to touch him. Young Hyesung sits against a cracked wall, dust emanating from his body. He looks up with lifeless eyes and a pitiful expression on his face. The main character thinks that he has lost consciousness again and does not understand what happened to him. He sees the silhouette of a trembling sister, in whose face there is a huge toad. Young Hyesung says that everything is swimming in his eyes and is glad that he did not die right away. The girl, in horror, grabs the pipe and puts it in front of her. The main character frowns and opens his mouth wide. Rising from the ground, he calls his sister. He says he will come soon. The girl looks forward with hope, her eyes open wide. She tilts her face so that her eyes are not visible, tears and sweat rolling down her face. She asks him not to come here. The main character is holding his hand to the wall. One of his eyes is swollen with blood. The girl is trembling. He sees her back. The sister holds the pipe tightly with her hand and asks him to run. The toad reaches out its clawed paw towards the girl. Young Hyesung tries to divert its attention, but the girl stands motionless in front of the monster. She smiles pitifully, closes her eyes, turns her head to the guy, and asks for forgiveness. The main character is already running towards her and sees blood splashes in horror. Someone like her, who took care of her brother so selflessly, shouldn't die like that. The main character looks ahead in confusion and despair. He sees blood splattered onto the pipe. Jun Hyesung asks his sister not to joke and wake up. He doesn't understand why she chose to fight because of him. The toad clenches its jaws, watching carefully with its 4 eyes. The main character covers his face with his hands in despair and says that he would have died soon anyway. He sees a large snake in front of him with a red aura around him. In confusion, he asks if she got out of his body. The toad looks at the snake carefully. Young Hyesung says that he doesn't care. If she helps kill all the creatures, then he agrees to anything. The main character looks in front of him. A tear flows from one of his eyes, and the other looks like a snake. He bows his head, his hair covering his face. The snake opens its mouth wide and rushes forward. She pierces the toad's body with a red arrow. The main character curses the toad. A girl in a raincoat and heels sits on an advertising banner, watching the main character with a smile. She says that Jun Hyesung is very good. He was even able to summon a scarlet viper. The woman sees a huge hole in the road left by Jeong Hyesung. She calls him a fun little guy, but says he better control his power. The girl rests her chin on her hand, smiling. A mole is visible next to her lips. She says that if they find out about the guy, a real hunt will begin for him. The girl is wondering whether to help the main character. Jun Hyesung holds his sister in his arms while watching the new toad. The woman with the mole says the guy can barely cope. The tired face of the main character is visible. He is breathing heavily. A new crowd of monsters is rushing towards Jeong Hyesung. He thinks that the creatures keep coming and never ending. The main character puts his sister on the road and tilts his face towards her, reasoning that he cannot let her die because of someone like him. The guy covers his sister with his sweatshirt and says that she risked a lot and that her sacrifice will not be in vain. With a confident gait, Jeon Hyesung moves away from his sister, informing him that he will definitely return for her and advises him to save his strength. He steps forward and feels his breathing weaken. Young Hyesung concludes that there is no time to hesitate, and because of the monsters around, it will be impossible to escape, so he will have to fight. A large fanged toad rushes forward. The main character stands in front of it. Young Hyesung thinks that if his sister survives, then it doesn't matter what happens to him. The main character raises his hand, clenching it into a fist. He suddenly spits out blood. He doesn't understand what's happening to his body. The guy is on his knees, pressing his fist into the ground, and thinks that this is a side effect of the snake that he caused. Young Hyesung tries to force himself to move. A huge fat toad appears above him. Her tongue quickly moves towards the body of a guy who can't come to his senses. He clenches his teeth and squints his eyes, trying to stop the bleeding. The main character hears some sound to the side of himself. The fog clears in front of his face, but he does not look, keeping his head down. The woman says that Jun Hyesung overdid it. The main character raises his head in surprise. The girl pushes the monster away with a confident smile and stands in front of Jun Hyesung. She says releasing so much black ether has consequences. The girl looks at Jeon Hyesung with a piercing gaze of yellow eyes. She introduces herself as Carol. Carol says she would like to chat more, but first she needs to clear the way. A toad appears, lashing out at the characters with its claws. The girl quickly rushes past the main character and smiles slyly. He grabs the guy by the collar and drags him along. Then she throws him forward onto the road. Curl waves at him and asks him to lie down with his sister. The main character raises one eyebrow in bewilderment and breathes heavily. He asks in surprise how she managed to easily throw him with one hand. The toad hits the ground with its paw. Purple waves spread around. The girl quickly runs around the toad's paw, grinning and saying that the monster will not keep up with her. Curl quickly climbs onto the monster's paw. She rises higher, towards the toad's face. She starts waving her long tongue. The toad pulls out its tongue in surprise and does not understand where the girl is. She lowers her face, opening her mouth slightly when Carol shouts at her. The girl raises her fist and jumps out from the side with a smile. She hits the monster right on the head. The toad explodes, flesh flying in all directions. The main character shields his face with his hand, his hair fluttering from the blast wave. He thinks that the monster was torn apart by one blow from Curl, and that this girl is an S-class huntress. Jun Hyesung concludes that she is strong. The main character clenches his hand into a fist. His veins are visible. He says that he wants the same, and then corrects himself that half of this power would be enough for him to protect the person dear to him. The guy frowns and purses his lips. Carol asks why he is depressed. The girl appears right behind the main character, surprising him. Jung Hyesung looks away and says that everything is fine. Carol tilts his head to the side and smiles, declaring that his sister will definitely survive. Jung Hyesung looks at the girl with hope. Carol says his sister is lucky, but not everyone is so lucky. The main character looks at her in horror. Behind him, a girl covered with a hoodie can be seen. Carol says that if she didn't know how to heal, the girl would die. The main character says that the words that his sister would survive were not a joke. The girl's calm and peaceful face is visible. He reasons that there aren't even any scars left on his sister. The main character says that he could not even think that combat hunters capable of healing existed. Jung Hyesung bows his face, a shadow falls on his eyes, and he thanks Carol. He reasons that she saved his family. Tears roll into Jun Hyesung's eyes. He sobs and continues to thank the woman. Carol asks why he is crying. The main character raises a pitiful face to her. The girl throws up her arms, the hem of her cloak flutters, and she smiles widely. Carol says that the guy acts as if he himself almost died. She brings her face closer to the main character and looks straight into his eyes, asking him not to be dramatic. The guy looks at her pitifully in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. Carol looks at the main character with pity and says that he will certainly survive. She turns around and walks away from him, saying that she needs to deal with the monsters. The main character is on his knees and asks her to wait. Carol turns to him, raising her eyebrows. He asks that if the information about his recovery is true, then can he become as strong as her? Carol looks down at him, her cloak fluttering in the wind. The guy holds his hand and frowns. He says he's tired of life passing him by. Carol smiles slyly, turning her head over her shoulder towards him. She turns to the monsters who are rushing towards him in a crowd. Carol tells the main character to watch her and learn. A sphere surrounded by violet energy is visible. Carol says that she will show him her signature technique. She calls it poisonous rain. The girl raises her hand up, forming a purple spiral. A stream of energy rises upward, reminiscent of purple lightning. It pierces the sky, tearing the veil of clouds. Carol says this is the level to strive for. The main character carefully observes the woman's actions. Purple rain begins to rapidly fall on the ground. He thinks that hunters are strong. Toads look at purple drops falling from the sky. It would seem that everyone knows the power, but the main character has never seen such overwhelming power. One drop quickly falls straight into the toad's eye. Touching her body instantly causes terrible pain, causing the monster to scream. Jeong Hyesung thinks about how Carol, with a simple wave of her hand, caused rain that riddled all the monsters around. Poisonous rain falls on the toads, tearing them apart. Carol got rid of all the monsters at once. The toads in front of the main character die right behind the back of the proudly standing Carol. She asks again about the main character's question. The girl with a joyful smile declares that he can do the same. She says that Jun Hyesung will become the greatest hunter in the world. The main character looks ahead in surprise, his mouth parted. Jung Hyesung hangs upside down in front of Carol. The girl holds his leg and looks at his body. She asks not to call her teacher and to address her as you. Drops of sweat and scratches are visible on the guy's face. He asks if he can ask a question. A woman holds a guy by the leg. Black daggers hover next to him. The main character worriedly asks if they will kill him. Carol grins. The door to Jeong Hyesung's room is visible, and it is decorated with a sign with a teddy bear and a rainbow. Carol bursts into laughter behind the protagonist, while he looks at her over his shoulder and asks her to stop. He bashfully says that he thought he was going to die. The girl wipes away the tears that came from laughing. She holds out a purple sphere to the main character, from which smoke emanates. Carol says she wants to fill him with black ether. The main character raises his eyebrows in confusion. Carol repeats the title and says that Jun Hyesung doesn't even know about it. She extends her hand to the side and asks with a smile if he knows about poisoners. The main character says that he has heard about them. Poisoners are quite famous. This class of hunters was considered cool in their time. A dark figure of Kuril is shown with glowing eyes, with 2 more men behind. After one incident, the poisoners disappeared from view and are now despised by people. Carol's figure grins, venom swirling around. The girl puts her hand on her hip and looks forward with a naive smile, while the main character calls poisoners enemies of humanity and traitors. She asks if he missed anything. The main character begins to guess. Carol calmly closes her eyes and says with a smile that she is one of these villains. The main character actively waves his hands, his mouth wide open. He apologizes. Carol tells him not to bother because he is partially right. The girl exhales and looks ahead, lowering her gaze. She says that Jun Hyesung wasn't too shocked and asks if he was scared. Behind the wall from them, the protagonist's sister is sleeping on a futon. You can see her serene face with her mouth slightly open. The main character says that Kurl saved him and his sister. He admits that at first he thought that the girl was abnormal compared to other hunters. He looks pitifully at Carol and asks for forgiveness. The girl waves it off and says that she's even pleased. With a sparkling face like something out of an old anime, she declares that poisoners are truly abnormal. Carol raises her hand and proudly says that they are even special. Glasses appear on her face and she holds them with her hand. The girl states that the originality of poisoners becomes obvious when they fully awaken. The main character does not understand what she is talking about, and Carol says that it is better not to know about it. A picture of a row of people appears, one of whom is crossed out with a cross. Carol says that ordinary hunters die upon awakening extremely rarely. The mortality rate is less than 1%. The same row of people pops up, some of whom are highlighted in green. The girl says that at this time poisoners often die while they awaken. In this case, the reason is always the same. A man is seen clutching his chest with black liquid running down his face. Carol says that poison is constantly synthesized inside each poisoner, and they get worse day by day. When the concentration of poison reaches a certain point, they explode. The figure of one of the poisoners is seen holding his throat while blood sprays from his body. The main character raises his hand to his face and thoughtfully says that this is what is happening to him. Carol giggles, covering her mouth with her hand, and confirms his words. He guesses that he is a poisoner. Jung Hyesung concludes that all the pain he went through was just a symptom of awakening. The guy removes his hand from his face, leaving it in front of him. Carol congratulates him on being a poisoner and calls him handsome. He thinks in bewilderment that he is a poisoner. Carol kicks down the door, leading the main character with her. She says you need to stop talking and get busy. A girl stands on the edge of a high-rise building, overlooking the city. She explains that poison is synthesized inside each poisoner. Carol puts her hand on her side and confidently looks ahead. She rhetorically asks how poisoners live with this. She explains that the poison also heals them. Carol takes out a syringe filled with purple liquid and asks to excuse her. She throws a syringe at the main character, and it hits him in the chest. The girl explains that the healing power of poisoners exceeds all boundaries of reason. She asks Jung Hyesung to imagine him sleeping, eating, and his healing power always active, no matter what he does. Violet liquid is visible shimmering in the syringe. The girl says that there is no way to get rid of the poison, but their bodies have adapted and every second they neutralize the poison, turning it into black ether. The main character picks up an empty syringe with a drop of poison on it. He looks at it suspiciously and asks if it is safe. The girl laughs and covers her mouth with her hand, calling it a gift for the student. The main character thinks that the second one will kill him, but Carol interrupts him. The girl puts her hand out. She says that she decided to start developing Jung Hyesung's mobility, although he also lacks self-confidence. The girl states that it was an injection of her own black ether. The girl gets into a fighting pose, ready to train Jung Hyesung. She commands him to do a small squat. but the main character raises his hand and says that he wants to ask a question. The guy slightly puts out his hand and asks in surprise if Carol didn't say that Poison Rain is her one and only skill. The girl silently looks at him, stopping. The main character puts out his hand and tilts his head in confusion. Carol makes a jump from one roof to another. The main character argues that she avoided answering. The main character frowns and watches her, thinking about how great Carol is in terms of skills. However, he notices that she flies like a tank. At the same time, Carol rushes forward. An hour passes. Carol jumps between houses. Jung Hye-sung asks her to stop. He grabs his neck, tilts his head, and reasons that he won't be able to do the same without any physical training and that Carol overestimates him. The girl asks why he is depressed. She jumps to the edge of the building where they are training. Carol suggests trying first, and then being sad, because everything can turn out to be very simple. The main character states that it is easy for her to speak. The girl raises one eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. The guy tilts his head. A thick shadow falls on his face. He says that Carol is strong, so she doesn't understand how difficult it is for him. The girl crosses her legs, sitting down on the edge of the building. The main character humiliates himself in front of her. He smiles pitifully and looks away, saying that he has heard all this all his life. He looks up, folding his arms over his chest. Jung Hye-sung says he knows it sounds like an excuse, but he's scared. You can see the landscape below the building, a road and an alley of trees. Carol looks to the side thoughtfully, pursing her lips. She admits that she was wrong. The girl runs in heels along the edge of the building and says that this style of teaching really does not suit the main character, and she should have taken this into account. She turns to him with a smile and says that from now on it will be tough, so she asks him to get ready. The guy raises his head, his mouth parted in surprise. Carol takes him by the collar and pulls him towards her. She says the most important thing is his emotions. A shadow falls on the girl's face. She smiles widely. Carol asks him to concentrate on the very tips of his toes and then direct all his emotions there. The main character looks down. His head is tilted. Sweat appears on his cheeks. He says that this is no longer funny, but cruel. Carol sits on the edge of a building and holds a guy by the jacket over the whole city. She looks at the landscape with delight and admires the blue of the sky. The girl lets the guy go down from above with the words that this is a wonderful day to be reborn again. The main character thinks that she just threw him down. The girl waves at him with a smile and wishes him luck, declaring that he will only die in a bad case. The main character falls down in horror, his mouth wide open. He thinks that Carol is crazy. The main character's body rapidly falls down, fear frozen on his face. Carol tells him to push off the wall and jump to the next high-rise building. Jung Hye-sung thinks about something that is easier said than done. The edge of one of the high-rise buildings is visible. Jung Hye-sung says that he will kill himself if he doesn't do anything, so he should at least try. The main character strains his leg, veins protrude from it, and his body is covered with a purple aura. He thinks about concentrating on the very tips of his fingers. The guy squints his eyes and frowns, gritting his teeth. He quickly falls. The main character is surrounded by ghosts with smiles. They say unpleasant things to Jung Hye-sung and humiliate him. The guy falls down, arms outstretched, a purple aura concentrated in his legs. He thinks that he did not choose how to be born. The main character leans on his legs, squatting. He pushes off the wall and flies up. Jung Hye-sung looks down, tears in his eyes, realizing that he was able to do this. The guy flies up and sees the roof of another building in front of him. He doesn't understand how to land. Carol praises Jung Hye-sung. The guy turns his head to the side, closing one eye. Carol extends her hand to the main character with a smile. She says that Jung Hye-sung was too fixated on the fact that this was impossible. But everything turned out to be much simpler. The woman presses the main character's head to her shoulder and calms him down. The main character looks forward over Carol's shoulder, his tears melting into the air. Carol says that when his life is on the line, it is much easier to learn something. Carol looks ahead in surprise, pursing her lips. Jung Hye-sung asks her to remove her hands as he feels uncomfortable. The girl's pupils run from side to side, narrowed. Carol holds Jung Hye-sung by the eye, lifting his eyelids. He is indignant and asks to let him go. Carol's pupils blur, taking on an unnatural shape, and a phrase about the poisoner device is read in them. Something similar to a lens comes away from the eye, and the main character tries to dodge it. He doesn't understand what's happening. The same inscription that was in the girl's eye appears on the system window. Carol stands in front of the system window, where registration of a new user, compatibility check, confirmed belonging of a living organism to poisoners, synchronization with the user's body are broken down point by point. The main character talks about a portable device and asks if it is an advanced technology that all hunters use. Carol confirms his words and adds that this device is different from those that others usually use. The Guild of Fame may have never seen anything like this before. An image of a two-handed sword appears. This is an attack type. Then a pickaxe is visible, which is a mining type. Then a backpack appears, belonging to the collecting type. Carol puts out her hand and explains with a smile that lenses are divided into types that have characteristic features. Young Hyesung grabs his head, ruffling his hair. He reflects that lenses are a very useful item. The main character asks if it was possible to convey it in a normal way. The main character raises his head up, holding it with his hand, and asks where Carol is going and why she is in a hurry. The girl exhales, closing her eyes. She says the guy has a keen eye. Carol turns her back to the main character and says with a smile that she is being pursued and it will be unsafe if she is discovered, so she cannot linger. The main character looks at her, a shadow falls on his face. Carol takes the guy by the hair, stroking it, and tells him to find Dr. Jean. The girl spreads her arms in front of him, explaining with sparkling eyes that he is a genius and her comrade and that he will bring Jun Hyesung up to date. Carol places a purple sphere in Jeong Hyesung's palms. She explains that the device will help him find Jean and he just needs to follow it. Carol declares that this is her last gift. She says she gave everything she wanted. The girl smiles softly and says goodbye to the main character. The main character wonders why such a kind person is being persecuted. Young Hyesung calls out to Carol and she turns around. The main character thinks that he does not understand why the girl goes so far because of him. The guy looks ahead with furrowed brows and admits that this is the first time someone cares about him, so he is grateful. He adds that he wants to repay the girl one day. Carol freezes in surprise against the sky. The main character declares that she is the one to whom he owes his life. Young Hyesung puts his hand to his chest and with a determined look says that he doesn't mind if he has to work hard, because if it helps Carol, then he will do anything. Carol turns away. Her face is serious. She disagrees and says that it is too early for young Hyesung to think about helping her, since he needs to gain strength. She says that he needs to become so strong that he does not fall into despair at the sight of enemies who are many times stronger than him, and in order to protect everyone. The girl looks hopefully at the main character with her yellow eyes and asks him to promise this to her. The guy clenches his hand in a fist and agrees. He raises his hand and with a determined face promises Carol to become strong. The girl steps on one heel. Her body is covered with a purple aura. She says she believes in Jun Hyesung's success. The main character thinks that Carol is free, like the wind. She says goodbye to the main character and jumps, waves of air emanating along the ground. These were Carol's last words before she disappeared. Young Hyesung looks ahead, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He thinks that his life has a purpose. Jeban disappeared. A newspaper clipping is visible with a headline about the successful clearing of the gates to Guppa and the disappearance of Jeban. The news broadcasts the idea that the Guild of Glory only saves those who have money. The townspeople are furious. The main character thinks that because of what happened, criticism of the Glory Guild is gaining momentum. This is especially noticeable on the internet. Anonymous comments condemning the Glory Guild are visible. Then user comments. Someone says that in their world the rich always live, and the poor always die. Another commentator condemns the association's ban on helping victims. Almost all comments are devoted to condemning the guild. A few days after the incident, people began to support the Glory Guild again. Approving comments are visible, discussing the benefits of the Guild of Glory. After a few more days, the criticism disappeared completely. The user asks Chairman Gugongi to continue the good work. The main character ties his sneakers while sitting on the floor and says that there is a limit to the horror that one person can betray. He thinks about Mount Jeongyesen. The main character opens the door and leaves the house. A note was left on the table stating that he would be gone for several days. The main character stands near the houses and holds a purple sphere in his hands, thinking that Carol gave him this thing. Young Hyesung tilts his head, the cap casting a shadow on his face. He wonders what it is and says the orb looks like a monster's core. You can see the purple ball up close. Inside it shimmers in different shades. A system window appears with an inscription about the core of a giant toad. Young Hyesung holds the sphere in his hand with his palm facing forward. The main character remembers the girl telling him to hold the ball and remember how he felt when he used the poison step. The ball rises into the air, enveloping everything around in a purple haze. The main character looks down in bewilderment, his mouth open. He thinks about the core entering his body. A system window appears stating that the status of the black core has been changed and the level of black ether reaches 37%. The percentage increases and reaches 100. The system window notifies that the user's current black ether level has increased significantly. A new system window appears notifying that a total of 15 black ether units have been consumed for use and that the absorbed ether can be used to strengthen the body. The main character looks at the hand from which a purple glow emanates. He thinks that he needs to absorb ether to become stronger. Jun Hyesung opens his mouth slightly, his eyes invisible, thinking about how strong he is now. The device tells him that the body corresponds to the level of an E-rank hunter, and that if he continues to absorb black ether and manages to accumulate the required amount, he will be able to obtain a body corresponding to an S-rank hunter. The main character sees his torso covered in a blue glow. He looks at his hand, remembering Curl's face, and thinks that he can really become a strong hunter. The main character hears someone's voice and raises his head, looking forward in surprise. He sees a banner with the words "Roadblock" on it. Standing nearby is a man in an inspector's uniform and a woman with a child. She is trembling, while the man rudely tells her that entry without a pass is prohibited. The girl asks why they even set up a checkpoint here without warning. She explains that her child is sick and asks if the well-being of the citizens should be a priority. The woman holds the little boy close to her. He is shaking all over. The girl frowns and says that these people are not even from the government. The man's face is distorted with anger. He frowns, his pupils narrow madly. He begins to threaten her that he will break her jaw. A little boy is crying and holding his mother's clothes with his hand. A man insults a woman and asks if she will take responsibility if she poisons or infects others. He calls her a beggar and says that people like her always think that they are better. The main character approaches and says that they abandoned this place to the mercy of fate, so as not to get their hands dirty when the gates first opened, and now they want to save face. The man clenches his teeth in rage and looks away. The main character takes rapid steps with his head down. He says that people died here in dozens, and the guild was silent, but now they put on a whole show. Young Hyesung looks at the man's face and smiles, noticing that he doesn't agree. The man takes up the baton, frowning with displeasure, and begins to threaten his status. The main character draws attention to the patch with the letter G and arrowheads forming a star. He says that this patch is familiar to everyone in Korea, and that the man is probably from a company that works for the Guild of Glory. The man approaches Jun Hyesung. He looks down aggressively and declares that the main character allowed himself to say such a thing after finding out where he was from. Jun Hyesung lifts his face, his eyes glowing purple. He provokes the man by answering him decisively. In his mind, he thinks that this is the first time he is about to get into a fight. A man from the guild, with cruelty in his face, swings a club at the main character. He says that Jeong Hyesung should learn the rules that the guild has set in this country. The main character says that it would be a lie to say that he is not scared. The man unleashes a swift blow, a hint of cruelty on his face. He grins, showing a row of strong teeth, and states that Jun Hyesung will be hurt, but he should think of it as a lesson he's not familiar with. The main character clutches a club in his hands. It cracks from his grip. He easily breaks it in half and says with a grin that anything he doesn't do after the man hits him will be considered self-defense. Mentally, the main character says that he is not going to hide anymore. The man puts his hand forward in surprise. Jun Hyesung never learned to fight. At this moment, he raises his hand to strike, clenching it in a fist. He has an unstable stance and intermittent breathing. The guy's fist flies forward rapidly. The punch he throws is something other than a beginner's punch. The main character unleashes all his power on the enemy. His body is special. The guy exhales, holding his fist slightly behind him. He looks ahead in surprise. The man lies sprawled on the ground. Jung Hyesung victoriously squeezes his hand, reasoning that he has become stronger. The man's face is distorted from the blows. Blood is oozing from his nose and mouth. He asks for help. The main character looks at him contemptuously, exhaling. He asks her to stop whining. A woman with a child watches in surprise as Jeon Hyesung talks about what people screamed when the gate appeared. The main character clenches his hands into fists, looking at the prone enemy, and explains that people waited and believed that the Guild of Glory would come to their aid. The main character turns away. A shadow falls on his face. He says that he is only talking in vain, since the enemy is not listening to him. Jung Hyesung raises his hand and says that he is leaving. The woman looks at his back in confusion. The main character stands at a blue payphone, looking around at it. He asks if he is in the right place, and the device answers him positively. Jung Hyesung approaches and tries to go inside, reasoning that it is suspicious. The main character picks up the phone and tries to call someone, realizing that it doesn't work. He presses the rectangular red button. The character reasons that first we need to find something that will stand out against the background of the wasteland. Young Hyesung holds the phone in his hands, looking at the device in bewilderment. A circle resembling a hatch is formed under the main character. The floor suddenly collapses, the main character falls down, leaving only his cap. The hatch on the backside slowly opens. The main character lands right on the floor of some gray building. He rises from the floor, holding onto his back. He lowers his face in frustration, rubbing his bruised side, and jokes about being in the movie because the descent was far from gentle. He turns his head and looks into the far part of the room. The main character extends his hand and says that he is sure, as if Dr. Jin is crazy too. Young Hyesung raises one eyebrow, looking ahead in bewilderment. He notices some splashes. He raises his hand, which is covered in blood. The main character raises his head in horror and says that he miscalculated the place. The alarm begins to indicate an intrusion by an unauthorized person and that a transition to defense mode has been made. Young Hyesung looks around worriedly. The ceiling of the room is visible in a red sheen. Devices with guns appear from holes in the ceiling. The alarm orders to eliminate the intruder. One of the cannons is aimed at Jeong Hyesung. They all start releasing purple gas. Another cannon is visible, which releases toxic smoke. The main character covers his face with his sleeve, trying not to breathe. He notices that it is a poisonous gas. The main character takes steps back, covering his nose. He says he thought Dr. Jin was Carol's close friend. Jun Hyesung begins to wonder if Jin betrayed her or someone attacked him. At this moment, Jun Hyesung holds his chin with his hand. He realizes that he has inhaled poison. The main character suddenly stops in thought. His pupils narrow. He thinks that if it is poison, then he is in no danger because of his immunity. The main character smiles happily and starts jumping for joy. He inhales and exhales a lot of poisonous gas, claiming that it is even refreshing. Young Hyesung hears footsteps and sharply turns his gaze to the side. A masked man is moving down the corridor. He watches what is happening from the window in the door and thinks that the main character will soon die. At this moment, Jeon Hyesung thinks whether this person is an enemy or an ally. A plump man with a mask on his face appears behind the door, talking about people from the association. The main character thinks that he has no time to hesitate. He rushes at the man with a sharp push, knocking him down. The guy ends up on top of the man, pressing him with his weight. Young Hyesung raises his hand with a serious and angry face. He asks why the man attacked him. Young Hyesung looks down in bewilderment. The main character looks in horror at the motionless man in the mask, not understanding what is happening. The main character thinks that the man has fainted. A man wearing a gas mask sits in front of Jeong Hyesung. He asks about Curl helping him. He finds himself tied up in front of Young Hyesung and breathing heavily through his mask. The man asks to let him go because he feels uncomfortable breathing. Jun Hyesung claims that he won't do it because he doesn't know what the man is capable of after he loosens the rope. The man declares that he is not a bandit, but the great Dr. Jin. The main character begins to untie the rope behind the man's back. Young Hyesung asks why Jin needs traps. He says that if it were not for his immunity to poison, he would have died long ago. The main character manages the rope behind him, tightening a new knot. Jin states that he designed the traps this way. Jun Hyesung brings his displeased face closer to the man and frowns, declaring that he is not joking. The glasses in the gas mask glow with white light. Jin explains that ordinary people will not be able to get into this shelter. Therefore, the only people who come here are Carol and other hunters. He offers to explain everything. Jin says he's embarrassed, but he's a really talented scientist. A newspaper clipping is visible where Jin, wearing glasses, stands with a medal in his hands. He explains that many people need his help. In the past, he had a hard time because of the crowd of intrusive people. Jin is seen in bed, having difficulty sleeping. The man says that these were difficult and unstable, but interesting times. Jin lifts his head from the pillow. At this time, his voice says that there was a problem that was haunting him. It's all about the pursuers, of whom there were more and more. A figure appears in front of Jin with a knife in his hand. He looks at her in horror. Jin reveals that assassins from other countries, shady organizations, and even hunters from the association are targeting his life. Jin is seen running out of the house in tears and calling for help. He reasons that there was little reason for this, his money or technical skills. Jin stands next to the policeman and gives his testimony while he is recording. His voice explains that even under constant attack, he survived. Jin looks somewhere to the side in despair. A policeman is watching him. Jin says that over time, he realized that everyone around him had his sights set on his life. Suddenly, the policeman behind Jin grabs a knife and points it at her back. The ropes on the doctor's body loosen, and he ends the story by announcing that since then he has limited all contact with people and has begun to develop paranoia. He also began to live in secluded places. He doesn't know how people find him, but they keep coming. Jin says there isn't a place in this room that isn't covered in blood. The door and floor are visible, which are covered in blood. The main character clutches the rope in his hands and says that even though he freed him, this does not mean that you can do something bad. Young Hyesung asks why Jin even told his biography. The man stands up and turns his head, answering, Jeon Hyesung is the one who was sent by Carol, and he trusts her as much as he trusts himself. He thinks about what the girl is doing now. You can see an alley in the city in heavy rain. Jin remembers sitting in the rain, his side bleeding, breathing heavily. Someone is calling him. A girl with long shaggy hair and spots comes up. She hands him an umbrella and asks what Jin is doing here. She looks at him with yellow eyes, covering herself with a tattered umbrella, and asks if Jean was abandoned the same way she was abandoned. Jean thinks that the main character and Carol are somewhat similar. The main character clutches a rope in his hands. Jin thinks that Jun Hyesung is the same as Carol. Jin takes off his robe and says that the student is very similar to the teacher. Young Hyesung points at himself in confusion and says that the only similarity is that they are poisoners. Jin says that it's not just that, but the main character does what he wants, just like Carol. And Jeong Hyesung also has spots that the girl had too. The main character opens his mouth slightly in bewilderment. He thinks that with her appearance, she definitely did not suffer from the same disease. An image appears of a winking and elegant Carol with her hand behind her head. Jin says that this is true now, but it was different before. He turns to the main character and tells him to follow him. Young Hyesung goes after the doctor in surprise. The main character hurriedly follows the man. Jin asks what Young Hyesung thinks about the poison in his body. The main character admits that he didn't think much about this. The doctor says that to summarize, 1 drop of Young Hyesung's poison can kill an rank hunter. The main character pulls back slightly in bewilderment and frowns. The doctor says that Young Hyesung has surpassed the concept of biological and chemical weapons. That's how strong his poison is. The main character ponders Jin's words and doesn't understand how this is possible. Jeon Hyesung looks ahead, pursing his lips. He says that his body is definitely E-rank, which is why he is stronger than before he awakened. But he has no illusions. The main character admits that he heard that ranks are not even considered people, they are so strong. Young Hyesung thinks that he can kill such people with just a drop of blood. The doctor says it's too early for him to rejoice. Jin enters the code on the panel, some buttons light up blue. He says that an ability that cannot be controlled is unsafe. If you leave everything as it is, the main character will definitely become a time bomb. The main character, in surprise, asks what he should do. The door opens in front of the characters and Jin steps forward with his hands behind his back. He points his hand to the room where the exercise equipment is located and says that the main character must train. The doctor turns his head towards the main character. He says that his marks are symptoms that show that he is unable to control his own poison. They will pass as soon as Jeong Hyesung starts to control herself. The main character looks straight ahead, nodding. The doctor says that he personally trained Carol, so the main character has nothing to worry about. Jin promises that Jun Hyesung will change beyond recognition by the time he completes his training. He points his thumb towards the exercise equipment and tells Jun Hyesung to go work out. The doctor raises his hand up, expressing support for the main character. He points his finger at Young Hyesung and frowns, telling him not to relax his stance or he'll start over. The doctor grabs the disc with the number 50 in his hands and says that he will add more weight to him. The main character bows his head, sweat runs down his face. He clenches his teeth. Young Hyesung lifts a dumbbell, throwing up his head with a bandage. Jin tells him to imagine that the dumbbell is his self-esteem. The main character is already rolling his eyes from exhaustion, and Jin says that the broadcast needs to be strengthened. 7 days pass from the moment you arrive at the laboratory. Jin steps out of the corridor into the training room, where the main character is standing. Young Hyesung claims he has a new record. Much has changed. The first change is that Jin took off his gas mask, which means that he began to trust Jun Hyesung. The man smiles, his mustache and glasses are visible. He asks why the main character called him. The main character looks at him in confusion, not recognizing him. For the insult, Jin gives Jeon Hyesung 2 more hours of training. The doctor is sitting at the table with a mug of cocoa and marshmallows. The main character says that when Jin was young, he could pass for handsome, but over time he changed. The main character says that the second change was that his sister woke up. The girl sits with a note in her hands and is shaking all over. The main character admits that his sister told him that she panicked when she woke up and didn't find her brother nearby. The main character is holding a phone in his hand, and screams are coming from there. Young Hyesung says that his sister was screaming at the top of her lungs, but he used all his acting skills to make her believe him. The third change was a new device. Jin examines the main character from all sides, trying to study him. He then gives Young Hyesung a cube with a purple orb hidden inside. The main character says that this is an advanced version of the device that Carol gave him. The main character stands next to Jin, looking at the device with delight. Drawings are visible behind the man. The doctor did it in 3 days. The biggest change has happened to Jun Hyesung's body. The guy's strong back and a towel on his right shoulder are visible. Jun Hyesung washes his hair, closing his eyes and sighing heavily, and contemplates giving up training for a couple of days. The main character looks in the mirror, holding his chin, and sees that there are fewer spots. The changes in his body were amazing. Jin claps his hands while looking at Jun Hyesung. He admits that he knew that the main character was handsome, but he became especially handsome after training. The main character thinks that the doctor is very surprised. Jeong Hyesung's beautiful body is seen holding a small set of hygiene products in her hands. Jin praises Jun Hyesung's beauty. The main character raises an eyebrow in surprise. He watches the doctor quickly eat some canned food. Young Hyesung sits on the device, his body illuminated by a purple aura. He asks if the doctor is bored. The ether is strengthening. Jin asks why he should be bored. The main character says that he was alone for so long and asks how he managed not to get bored in such an environment. He looks down the hallway of shelves lined with canned goods and asks if he's tired of eating it. The doctor raises his chopsticks and says that he is not completely alone. He points his chopsticks at Jeong Hyesung's shoulder and says that there is some creature sitting like that. The main character turns his gaze in the direction where the mentor is pointing. A small black dragon appears on his shoulder and Jun Hyesung screams in horror. The doctor asks to say hello to Pori. Jin excitedly clenches his fists in front of his face and enthusiastically says that Pori is the most charming creature in the whole wide world. He is one of the monsters that poisoners tamed many years ago. Even if Pori bites someone, it is the same as a slight sting. Perhaps it's because Pori is weak, but Jin doesn't want to think about it. The doctor begins to talk about the most amazing thing. Pori is able to absorb the poison of its owner. The creature wags its tail cutely. The main character listens to the doctor in surprise. The doctor says that Pori clung to the main character 2 days ago, but he did not notice. The main character looks in surprise at the little dragon, who raises his yellow eyes to him. The guy thinks that during all this time his sensitivity has increased several times, but at the same time he did not even notice the creature on his shoulder. The doctor says that this is not surprising. He explains that Pori is able to completely hide her presence. The little dragon spreads its wings, its body becomes translucent. Jin remarks that Pori cannot be an ordinary monster. In the imagination of the main character, a man appears with a shadow on his face. There is a blue aura around him. He forms some kind of code from it. Jeong Hyesung reasons that invisibility is the rarest jelly bean ability among the strongest espers. Young Hyesung puts his hands behind his head and thoughtfully wonders where Pori got such an ability. The doctor addresses the main character. Jin asks why he decided to rest. The main character looks up in surprise, raising his eyebrows. The doctor tells him to get up. Young Hyesung obediently follows the instructions. Mentally, he admits that he wanted to take a break. Someone is reporting. A huge high-rise modern building can be seen with a sign at the top. This is the Glory Guild headquarters. Someone explains that Team 1 and Team 2 collected 10% less from the dungeon compared to last month. Also, the third team reported that they saw an unusual phenomenon in the dungeon. 2 men are moving along the corridor. One of them is reading information from a tablet. The guy with brown hair says that so far they have gotten all the press to calm down about the incident. But the unrest in Jeban-Dawn is still going on. A man with dark hair and a dark suit asks him to stop. He turns his stern face to his colleague and says that it is necessary to increase the number of missions for the first and second teams by 30%. This person is Gu Gongyi, the Glory Guild chairman. He continues to walk leisurely down the corridor, raising his hand, explaining to the secretary that the third team should assign someone to check this phenomenon and report it without any problems. He says that they must make sure that the experiment is completed without any problems this time. Gu Gongyi turns his head, mouth slightly open, and addresses the chief secretary. He says he keeps hearing the word Jeban-Dawn. A man walks past the secretary with an authoritative face. The secretary is trembling. Gu Gongyi says that he needs to make him forget about this word. Gongyi squeezes the secretary's shoulder tightly and nervously asks why he has to waste his nerve on such things. The subordinate replies that he understood the order. Gongyi, with a fake smile, invites the secretary to continue working together. The man turns over his shoulder, looking sternly at the secretary, and asks where Maria is. The secretary shudders nervously, making a pitiful face, and cannot answer. Gongyi stares at him with her green eyes. He asks if she locked herself in the healing room again. A girl with long blonde hair sits in front of a huge stained glass window. She is the secret of the Guild of Glory. The girl bows her head and asks for forgiveness. Tears are rolling down her face. She is all torn and bleeding. She is the person representing the guild. The girl clasps her hands. A knife lies next to her. She is constantly locked in a special room for endless self-flagellation. She does this for one reason. Gongyi appears behind Maria, who turns around. The man asks her how long this will last. Feelings of guilt due to failure to protect. The man bows his head, looking carefully at the girl. He says they did everything they could. Mentally, he thinks that he will never get used to looking at this. Maria goes beyond all boundaries of self-flagellation. A tear rolls down her face and the shine in her hair is visible from behind. For anyone else it would have ended very badly. But her self-healing abilities instantly restored her exhausted body. Maria looks at Gongyi with blue eyes in madness. She repeats his phrase. Maria is the face of the Guild of Glory. All because she is the best healer in the world. Maria. The girl scratches the bloody floor with her hands and is shaking all over. She says that many innocent people died. More than 500 people died. The girl throws her head up in despair and frowns, saying that Gongyi has no right to say that they did absolutely everything. Maria asks why people were sacrificed. The man covers his face with his hand and says that this time everything happened too suddenly, and that nothing could be done about it. The girl tries to object to him. She says that they could have sent her there or divided the teams in half so that they would have time. Even if a little late, they would have gotten there at least a little earlier. The girl bows her head in despair, sobbing bitterly, and says that they could have saved more people. Gongyi explains to her that the monsters that came to Gibangdong were not the same as usual. A picture of a monster with a clawed paw emerges from the portal. Gongyi says that he doesn't know who killed them, but they were not easy to deal with even for the Glory Guild. The man begins to cry, a tear running down his cheek. He says all this happened because he is not good enough. The man adds that he is weak and made the wrong decision, so what happened is his fault. Maria raises her eyebrows guiltily and looks ahead. She denies Gongyi's words. The man covers his face with his hand, starting to sob even more. He says that Maria is not the only one who is suffering, because he is also a person and the situation with deaths is driving him crazy. He lifts one finger, revealing his sly green eye. Gongyi mentally says that he feels disgusted that he has to do such things. Maria folds her hands in a prayer gesture, bowing her face. The man asks her to accept it, and if she can't, then so be it. Gongyi tilts his face towards Maria and suggests visiting the Hunter Examination Center. The girl asks him again. Maria's pupils reflect the silhouette of Gongyi with her arms outstretched. He says they need to recruit new talent to save more people and asks the girl to help him. In his mind, Gongyi thinks that the monsters that appeared in Gibangdong were stronger than usual. The girl obediently looks at the man. Agreeing, he smiles and leans towards her, touching her shoulder. Gongyi wonders who could deal with the monsters so quickly. A picture of a huge hole in the middle of the road appears in the character's imagination. He says this crater particularly frightens him. Jin asks Jun Hyesung what he plans to do when he finishes training. The guy replies that he plans to become a hunter. The main character exercises while standing on one hand. The doctor says that Jeong Hyesung will surely choose the path of a knight. Jun Hyesung asks incredulously why he got that idea. Gongyi at this moment thinks how he can not know about someone so strong. Jung Hyesung dries his hair with a towel with a smile. He says he was thinking about doing something else. Gongyi is turning the pen in his hand while sitting in his office at this moment. He says that there are several gifted guys here, but there are no healers at all. At these words, he puts his hand to his chin. The main character raises his hand and says with a smile that he wants to try to become a healer. Jung Hyesung looks forward confidently, nodding his head. He says he doesn't want to participate in creating more innocent victims, but he wants to do what Carol did for him and his sister. At this moment, Gongyi sits in his office with his hands folded next to his face and says that healers are rare. He says that he doesn't care if some poor people die, but if one of the guild members gets hurt, that's completely different. The main character smiles softly, mouth slightly open. A shadow falls on Gongyi's face. They start the same sentence saying that they are absolutely sure of one thing. A slight blush is visible on the happy face of the main character. He declares that he will become a hunter. At this moment, Gu Gongyi looks forward intently, a green glow emanating from his eyes. He says he should visit the Hunter Examination Center. The doctor and Jung Hyesung shake hands. Jin admits that he will miss the main character. The doctor stands right in front of Jung Hyesung. The main character looks at his mentor with a smile. Jin said that not much time had passed, but he managed to become attached to Jung Hyesung. The main character smiles touchingly and exhales, declaring that he will visit the doctor. He also advises him to eat well, because canned food will not do any good. The doctor closes his eyes, smiling broadly and chuckling. He starts talking about Pori. The main character turns his gaze to the small flying creature next to him. The doctor tells Pori to go with the main character. Then he says it's time to say goodbye. Jin raises his face to the little dragon. The main character stands behind, watching them with a smile. Jin asks Pori to take care of Jeong Hyesung. The dragon hits its chest with its paw and smiles. The main character's one-story house is visible. Jeong Hyesung returns, and his sister loudly shouts his name. The girl grabs the guy by the ear and frowns, reproaching Jun Hyesung for leaving one note and asking how he dared do this to her. The main character tries to get rid of his sister's hand on his neck and tries to explain everything to his sister, declaring that he cannot breathe. The main character almost loses consciousness as a joke. The girl looks at him in surprise and lets go. After many hours of explanations, the main character sits quietly in front of his sister, leaning on his knees. The sister folds her arms and frowns, asking if Jung Hyesung is confident in the person who saved him. The main character asks what she means. The sister replies that not all hunters lead a decent lifestyle, and asks if the main character knows which organization Carol belongs to. The girl leans forward with a stern face. She declares that the savior is unlikely to have given her real name. She asks how anyone can trust someone they know next to nothing about. The girl nervously taps her fingers on her hand. She adds that such a strong man had no reason to save them. The sister sighs tensely and raises one eyebrow. She says that everyone takes the help of hunters to ordinary people for granted. But this woman has crossed all boundaries. The main character looks away in disappointment and says that Carol is not so bad. The sister frowns and with a stern expression declares that it does not happen that someone does good things for no reason. If he receives something, then one day the time will come to give something in return. The guy purses his lips, listening to his sister. She says that she is afraid that the price that Carol will demand for rescue will be too high. The girl tensely closes her eyelids and exhales. Her face changes to one of interest as she sits right in front of her brother and asks if he really wants to become a hunter. The main character has an application to pass the hunter exam. The guy sadly looks away and quietly agrees. The girl sharply says that then he really should become a hunter. Jun Hyesung's expression quickly changes as he looks at his sister in surprise. He turns to her in bewilderment. The girl raises her eyebrows in surprise. She calmly looks at her brother, explaining that it is his choice and she has no reason to stop him. The main character nods. A shadow falls on his face. He thinks that it has always been this way. He says he thought a lot about everything that happened then and came to the conclusion that everything could have been prevented. Jung Hyesung leans forward with hope on his face. He says that he wants to save people and does not want to let what happened in Jebandan happen again. He doesn't know if he will succeed or not, but he wants to at least try. Mentally, the main character says that his sister worries about him more than anyone else. The girl looks at him with a smile, tilting her head slightly. She tells Jung Hyesung not to worry. The sister extends her fist forward and with a happy smile says that the main character will become the greatest hunter in the world. She encourages him to fight against the whole world, and she will support him. The main character mentally notes that his sister believes in him more than anyone. Jeon Hyesung smiles softly as he asks about the great hunter. He thinks that this is the second person who has predicted this for him. Jung Hyesung closes his eyes, smiling brightly, and says that he will do his best. The main character lies on the floor on a pillow and looks at the phone. He says the entrance fee for the exam is 50 million won. The girl asks if it is dangerous to work as a hunter and advises him to work in a factory or other place. The main character says that if it's about money, then he will try to make money himself. The girl displeasedly asks where he will get so much money from, and whether he is going to engage in some shady business. The main character shouts that this is not true. Their house can be seen in the background. The main character decided to go to work. Jung Hyesung stands with a smile among the trees, raising his hand to his head. He sees a huge purple portal. The guy thinks this is the place where his dungeon dreams will come true, the poison dungeon. A violet aura can be seen covering the entire portal. The main character argues that not only the dungeon itself is poisonous, but also everything inside. These are the most unpopular types of dungeons. A map of the area appears, with a poisonous dungeon in the center. Jeong Hyesung reasons that usually people and hunters prefer to avoid such dungeons, so everything around is fenced off and access is very limited. The main character stands in front of a portal from which lightning emanates. He says the problem is that the larger the restriction zone, the more problems there are. Jun Hyesung closes his eyes, exhaling calmly. He dives straight into the portal so that only his legs are visible. The guy finds himself inside a dungeon. Dragons fly across the mountainous terrain just above the lake. The main character puts his hands on his hips and looks around in surprise, calling the area a parallel world, as if in a game or isekai. Jung Hyesung looks around intensely, catching purple particles in the air. He says that he feels the poison around him, which is to be expected from a poisonous dungeon. Other hunters wouldn't even be able to breathe here. The main character looks decisively in front of him, frowning, and thinks that he is safe here. Something catches Jung Hyesung's attention as he thinks about the fact that there isn't much time left before the exam. The main character says that he hopes that he will quickly find what he came for. Something moves in the bushes, causing a rustling sound. The main character looks in that direction in bewilderment. A purple clawed paw appears on the grass. A huge lizard with a long, thin tongue emerges. The main character screams in horror that it is a monster. The main character hides behind a bush, watching intently, and hopes that the lizard did not notice him. The system window notifies that the monster is a deadly poisonous type monitor lizard, a warrior whose physical level is E, and the other level is D. Moreover, its difficulty is equal to 2 stars. The main character reasons that the monster is weak, so he can defeat it. He turns his attention to another level of the monster. Jung Hyesung explains that the different level means different types of attacking abilities. Various figures are seen: a man with telekinesis controlling an object, a man with a water sphere representing the attributes of the elements, and curl representing poison. Another level implies that which is beyond the physical. The monitor lizard opens its poisonous mouth with a roar. The main character says that the difficulty of this lizard comes from the strength of its poison, but it is either equal to or weaker than the main character in level. Jung Hyesung is corrected that he thinks so. There is a shadow on the protagonist's face. Sweat appears on his cheeks. He doesn't understand why he's nervous. Jun Hyesung clenches his trembling hand into a fist. He tries to calm himself down. The main character grabs his hands, stopping his trembling. He again asks himself to calm down and stop shaking. The main character clenches his teeth. Sweat rolls off his face. He remembers the face of a huge toad with its tongue hanging out. Then he sees his sister in the face of the enemy. Afterwards, he remembers how the girl asked him to run with a smile. Jung Hyesung squints his eyes tightly and purses his lips. He mentally reproaches himself. Suddenly, he hears the sound of Pori and raises his head in surprise. The main character turns around and sees a small pet next to him. He asks how long he's been here. The main character thanks the dragon, and it joyfully raises its paws up. Jung Hyesung thinks that the pet was worried about him. Jung Hyesung puts his hand in his pocket and turns towards the bushes. He looks for the monster. The main character says that thanks to Pori he has returned to normal. More and more monitor lizards are rapidly emerging from the bushes. The main character thinks that the monsters have already discovered him. Jung Hyesung counts them and sees the number increasing. The main character takes a sphere enclosed in a cube from his pocket and puts his hand forward with a smile. He declares that he will kill them all, no matter how many monsters there are. The main character remembers how he looked at this cube at the doctor's. Jin explains that it is a weapon. Jin throws one hand up, holding the mug of cocoa with the other. He tells Jung Hyesung to squeeze the cube in her hand and shout the word move. The main character looks at the weapon incredulously, raising one eyebrow. He does what the doctor told him to do. Jin explains that this device is only cube-shaped when it is active, but as soon as Jung Hyesung says the code word, it will change. You can see a cube with purple cracks running through it. The doctor says that the weapon's functionality is endless and that it reacts to Jung Hyesung's ether, increasing its output, and also changes at the will of the owner. The weapon is built into a new form, maintaining the core. It then rearranges itself again to form a more triangular appearance. The main character asks what it is called. A dagger appears in Jung Hyesung's hand and he grabs the hilt. This is the original device of the doctor, the genius of the century. The main character looks at the weapon in bewilderment, noticing that, as expected, it is no larger than a dagger. Its name is Exa. The main character smiles decisively, holding a weapon in his hand, and says that in any case he will not lose. Jung Hyesung announces the start of the hunt. A natural landscape can be seen. A rainbow goes deep into the forest. One of the monitor lizards opens its mouth, showing a row of teeth and poison on them. The main character summons poisonous rain. He quickly cuts the monster into two halves. The rest of the monsters crowd into the clearing. The main character summons the poison step skill. The monsters are cut into halves along with the trees around them. The main character calmly walks deep into the forest while pieces of monsters fall to the ground. Young Hyesung reasons that he is now covered in blood. The main character holds the bloody edge of his t-shirt and thinks about his sister not being angry with him. Young Hyesung puts his hand forward. Poison enters his palm. He calls it absorption. The main character smiles widely, showing a row of teeth. A system window appears warning that the user's black ether level has been increased. He throws his head up and grins. The main character happily looks around, wiping his mouth, and declares that there is a lot of ether and poison around. Jeon Hyesung puts his hand to his forehead and sees the corpse of the monster. He thinks that such a dungeon was simply created for him. The main character runs quickly, smiling. He's looking for more air. The main character squats down in front of the corpse, absorbing more poison. He says that counting this monster, he has killed 50 creatures, so he should have about 300 black ether units. Young Hyesung takes up his weapon, looking down intensely. He thinks that the more he looks at it, the less sense he notices. One hit equals one corpse. A monster is seen with a dagger stuck into its body. The protagonist says that he understands that changes in the amount of ether are closely related to the user's power level. Young Hyesung looks around as he stands among the corpses of the monsters. He says even so, it's too powerful. The main character thinks that he only caused a small cut. The corpse of a lizard with a wound on its side is visible. The monster died anyway, without even having time to fight for its life. The guy looks down at the dagger, along which there is a purple glow. He says the device's synergy with the poisoner is too strong. The main character reasons that in the synergy of his poison and blade, one rule has appeared. Whoever is hit by this blade, that creature will die in one blow. Jeong Hyesung waves the dagger in all directions. In the hero's imagination, his matured image appears, which with a grin says that Carol is too weak. At the same time, the girl bites the fabric of her cloak in anger and envy. The main character thinks that he can already be one of the strongest. Young Hyesung remembers the status window and smiles widely with delight. He clenches his hands into fists happily and says that if the dungeons make him so strong, then he should not forget to monitor his progress. The main character looks at the system window in front of him in joyful anticipation and excitement. He thinks it won't be S level, but it's clearly something high. Young Hyesung feels that physically it is closer to B or even A grades. A system window appears that talks about Professor Jin's original device, version 1 with advanced lenses. Another system window says superhuman Jeong Hyesung with class level 1, absorbed black ether units of 1627, physical level E, and healing level S, with his shadow step skill reaching level 1. The main character is angry. He takes note of the S rank's healing rate. He blames the device for its uselessness. The main character turns his back and puts his hands on his sides, declaring that no one cares about the physical level, since he is going to become a healer. Young Hyesung, closing his eyes, laughs joyfully. Suddenly his face changes to calm and he asks if it's time for him to go home. He puts his hands behind his head, sticking out the tip of his tongue, and says that a lot of time has passed, and the plant he came for has not been found. Young Hyesung hopes he gets lucky in the next dungeon. Suddenly something attracts the attention of the main character. He stands in horror. The main character turns around and looks over his shoulder at the forest. He feels anxiety in someone's presence. Tree trunks can be seen in the frightening darkness. The main character feels that the monster is on a different level compared to those he fought before. A creature emerges from the thicket. Its clawed paw is visible. Then curved fangs appear and a purple aura emanates from the mouth. A gray hyena with a long tongue and burning eyes comes out of its hiding place. The creature is called a leper hyena and is a poisonous type. The main character nervously squeezes the blade in his hands. Veins appear on his arm. Young Hyesung tensely clenches his teeth and frowns, his whole body trembling. He realizes that the creature is a physical level C and has another level category B. A warning pops up that the target's combat skills are many times greater than those of the main character. The hyena opens its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The main character understands that this is the boss. Young Hyesung says he doesn't care about the monster's level because his poison is stronger than anything here. The main character brings the dagger to his neck, gritting his teeth. He thinks that the only problem is his physical level. Young Hyesung says that his physical level is 2 ranks less. At the same time, an image of a man with dumbbells pops up. He can barely lift it. And this is level E. The man of level C proudly lifts the dumbbell with one hand. The main character says that if we compare, this is worse than if a child went against an adult. The hyena slowly moves towards Jeong Hyesung. He weighs his chances against her. The main character waves his hand, driving away little Pori and ordering him to hide for a while. Young Hyesung tries to calm himself down. He looks darkly at the creature in front of him, pursing his lips. He needs to focus. The main character argues that the physical level of a hyena is C. His thoughts are interrupted mid-sentence. The hyena jumps sharply to the side, kicking up dust. The main character watches her in horror. He understands that the creature is very fast and that he needs to defend himself. The hyena rushes past Jeong Hyesung, ending up behind him. The main character looks around in horror, clutching his dagger. He thinks that he has fallen into a monster's trap. The wolf strikes with its claws. Blood sprays from Jeong Hyesung's body. The main character falls to his knee and clutches his bleeding hand, screaming in pain. He looks ahead, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with fear. Jeong Hyesung realizes that he didn't even see the hyena's movements. The main character holds his wounded hand, looking ahead in surprise. He thinks about dying here. Jeong Hyesung bows his face as a shadow falls over him and he denies his death, angrily insulting the creature. The main character straightens up. His body is covered with a purple aura. He says that he lived in torment for several years and does not understand why he should die here. The main character's eyes are wide open. He looks ahead with his mouth parted. In bewilderment, he sees how the hyena froze. The creature makes a mocking face, looking at Jeong Hyesung. The main character thinks that the hyena is waiting for its poison to take effect. Jeong Hyesung grits his teeth in anger. The main character says that this is the main mistake of the animal. Jeong Hyesung clutches a dagger in his hands. His palm is bloody. He says he has a chance to win. The hyena turns its head towards the main character, sticking out its long tongue. The main character puts his hand forward, beckoning the hyena with his finger, and with a smile says to come to him. He thinks that the creature's insolence will be what will destroy him. The hyena begins to rapidly run towards its opponent. The main character decides to exhaust the animal. The hyena is getting closer and closer with decisive leaps. The main character says that he will have to trust his high status as a healing power. The hyena is already lunging with its mouth open right at Jeong Hyesung's hand. He argues that poison and healing are two opposites. The hyena sinks its fangs right into Jeong Hyesung's arm, growling ferociously. The main character wonders how poison and healing coexist in one body. Usually, for the poisoner, healing is just a survival method to cleanse the poison in the body. At this moment, vessels with blood and red blood cells flowing through them are visible. An image of 2 circles of different sizes and colors appears. One represents poison, the other represents healing. When the healing power goes beyond neutralizing poison, it transcends it. When the poison is completely under the control of the body, there is no need for healing. Healing is represented by a monster, and poison is represented by a mug with a flag. The main character discusses where the remnants of the healing power go, whether they disappear. The main character raises his hand with a dagger and furiously rushes at the hyena. He thinks that healing simply circulates mindlessly through its owner's body, and Professor Jean knows more about this than anyone else. The main character raises his hands with a dagger, striking. The hyena jumps away from Jeong Hyesung. Jeong Hyesung thinks that all he needs to do is gather together the chaotic currents in his body to concentrate the poison and healing into a single whole. The main character smiles. A shadow falls on his face. He raises his hands in front of him. He tells the monster that he is not done with him yet. The milestone that Jeong Hyesung's body reaches will be transformed into Professor Jin's third original device. A large yellow sphere called a circulator appears in front of Jeong Hyesung. The main character puts his hand with the dagger aside with a sly smile. He suggests starting the second round. You can see beautiful white flowers blooming in a clearing. Someone's sharp swing cuts all the buds off their stems. Rapid movements are visible, similar to a stream of violet energy. The main character rushes forward. A bleeding abrasion is visible on his cheek. The hyena collapses from above, raising its clawed paw. Quick swings of the dagger create red streaks in the air. The main character puts his hand with the weapon forward. Breathing heavily, the creature appears behind him. Splashes of blood fly from Jeong Hyesung's body. It oozes right onto the grass under the feet of the main character, and he trembles. The main character relaxes his body. Sweat rolls down his face. He heals himself. He feels that the fight is dragging on. The hyena laughs, sticking out its tongue, tears visible in its eyes. Jeong Hyesung thinks that the monster is holding up well. He wipes his cheek with his hand and thinks that he might have underestimated the animal. The main character can barely stand on his feet and notices the movement of the hyena. He summons the Shadow Step skill. The creature quickly rushes towards its victim. The guy shields himself with his hand, defending himself, and reasons that an hour has already passed. But the hyena does not get tired. The hyena leaps like lightning, attacking Jeong Hyesung. Her blows are very accurate, while Jun Hyesung has not yet landed a single worthwhile blow. His wounds only multiply. The main character's face is struck again by a clawed paw, and splashes fly. The main character tries to stop the creature with a movement of his hand. He thinks that simply by exhausting the animal he will not achieve victory. Jung Hyesung dodges the hyena's active jumps. He notices that he is beginning to get used to the creature's movements. The main character also adds that the fight is unequal, but not impossible. The hyena puts one paw forward, watching Jun Hyesung. The main character purses his lips. A shadow falls on his face. He reasons that the reason the animal was cocky was because it understood, on an instinctive level, how important fortitude was in battle. A mocking grimace appears from the aura emanating from the hyena's body. The main character strains his sinewy arm, breathing heavily. He thinks he is tired, but has no right to show it, because as soon as he shows it, he will die. The hyena rushes at the main character with renewed fury, sticking out its tongue and spraying saliva. She stabs directly into Jun Hyesung's chest. A puff of smoke can be seen rising behind the bushes. The main character flies into a tree, steam emanating from his body. Jung Hyesung is breathing heavily and holding onto the trunk of one of the trees. He thinks about how easily the hyena sent him flying. The main character straightens up, standing in front of a clearing. He thinks that the most pathetic truth is that in this situation he is losing. Sweat runs down Jung Hyesung's face as he looks ahead gloomily. The hyena carefully scratches its fur with its paw. The main character thinks that the animal is not even trying. Jeong Hyesung appears behind the creature, raising his hand to strike. He unleashes his blow, but the hyena quickly takes off. Jung Hyesung smiles slyly, his brows furrowed. The monster lands nearby, sticking out its tongue predatorily. The main character thinks that this time he got it. He argues that Carol once said that no matter how strong the enemy is, one should not fall into despair. The hyena grins angrily, a purple aura emanating from its body. The main character covers his mouth with his hand, his eyes widen. He thinks that Carol is strong and that if she has enemies who drive her into the abyss of despair, then it is someone much stronger than the creature in front of him. The main character spits out a whole clot of blood. He wipes his mouth with his hand, tensing his knees slightly. Jung Hyesung thinks that he has no right to lose. The main character raises his face. He frowns, sweat rolls down his cheeks. He thinks about what he swore. The hyena flies up to the main character like a loop of lightning. The creature hits Jeong Hyesung again, who covers himself with his hands and closes his eyes. He asks himself to hold on. The creature pushes off and hits the guy from all sides. He needs to hold out until the enemy is exhausted. The main character frowns, his face darkens and becomes more serious. He remembers how Jin jumped up from the table in surprise when he learned that Jeong Hyesung could summon a scarlet viper. The main character says that a miracle does not come easy. He hears Jin's voice telling him to never summon the scarlet viper again. The doctor looks ahead worriedly and says that he was lucky to survive the first time. But this power is beyond Jeong Hyesung's understanding. The system window reports that the main character has a notification. It reports that the user continues to fight an opponent who is several times stronger than him. The user's black ether is being prepared. The main character covers his face with a dagger, his eyes glow with a purple shine. He thinks that he still has a lot to learn. The system window notifies that the user's ether is prepared for release. A huge splash of blood can be seen. The main character says that he can stand it. The system window says that the user's status is being assessed. Jeong Hyesung's body is torn. There are no pieces of clothing. Blood is splattering. The system window says that the user will have to face consequences. The main character clenches his teeth. A row of his strong teeth is visible. The system window reports that the user's physical level is increasing sharply. The main character buries his face in his hands folded in a cross. Jeong Hyesung's physical level rises from E to D. He believes that a miracle will definitely happen. Jung Hyesung admits that he thought he would die from pain. Jung Hyesung's face shines with a smile. He looks ahead with determination. He calls this the return of the mad dog from Jebin Dawn. The main character summons the Shadow Step skill. A column of violet energy rises. The main character notices that he has become faster. He frowns and opens his mouth in surprise, the air blowing through his hair. Young Hyesung adds that he didn't just become faster. The main character rushes towards the hyena like lightning, swinging at her. Speed, reflexes, strength, everything has increased significantly. Young Hyesung hits the creature with a powerful punch. The main character waves his hands in the air, jumping. He thinks that although the hyena is tired, she is still a sea level, as if she is in a different league. He only needs it once. Young Hyesung reasons that this attack is his last chance. The main character picks up a dagger engulfed in a dark aura. He says that if he uses even more black ether, it will be difficult for him to even cope with his own poison. The main character is breathing heavily, sweat rolling down his face. He decides that he needs to put all his strength into the next attack. The main character clenches his hands into fists, raising his head. His body is covered in an aura. He thinks about what is the point of holding the ether in his entire body. The main character discusses what would happen if he changed his concentration, focusing on the attack and turning off the defense. A spiraling aura engulfs Jun Hyesung's legs. He says one hit is enough. Young Hyesung looks at the hyena in a fighting stance. The main character thinks that if he just goes head-on, he won't be able to control the speed and will hurt himself. The main character tilts his face, his eyes glow with a determined brilliance, and a shadow falls on his forehead. He stands half-turned, holding a dagger in his hands. He says he will prepare the stand in advance. The main character tightly clutches a weapon in his hands, around which a purple aura accumulates. Jun Hyesung thinks that it doesn't matter if he can't control the situation. He will hold his stance. Jun Hyesung's feet give off such a strong aura that he breaks the ground beneath him. The main character declares that he will tear the animal apart without a single extra movement. Jeong Hyesung activates the second-level shadow step. A huge strip of light and a ball of smoke can be seen. The main character is rapidly rushing forward. He says that all he needs is to kill the animal with one precise blow. The hyena opens its mouth, decisively rushing forward. The main character concludes that it was not in vain that he exhausted the creature. Young Hyesung approaches the animal, towering over it with a smile. A thin line of impact is visible. The beast's head flies off, dripping blood, while the body falls behind Jeong Hyesung. He is breathing heavily, his clothes are torn. He lowers his face, sweat streaming down his face. The main character raises his surprised face. Only a scrap of clothing remains on his body, which he quickly notices. He hopes that the next dungeon will have simpler monsters. A spider with 4 red eyes appears. You can see a cave where spiders crawl on the rocks. The main character wonders how often people play sports. Young Hyesung is running through the dungeon. He is lightly dressed. The main character says that a half-hour run is enough for a person to slow down old age and avoid unnecessary stress. Young Hyesung says it's amazing. With a happy smile on his face, the main character runs through the cave. He says he works out consistently, which gives him energy throughout the day. Suddenly, a huge spider appears behind the main character's back and breaks through the wall. The main character asks to omit the fact that he is being chased by a monster the size of a skyscraper. Young Hyesung yells for the spider to get away from him. The main character clenches his teeth and breathes heavily, his eyebrows drawn together tensely. He thinks about why he got into trouble again. The main character wonders if he was wrong in thinking that his suffering had finally come to an end. Young Hyesung remembers the fight with the hyena, how he stood with his foot on the creature's corpse. He calls it a grand victory over an enemy vastly superior to his opponent. However, at the same time this victory was a humiliation. The main character remembers how he walked down the street with his torso bare. Everyone laughed at him or was surprised, pointing a finger at him. Some girl asked her mom why Jun Hyesung was naked, and her mom told her not to look at him. The main character frowned nervously and opened his mouth slightly, asking people to turn away, because he did not appear in this form on purpose. Someone from the crowd turns to him. There is a woman with a shining face and her son next to her. She says that the guy saved her last time. She explains that they ran into each other at a checkpoint. Memories emerge of how she quarreled with a large man. The woman thanks the main character for saving and helping. She says that thanks to him, she was able to get to the hospital without worrying about anything. The main character covers himself with his hands in embarrassment. A shadow falls on his face. Young Hyesung interrupts the woman and says that she made a mistake. The woman asks if he is okay, and he replies that everything is fine. He also says goodbye and says that he will die somewhere in the bushes. The sister opens her mouth wide and screams loudly. She drags her brother by the legs, frowning angrily. The girl is displeased and says that he tore all his clothes and walked naked down the street. The main character feels severe pain, as if his spine is breaking. Young Hyesung recalls all this with tears in his eyes, making a sad face. He says it was a bad day, and every time he remembers it, the tears come out on their own. The main character says that if it weren't for this whole situation, he wouldn't be crying now. The spider behind Jeong Hyesung waves its paws. He thinks in horror that the monster looks disgusting. And also because of its enormous size, every centimeter of its body is like under a microscope. The spider throws out its leg, trying to catch the main character. Its claw raises dust. The spider quickly drives the main character's face into the wall. Jeong Hyesung rests his hands on the stone wall, trying to get out. He sticks his head out and falls on his back. The main character says that because of the spider he is now covered in dirt. Jeong Hyesung lifts his head, mouth wide open in surprise. He sees a red glowing flower in front of him and says that he has finally found it. This is a mystical flower, or a bronze flower of the sun. The main character jumps up, leaning on the floor of the cave, and shouts that he has found him. In his mind, he reasons that he was desperately looking for him. This flower has the ability to change its color depending on the difficulty of the dungeon. A flower in a hard level dungeon takes on a golden color, in a medium level dungeon it turns silver, and in an easy level dungeon it turns bronze. The main character says that depending on the color it is called a golden, silver or bronze flower. Jeong Hyesung sits on his knees in front of a flower with a glow emanating from it. He says that he found a flower of inferior quality, that is, a bronze sunflower. The main character says that it is wrong to think that such a flower is worth nothing because of its low quality. He says he is rich. The flower costs at least 10 million. The main character throws up his hands, imagining himself swimming in money. He says that the price of the flower, if it were of the highest quality, would reach 50 million won. A golden petal of a flower is visible. Jeong Hyesung admits that this is a huge amount of money for some flower, but the whole essence is hidden inside. The petal falls on the person's chest, lighting up with a golden glow. The main character says that the healing properties of the flower are comparable to the abilities of an S-rank healer. Even a bronze flower has enormous healing power, and a golden one is known for working unimaginable miracles. The main character stands in front of a huge spider, which obscures the flower. The guy explains that these flowers are found only in poisonous dungeons and grow near the boss's lair. A spider's face and claws appear in front of the main character's face, stretched out towards Jeong Hyesung. The main character admits that he did not fight this monster and simply ran away from him. The spider approaches, looking at Jeong Hyesung with its small red eyes. Jeong Hyesung says he didn't run away because the monster is strong. He can kill anyone with an axe in his hands. Besides, the size of the spider does not fit well with the cave, so everything should be much easier than with the hyena. The hairs on the spider's body are visible up close. The main character thinks about the disgusting appearance of the spider, but even this is not the reason for his escape. Jeong Hyesung says that he has no idea where the flower got such a feature, but as soon as the dungeon boss dies, the bronze sunflower will wither along with him. The monster waves its paws, inviting the main character and provoking him to fight. The main character thinks about how he will end up on top of the spider and break its limbs. He explains that he needs to take control of the boss and only then take the flower. However, his skills will not allow him to pull this off. You can see a chart with the ratio of strength, defense, and healing, where the latter skill is the most. Jeong Hyesung raises his hand with the blade in it, swinging it slightly. He thinks that he cannot go at the monster with his bare hands and that he is at a dead end. The device's system window says that it has an idea. The main character puts his hands down and asks about the idea in bewilderment. The system window notifies that Axe has a non-lethal white sleep mode. A white glow with an emanating aura begins to form on Jeong Hyesung's blade. This mode is the second. It allows you to take control of the enemy, that is, put to sleep or paralyze. The main character, in bewilderment, raises his hand with a dagger in it. The device explains that this is Dr. Jean's custom mode, necessary for those whose skills are based on attack. The main character remembers his mentor with an outstretched hand and a raised finger. He looks at the blade and thinks that Jin has created a real monster. The main character frowns and turns his face. A purple aura emanates from him. He asks why he is only finding out about this now. Device replies that Jeong Hyesung didn't ask him. The guy clenches his hand in a fist with a stupid smile on his face. He lowers his face slightly, pursing his lips, and thinks that he needs to calm down at the moment. The device reports that the main character's breathing has quickened. The main character decisively raises his blade and says that he will defeat the monster with his weapon. The device warns that Jeong Hyesung's blood pressure is low. The spider brings its furry muzzle closer. The main character calls him, and he turns to the source of the noise. Jeong Hyesung introduces himself to the monster. At this moment, he decisively strikes the creature. The monster falls behind the main character as he raises his blade upward. Jeon Hyesung introduces himself as the Mad Dog Gibeng Dong. He puts the enemy to sleep. The main character asks about the name of the white sleep mode. He smiles widely, his eyes sparkling with interest. Young Hyesung says that this is not a bad ability. The main character turns around in a cave. He says that since the monster is sleeping, we can go get the flower. Young Hyesung turns to the spider with his hands on his sides. The main character notices that the creature has indeed fallen into a deep sleep, which means he needs to get to work. Young Hyesung looks at the glowing flower with a happy smile. He is already stretching his hands towards the plant with a malicious grin, preparing to pick it. The main character reasons that the flower will finally belong to him. Pori emerges from the inner pocket of Jun Hyesung's clothes. The main character quickly replies that the flower is not food and orders the pet to climb back. The dragon lowers its ears in disappointment, but Jun Hyesung tells him that he won't fall for his pitiful face. The main character pulls the plant out of the ground by the roots. He promises Pori that when he grows up, he will give him something better. The main character squats down, looking at the flower in his hand, and thinks about the doctor and Carol. He remembers how they insisted that Jun Hyesung find the flower. On one side is the figure of Jean with a raised finger. On the other side is the cunning face of Carol. Both characters say that the main benefit of the flower is money. Young Hyesung remembers Jin pointing at a board with a drawing of a flower and explaining that the guy must find it, even if he has to risk his life. A flashback then flashes to a smiling Carol, who says that any component related to healing is associated with poison. The doctor's face appears again, frowning seriously and asking the protagonist to remember the information about the flower forever. Afterwards, Carol is seen clenching her hand into a fist and smiling widely. She says that this is their motto. Then the figures of Jean and Carol are seen again, both smiling widely and saying that opposites always attract. The main character opens his mouth in surprise and frowns, looking ahead. He turns to Carol with a question about what this should mean. The girl looks at him, a shadow falls on her face. She flicks the guy on the forehead, and he screams. Carol smiles slyly, bending her fingers to click, and says that Young Hyesung himself will understand everything in time. The main character clenches his teeth and says that he still doesn't understand this. He walks down the escalator, holding his backpack with one hand. Young Hyesung wonders why Carol hit him then. He claims that women are terrible creatures. Pori, flying nearby, chimes in. The main character descends lower and lower. His pet soars in the air and folds his arms on his chest. Young Hyesung says that selling a flower is a hassle. He holds the backpack behind his back and reasons why he can't sell it directly to the store. The main character admits that he is too lazy to sell. A huge city block with many people is visible. This is an underground economic center, a black market. Jeon Hyesung looks to the side, calling Pori over. He goes down the escalator, and behind him stands a whole crowd of people, fixing greedy gazes on him. The main character asks the pet to bite people in case he sees someone suspicious. A man who looks like a homeless man is sitting on the ground. All kinds of goods are laid out in front of him. A man with long white hair and sparse teeth is seen. He offers some kind of knife for purchase. The main character walks past a shop. A man waves after him. Young Hyesung ponders the place as the man beckons him back. The main character stands in the middle, raising his head up. He calls this place a huge dump. People are heard talking. Someone is thinking about robbing Young Hyesung. Someone's voice screams that there is a fight going on. The main character looks around, noticing the figures of a woman with blue hair. He says it's like suspicious characters from all over the world have gathered here. Young Hyesung walks past a guy with tattoos. The main character thinks that it seems like everyone is going to fight him. He considers going to watch the fight. The main character looks out from the crowd and sees a huge, strong man and a pale guy with green hair. Young Hyesung thinks it's obvious who wins. In front of him is an E-rank knight and a skinny D-rank knight. The man grabs his opponent by the t-shirt, pulling him towards him with a crazy look. The main character reasons that if they were ordinary people, someone endowed with enormous physical strength would have a clear advantage. But when it comes to hunters, everything is completely different. Spatters of blood are visible. Someone's scream is heard. The guy with green hair squeezes his opponent's throat with one hand. Tiny D-tier knight is an unrivaled killer. Although the outcome of the battle also depends on their skills and experience, it is no secret that hunters of higher rank are many times stronger. The main character carefully watches the battle through the cheering crowd. He thinks that in the world of hunters, nothing is more important than rank, and when a hunter does not have a reconnaissance-type device, he always risks ending up in a similar situation, judging the enemy by appearance. Young Hyesung says he's starting to understand a little. The main character stands in the middle of people watching a guy with green hair strangle his opponent. Young Hyesung says that the black market is completely lawless, so it is not safe here without weapons. The main character moves away through the crowd, turning his back to the spectacle. He says it's normal to start suspecting something is wrong with that guy. In fact, D rank is not that strong. The main character looks back at the counter with weapons laid out on it. He says that he is glad that others are mistaken about him and avoid him. Jeong Hyesung says that there is even a reconnaissance-type device on display. He picks up the metal weapon and examines it. Jeong Hyesung concludes that its functionality is much worse than that of the first model, because this device is not even able to determine the level of the hunter. The main character looks at the price. He raises his eyebrows in surprise and opens his mouth. A price tag of 20 million won appears before his eyes. He carefully places the device in place with trembling hands. Young Hyesung stands thoughtfully, rubbing his hand over his chin. He ponders why a useless pile of metal is worth 20 million. Young Hyesung suggests that all the money in the world is in this place. Suddenly someone rushes past him saying that he is lucky because he found a reconnaissance-type device. The main character glances from the side, watching the buyer. The guy with glasses asks the stall owner if he's okay. The main character thinks it's because the price is too high. However, the guy with glasses clenches his fists and insistently says that this is practically for free. He says that this is the first time he has seen such prices since the disappearance of the legendary scientist. The shop owner silently nods his head. A guy with glasses buys a device. The main character looks at him in bewilderment, frowning. He mentally calls it the wonders of the black market. He looks away at how people pass by all sorts of cafes. There are a lot of store signs and lots of shoppers walking around. The main character says that you need to find a place where they sell flowers of the sun. Young Hyesung turns his head from side to side and cannot find anyone selling flowers. He asks Pori to look around, but cannot reach him. Young Hyesung looks in the direction where the dragon's squeak is coming from. The pet bites some girl with red hair, who covers her face with a hood. The main character rushes to help the girl. The dragon hits her in the side. Young Hyesung apologizes and with a regretful look raises his hand, in which a golden light is burning. He apologizes and offers to help heal. The girl hits him on the arm. She rises from the ground and begins to run away. The main character shouts after her. He raises his eyebrows in surprise, his mouth parted. The main character says that all the eccentrics of Korea have gathered here. He notices that the girl begins to become translucent and merge with the surrounding background. Young Hyesung says that stealth technology is not something you see very often. The main character clenches his hand into a fist, straining it. He raises his hand, feeling emptiness instead of a package, and realizes that the girl stole his package. The main character puts his hand on his side and sighs, coming to the conclusion that it's time to get out of here. He turns into a stream of purple energy, disappearing. The girl is standing near a building, her back pressed against its wall. She lowers her hood and with a sly smile says that she has finally broken away from the chase. The girl thoughtfully presses her hand to her chin, looking into the bag. She says that she thought the main character was strong, but he turned out to be weak. The girl is surprised to see that he brought a bronze flower of the sun in an ordinary bag. She walks forward, talking about Jun Hyesung's stupidity, when she suddenly runs straight into him. The girl raises her dissatisfied face, clutching her head. The main character looks down at her angrily. An ominous aura radiates from him. He asks who she called weakling. The girl looks ahead in bewilderment, clasping her hands. She doesn't understand how he ended up here. The main character strokes his pet. Pori smiles contentedly. Young Hyesung says it doesn't matter now. He reaches forward and asks for the package back. He warns that if she gives it up now, she will leave unharmed. The girl hides the package behind her back. She says that she thought the main character was just a fool, and he asks her not to repeat these words. The girl brings the package, extending her hand. She admits that she won't be able to hold her own against Jun Hyesung in a fight and returns the stolen goods. The main character is already holding out his hand with a happy smile and says that the girl quickly gave up. He begins to ask for something in return when the girl suddenly grabs the bag and puts it aside. She extends her finger in front of the guy and smiles slyly, offering a deal. The main character asks why they would suddenly make a deal. The girl is standing right in front of the character in the middle of some nook. She explains that she was born and raised in this place, so she knows every street of the black market. She says there are places here that ordinary people have never heard of. The girl smiles slyly. Her small fang is visible. She turns her blue eyes to the main character. As an example, the girl cites stores that sell flowers of the sun. She says the association controls the flowers of the sun. Typically, transactions related to them are prohibited. You can see a copper flower with a stamp on it that says it is a prohibited item. The girl adds that the flowers are quite rare, so not everyone knows about their existence. The main character folds his arms over his chest, frowning. He asks what the girl wants in return. She spreads her arms to the sides, closing her eyes in a pleasant smile. She says that she will recommend a great place to sell, and the main character will share a quarter of the proceeds with her. The main character looks at her nervously, frowning. He thinks that the girl wants to deceive him. He notices that she doesn't seem like a bad person, so he doesn't feel like fighting her. Young Hyesung turns to the girl, and she stretches out like a cat. The main character says that he will try to intimidate her a little. He towers over the girl, a shadow falls on his face, and an evil grin is visible. The guy asks her if she decided to deceive him. He smiles madly, his eyes sparkling, and says that he wanted to spare her, but it would be better to just kill her. The girl begins to tremble, looking at Jun Hyesung in fear. She pulls her trembling hand with the package forward. The girl lunges forward, frowning and pointing her thumb at herself. She asks to do without threats. The girl says that he would not have been able to find her if she really wanted to hide from him. The main character talks about the place where the girl was bitten by his familiar. He asks if the bite itches. 2 holes from Pori's fangs are visible on the girl's clothes. Jeon Hyesung mentally reasons that the bite itches, but Pori's poison is not capable of anything more. But the girl does not know this. She opens her mouth in horror. Her face becomes covered with sweat. The main character says that he would change his mind if he were in her place, because the poison of his familiar is capable of killing even an S-rank knight. He asks Pori to intimidate the girl. The little dragon rises into the air and makes a fierce face. The main character says that in the black market, the loser is the one who is left in the cold. The girl covers herself in fear with her hand, closing one eye. Young Hyesung says that in battles like this, the most important thing is to look strong. The figure of the main character and a scarlet viper rising from his body are visible. The girl steps back. The protagonist explains that the Scarlet Viper is not real, but this is enough to make the enemy believe his words. Tears well up in the girl's eyes. The main character explains that the enemy should be overwhelmed by fear, thoughts should be confused, and the person will begin to connect bits of information together. Thus, the enemy will further convince himself of what the main character needs. Young Hyesung puts his hands in his pockets and smiles when he notices that the girl wants to run away. He says he will get her wherever she runs away. The guy looks up, making a contemptuous face when the girl asks to spare him. The girl screams and tears roll down her cheeks. The main character says that this is the strategy of the winners. The main character raises his head up. A dark aura rushes around him. He thinks that he has gone too far. However, the girl Jun Hyesung's stealth skill would be difficult to handle. Although he pretends to be calm, he actually somehow found her. The girl stretches her arms forward, protecting herself from the flow of energy. The main character says that if the girl had put more effort into escaping from him, he would have been powerless. The main character looks at the girl with a good-natured smile and introduces himself by name. He mentally notes that he is glad that everything turned out this way. The girl trembles in front of him, her jacket falls off her shoulder. She says her name is Bai Su and she is a black market child. The main character asks the girl to do him a favor. He tilts his face towards her as Bai Su looks at him in surprise and invites her to be his escort. The girl agrees to help the guy. Someone's dark hand is visible on the monster's meat. The man says he was curious who the girl brought with her. A man with sharp fangs and white hair bites into the meat. He says that the girl's companion turned out to be an extremely entertaining young man. The main character looks at the man with white hair in bewilderment, gritting his teeth in disgust. The man says he hasn't introduced himself yet. Young Hyesung says that Bai Su just introduced him to the dealer. The man with white hair introduces himself as Yacha and calls himself the most powerful man in the entire black market. He sits with a piece of meat in his hand, a leopard print cape on his bare, strong shoulders. Otherwise, Yacha is called the father of the black market. The main character, in bewilderment, mentally asks who Bai Su led him to. The main character folds his arms over his chest, looking down thoughtfully. He asks Yacha if he rules this place. The man sinks his fangs into the meat, drawing blood, and grins, assuming so. The main character brings his hand to his face, placing a finger on his chin. He says that this is strange, he came here just to make a deal. But suddenly such a high-ranking person appeared in front of him, and all this for the sake of a deal. The man explains how everything happened, and the image of Bai Su appears, peeking out from behind the door and reporting that a visitor has come to see her father. Yacha says that his daughter came to him because something was bothering her. He asks if, as a father, he shouldn't have handled the situation. The main character notices that Yacha calls Bai-Su a daughter. Young Hyesung looks in surprise, raising his eyebrows naively. The main character says that Yacha doesn't seem too bothered to call Bai-Su that way. Yacha grins, revealing a row of sharp teeth. He opens his mouth in a smile and says it's time to stop talking. The man bows his head in a malicious grin and leans his hands on the chair, reporting that the main character knows the main rule of the black market. The one who is left in the cold loses. The main character disgustedly leans aside, raising his hand. He mentally notes that he understands the workings of the black market. But this is too much because Bai-Su is his daughter. Yacha notices that Jun Hyesung doesn't know how to hide his emotions. Yacha takes a new bite of meat. The main character notices that the meat he is eating is the meat of a monster. Young Hyesung is puzzled as to why he is eating this. The main character opens his mouth slightly, looking forward with displeasure. He said that he thought that the man was one of the monsters, but this was already beyond his understanding. Young Hyesung closes his eyes, exhales intensely and reaches into his pocket. He proposes to resolve the issue with a deal. Mentally, he notes that it is better to deal with everything as quickly as possible and leave here. The guy extends his hand with the package forward and says that he has a bronze flower of the sun. He asks if Yacha is interested in this. The man laughs and notices that Young Hyesung brought something so valuable in an ordinary package. Yacha brings his hand to his chin, grinning. He says that they have been very short of supplies lately, and the guy got a good quality flower. Yacha agrees to the deal. The main character notices that the man didn't think for long. Young Hyesung stands in front of Yacha and Bai-Su, who are sitting in a huge chair. The main character wonders if Yacha is one of those people who are knowledgeable about goods. He is glad that they quickly decided everything. The man lowers his face, crossing his legs. He abruptly says that the main character needs to kill the monster. His hand touches thick gray fur. A hyena with sharp fangs and glowing eyes comes forward to Yacha. The man asks if Young Hyesung is surprised. The main character looks at her in bewilderment and wonders where the monster came from. Yacha says that he is not against the peace deal, but the flower is quite difficult to obtain since it is under the control of the Hunters Association. A picture of a huge multi-story building with an emblem at the main entrance pops up. Yacha says that usually these flowers are obtained from the most suspicious places, and this causes problems. Yacha bares his fangs and flashes his yellow eyes. He says that it is a completely different matter if the main character got the flower himself. The man says that in this case, Jeong Hyesung managed to kill the boss, which means he is able to finish off an ordinary hyena. Yacha warns that there will be no deal if the guy loses to the hyena. The main character looks at Yacha attentively and coldly. The man adds that he has no love for scammers who can only scratch their tongues. Yacha tells Jeon Hyesung to decide whether he will run away or fight. The large mouth of a hyena is visible, from which poison emanates. The main character squeezes a package in his fist. Yacha spreads his hands, covering his eyes, and says that it doesn't look like the guy has a weapon with him. He says that if Jun Hyesung is going to give up, he better leave as soon as possible. The main character turns his back. A purple aura emanates from him. He asks how much money the man will give him for the flower. The hyena lies to the side on its side. The main character turns his calm face, looking coldly at Yacha, and asks him to set the terms ahead. The man frowns and looks at Jun Hyesung with piercing yellow eyes. He bursts into laughter, throwing up his head, and his whole strong body shakes. He leans forward, his mouth wide open in a smile, and says that his daughter has brought a very interesting person. The main character raises an eyebrow in bewilderment and opens his mouth slightly. He asks how much Yacha is willing to pay him. Bai-Su leans forward, frowning, and loudly declares that Jun Hyesung should watch his language when talking to his father. Yacha leans his cheek on his hand and turns to the girl. He glares at her angrily and asks if he gave her his word. Bai-Su clutches her head guiltily. Yacha's scream telling her to know her place echoes throughout the room. The main character lowers his face down. His whole body trembles. He admits that the pressure is very powerful. Yacha smiles again, raising his hand to his mouth, and says that he has forgotten a little. The main character notices that this is not just pressure. The main character is trembling. A shadow falls on his face. Yacha says he didn't want the guy to get hurt too. The guy feels the bloodlust in the air and calls Yacha a psycho. The man clasps his hands on his knees. The main character notices that just because his daughter got into the conversation, he exudes a strong thirst for blood. A cut can be seen on the main character's cheek. He says he has no words. Young Hyesung turns his gaze to his cheek, asking in surprise how bloodlust could hurt him. The main character wonders how strong Yacha is. Bai-Su lies unconscious on the floor. The main character notices this and says that she will need to be treated after what happened. Yacha brings him back into the conversation, talking about the amount for which he will sell the flower. Yacha rubs his chin thoughtfully and thinks how much he should offer. He introduces himself as Young Hyesung, like a businessman holding out a wad of cash. At the same time, Yacha says that he gives 60 million. The main character says that the man instantly became the kindest person in the world. Jun Hyesung clasps his hands and bows to Yacha with a happy smile. The man, in bewilderment, asks if this amount is small for the main character, since he offered much more than the usual market price. The guy says that's not the point and thanks him for the good deal. The main character wonders how Bai Su dared to rob him when she has such a wonderful father. The main character squeezes Yacha's dark hand. He asks what came over the guy. Young Hyesung, with a beaming face, holds the man's hand and asks if he can call him father. Yacha bursts into laughter, squinting his eyes, and calls Jun Hyesung funny. He asks, since they closed the deal, if the main character is going to leave. The guy takes a wad of money and counts the bills, smiling joyfully. He says he has no more business here. Bai Su angrily throws his finger forward, frowning, and says that Jun Hyesung must heal her first. The guy extends his finger forward. A golden stream of energy comes from him. Bai Su admires the ancient spell. The main character says that the name is banal and asks how the effect is. The girl looks at her hands, sitting on the floor on her knees, and in surprise says that it is just a miracle, and that all her wounds have disappeared. The guy leans towards her, crouching on one knee, and says that he did not poison her. He also apologizes for lying. The girl looks at Jun Hyesung with relief, smiling, and he apologizes again. She sharply clenches her hand into a fist and says that she roared only from fear and her own stupidity. The main character says he is sorry. The girl aggressively rushes at Jun Hyesung, insulting him. He dodges her fist and talks about the main rule of the black market. The main character runs away with a smile from the enraged Bai Su, who threatens him that next time he will not get off so easily. Jun Hyesung laughs and tells her to stop stealing and earn an honest living. He brings up 2 fingers and gives them a slight wave. The main character says goodbye to the girl, who angrily shouts at him not to pretend to be cool. You can see open doors and white light behind them. The leaf flies inside the room. Yacha looks after him with a calm face and says that the guy has left. Bai Su stands nearby, a shadow falling on her face. Her father wonders if she is completely healed. She confirms his words and asks him not to worry. The girl looks ahead confidently and says that the scar that Yacha left on her is still with her. Yacha leans his head on his hand with his fist raised and asks her if he is still angry. The girl replies that she has already forgotten about it. The man looks ahead thoughtfully, his mouth parted. The stones lie on the floor. They are surrounded by a purple haze. The man grabs the smoke with his hand. It oozes through his fingers. Yacha thinks that this is left from Jun Hyesung and says that now he understands why Bai Su was fooled. Yacha opens his palm. Smoke comes from the burnt skin. He says it is sticky and unpleasant to the touch. Yacha thinks that even after the guy was touched by his bloodlust, it only left a small scratch. The man wonders if the main character is that strong. Yacha begins to compare his strength to something and remembers an episode from the past. He is on his knees, his head bowed low and his whole body trembling. Yacha asks to kill him. Some man in a raincoat stands with his back to him. He has no hand. She asks why Yacha is close to her and asks him to kill him. The girl turns with a smile to the man kneeling. She asks him to get up because he still has the strength to fight. A sly smile is visible on the girl's face. She offers him a choice: get back on his feet and continue the fight, or remain in pain after being left alive. The man frowns, looking down with his yellow eyes, and says that these are unpleasant memories. Sister Jeong Hyesung kneels in the house, her figure visible outside the door. She says that the main character should not be nervous and mumble, and that he should let people know that he is not a child. The girl extends her hand with a smile, holding care products in the other. She says that Jun Hyesung needs to look great in front of the judges. The neat comb on the main character's head is visible. He is dressed presentably in a suit and abruptly announces that he is only going to register for the exam, not take it. The sister looks at him disappointed and asks why he didn't tell earlier. The guy replies that he did. An emblem in the form of a shield and 2 swords can be seen on the building. 2 men are standing, one in a business suit, the other in a tracksuit. The guy with blue hair asks if there is another problem. They notice the main character in a hoodie in front of him. He slowly walks past them. The guy in the business suit says that this person looks like a weakling, and is surprised that such people also come for testing. The guy with blue hair says that he hears this as if from an amateur. He adds that now it is stupid to judge a hunter by his appearance. The man says that the guy looks like a sick person and that it's disgusting to look at him. The main character takes off his hood. A shadow falls on his eyes. He moves deeper into the crowd of people in the building. The guys say that if he paved the way for them, they will only be happy. The main character looks around at everything around him. He makes a nervous and angry face, frowning, and mentally says that he heard everything. He adds that he will remember their faces. At this moment, the faces of a guy in a business suit and a guy with blue hair appear. The main character threatens that he will never heal these guys. Young Hyesung submits his application, placing it on the front desk. The application is accepted. The main character says that he thought that most of his spots were already healed. He looks down, silently pursing his lips. He asks himself if he looks bad. The girl at the front desk hands him the registration form with a disgusted look and says that the application has been reviewed, so he can leave. The main character comes to the conclusion that he still looks bad. He turns away from the woman with a sad face and crumples the piece of paper, thinking that she could at least hide her disgust. Young Hyesung admits that he feels embarrassed. The girl asks to come next to the counter, and a man in sunglasses and a checkered jacket appears. He takes off his glasses and looks at Jun Hyesung with displeasure, stating that if someone like that registers as a healer, it will harm the reputation of the association. The girls at the front desk look shyly at the bespectacled guy in front of them, captivated by his beauty. One of them asks if it is Yu Ji-won. The guy admits that he was caught. The girls rejoice. One clutches his registration form to her. Yu Ji-won smiles politely and asks them to pretend not to see him, since the fact that he is registering as a hunter is a secret to the others. The guy puts on all his charm, winking and putting his finger to his lips, asking if the girls can keep it a secret. They agree. The main character goes down the long steps and reflects that he has checked in and now needs to return home. The guy looks at his form and thinks that he did it faster than he expected. He thinks about what to eat on the way home. Some woman is standing with a poster in her hands. It says about the abandoned Jebendon and the question of why they are doomed to death. The woman calls on the Guild of Fame for an explanation. A man with a pitiful face screams loudly, holding the poster forward. The main character thinks that this is a peaceful protest. The main character looks at the man in bewilderment. A man in a suit rushes past. Young Hyesung thinks there have been far fewer protests, even though it was a real disaster. Sometimes the main character thinks about this. He looks at the protester with regret in his eyes. A man in a suit shouts that holding rallies here is prohibited and that the protester can be taken away by the police. The main character thinks about what would have happened if he had woken up earlier. A man in a Panama hat with tears in his eyes rushes at a man in a suit and insists that the Guild of Glory could come and save people. The main character says that if he had woken up earlier, this woman would not have had to stage a protest. The woman covers her face with her hands, trembling with sobs. The man tries to calm her down. She asks why her child had to die. The man says that if she continues, she will be banned from coming here. A woman begs to see the president of the association. The main character at this moment clenches his hand in a fist. The man tells the woman that even he finds it difficult to arrange a meeting with the president. The main character looks ahead in horror, his face obscured by a hoodie. The man from the association promises to do his best. On the opposite side of the road from the woman and the man, a man in a suit appears. He rudely calls the man from the association. A man with red hair and a cigarette in his mouth appears. He says that he ordered to quietly investigate, but the guy in the suit did not carry out the order. The main character thinks about who this man is. The red-haired guy pushes his colleague aside as he approaches the woman. This is a member of the association, Namkaidek, a knight class with a physical level of E, the skills of a master of war, deception of movement, a calm face of the battlefield. Namkaidek lights a cigarette, frowning tensely. The main character argues that he is one of the subordinates of the association with level E. Namkaidek addresses the woman. He looks down at her, takes a drag, and blows smoke. The man reminds him that he already said that he won't let her come anywhere near her if she continues to scream. The main character thinks that this person is quite difficult to get along with. Namkaidek puts his hand with the cigarette aside, exhaling. He asks the woman why she ignores what others say and says that the president has no time for her. The man puts his hands in his pocket, looking straight at the woman, and tells her that he warned her and that she is making things worse for herself. Namkaidek encourages the beginner to look carefully while moving the cigarette in his mouth. The guy behind him flinches, raising his hands, and asks Namkaidek to stop. The man says that in order to make a person stop doing something, he must do it quickly and with all his strength. Namkaidek raises his hand, clenching it into a fist, and moves towards the woman. He raises his hand in a blow and brings it down on the woman, explaining that this is the only way information reaches people. A rising ball of dust and smoke and a sharp movement in the air are visible. It dissipates, flowing with white mist. Kaitek tells us that the woman should have listened to him from the very beginning. He notices that something is wrong. Nam Kaitek's hand, clenched into a fist, is intercepted by the protagonist's hand. The association's new employee stands in horror with his hand raised. The main character does not understand what is happening. The woman hides behind him, dodging the blow. Young Hyesung protects her. The main character looks in front of him contemptuously. His body is covered with a purple aura. He begins to insult Nam Kaitek. The guy with red hair moves his hand to the side and looks at Jun Hyesung, asking who he is and where he came from. The main character puts his fist forward and tells Nam Kaitek not to dare take a step, otherwise he will hit him. Young Hyesung looks at the man with his mouth parted, his pupils constricted. He clarifies whether Nam Kaitek is one of the subordinates of the association. Young Hyesung asks why the association's hunters are using force on ordinary citizens and whether Nam Kaitek has gone crazy. The man looks at the veiny hand of the protagonist and says that he is only doing his job. He asks Jeong Hyesung who he is to interfere in his affairs. The main character removes his fist to the side, looking at Nam Kaitek in surprise. He says he is a novice hunter. Nam Kaitek puts his hands in his pockets and looks down, threatening the main character to get out of the way. Jun Hyesung raises his hand, surrounded by a dark aura, and asks what will happen if he doesn't leave. An orange aura appears around Nam Kaitek, and with a stern face he tells him to prepare to get what he deserves. The woman leans forward with a worried look. She warns the main character that this is dangerous. Young Hyesung asks not to worry about him. The guy turns his face to her, smiling, and says that victory is always his. Nam Kaitek frowns, his eyes blazing with fire. He leans forward and says that Young Hyesung speaks very loud words. The main character asks him if he has moved. The man, confused, asks what he means. The main character folds his arms over his chest and exhales nervously. He explains that Kaitek told Nam not to take another step. He ironically asks the same question the man asked about why he ignores what other people say. The main character turns a cold and contemptuous look at the enemy and says that he warned him. The main character grabs the man by the face, knocking him to the ground with a powerful blow. He says Nam Kaitek didn't listen to him. The man looks furious at the hand on his face. He thinks about who the main character is. Jeon Hyesung slams Nam Kaitek into the ground with a sharp push, causing smoke to rise. Nam Kaitek concludes that the protagonist is not just a newcomer. The main character looks in surprise, his mouth slightly open, and says that the man only knows how to talk, but also dares to call himself a member of the association. Nam Kaitek leans with one hand on the ground. A pool of blood can be seen under him. The main character provokes him with phrases that the enemy should just lie down and not try to get up. Nam Kaitek clenches his teeth, revealing his fangs. His entire face is covered in blood. He starts to say something, but Jun Hyesung interrupts him. Nam Kaitek raises his face, distorted with rage, his eyes sparkling. He shouts that he will kill the main character. Young Hyesung tells him he's funny. The main character squats down in front of the man and calls him a master of war with a smile. He provokes him. Young Hyesung tilts his face while sitting in front of Nam Kaitek. He lists the man's skills and calls the battlefield deadpan face the funniest. Nam Kaitek raises his face, looking at Jeong Hyesung in surprise and embarrassment. He doesn't understand how the main character knows his skills. Young Hyesung grabs the badge on the jacket of the man with red hair. The protagonist says that if he represents an association, he should set an example. He rips the badge off Nam Kaitek's suit, looking him straight in the face. The woman at this moment looks at the guys, trembling with fear. The main character explains that Nam Kaitek must not protect the reputation of the Glory Guild, but ordinary citizens. 3 formally dressed people appear on the porch of the building. Among them is President Gugongi, who is closely watching what is happening. The main character stands in front of Nam Kaitek, wondering why hunters look like gangsters everywhere. The president draws attention to himself. He approaches Jeong Hyesung with a determined gait, descending the steps. Gugongi asks what happened. He especially emphasizes that everything happened on the territory of the Sacred Association. The main character turns an indifferent face towards him. The president looks at them arrogantly, his green eyes sparkling. He says if the guys want to cause a stir, they should do it somewhere else. Rank S is the highest level of human strength in the hunter himself. A man with a strong body, wearing a superhero costume, raises one leg. A creature appears with many eyes and a red disproportionate body. People are looking at him. The monster raises one arm, swinging. The creature hits the ground, rocks flying to the sides from the shock wave. It speaks of death, defeat or despair. Then about the danger that every hunter faces. People from the association are visible, covering themselves with shields with the emblem of the Guild of Glory. A man turns his head in fear. The girl behind him looks ahead in fear. It is said that some hunters are different because they are not ordinary hunters. A man is holding back a monster's huge fist. He looks back, looking at the people with calm green eyes, and asks if they are okay. Such hunters know no defeat. A pumped-up girl with long thick hair comes forward. She asks the other hunters to stay back as they might get hit if they stand too close. The girl brings a cigarette to her mouth, lighting it. She moves her hand to the side, a trail of flame trailing behind her. The girl sets fire to the monster, which writhes painfully, engulfed in flames. Such hunters do not despair and do not give up. People run away in horror, seeing the burning monster falling on them. Maria folds her hands in prayer. Her hair curls around her face. She turns to God to protect them. The girl soars high into the air on many wings reminiscent of an angel. Such hunters work wonders. Maria summons an all-consuming barrier, and a golden dome covers the people. This is S rank. The president's face appears, looking sternly down. He belongs to the S rank in the night class. Maria stands next to him, raising her eyebrows in surprise. She is also an S rank and a healer. The president admits that he came out here because of the noise. Thugongi, Maria and their chubby colleague walk down the steps. Thugongi says that the main character accomplished a great feat. A huge crater can be seen in the tiles in front of the building. The president says that Young Hyesung not only attracted the attention of the association, but also attacked its member. Nam Kaidak looks away, his forehead is broken. Thugongi asks if the newcomer is arrogant. The main character looks at him directly and gloomily, with frowning eyebrows. The president strictly looks down. He rhetorically asks Jeong Hyesung if he thinks he can force his opinions on others because he is strong. He encourages Young Hyesung to think with her head and only then make decisions, but the main character interrupts him, saying that this is all nonsense. A vein appears on the president's face and he asks him to repeat what he said. The main character covers his mouth with his hand and says that he said his thoughts out loud without thinking. He puts his hands forward, standing significantly lower than Thugongi and his colleagues. The main character asks that if they want to stop them, then shouldn't they do it in a proper way? The main character raises one arm, bending it at the elbow. Young Hyesung says that he understands that the whole situation seems absurd and that everything can be misunderstood. The main character turns his head back, looking at Nam Kaidak, and says that he knows that newcomers are prohibited from attacking members of the association. He asks if the hunter can then use force against ordinary people. Nam Kaidak wipes his face with his hand. Maria, standing behind the president of the association, covers her face with her palm in horror. The main character clarifies that if this is allowed, then he apologizes. He said he would not have stopped the man if he had known such behavior was normal. He clarifies that he is talking about whether a knight is allowed to attack townspeople. Young Hyesung spreads his arms to the sides, smiling guiltily, and says that since he foolishly got involved in this matter, he must be punished. The president raises his hand to his chin, thoughtfully. He glances back at a worried Maria, who folds her arms over her chest. Thugongi exhales tensely, closing his eyes, and apologizes, admitting that he was wrong. Thugongi lowers his green eyes and says with a calm face that the main character did the right thing. He announces that the hunter who attacked a defenseless man will be punished. The president begins to talk about the victim. He turns to the vice president. A plump man with rings on his hands says he will resolve this issue. His name is Yuan. A man in a suit with a worried face takes the crying woman aside. The vice president puts his hands behind his back and says he will go first. The president concludes that they will leave the meeting for later. The main character folds his arms over his chest, exhaling in relief. He's glad things didn't go too far. Jun Hyesung asks if Thugongi is leaving. He turns his face to stare at Jun Hyesung. The main character raises his hand to his chin, looking away thoughtfully. He thinks that the president doesn't know something. Then he says that the woman is from Jebandan. Thugongi's face changes. A vein appears on his forehead. The main character explains that the woman lost her child during the incident. Maria folds her hands in horror, covering her mouth with her palms. Young Hyesung looks at the president with a naive look. He says that this terrible loss could have been avoided. Young Hyesung begins to walk up the stairs and turns to Thugongi. He looks at the stairs carefully with his head down. Young Hyesung asks if this building is too clean. He looks around the huge high-rise building, sparkling in the sun. The main character says that there is not a single speck of dirt on this building, and that it is pleasant to look at. The main character raises a calm face, standing right in front of the president. He says that in contrast to the association building, Jebin-don is still covered in pools of blood. The president looks down at the guy. Young Hyesung smiles and looks straight into Gu Gongyi's eyes, revealing that he is also from Gibangdong. The main character begins to say that he is glad that Gupadong had excellent protection and that there were no casualties. The president looks at him with a serious face, pursing his lips. Jun Hyesung's face breaks into a wide smile. Then it suddenly turns dark and Jun Hyesung looks at Gu Gongyi coldly. He asks why he wasn't there. Young Hyesung casually puts his hand on his neck, closing his eyes, and says that he tried to understand him, but he didn't even try to save them. Maria anxiously grabs her hand. A shadow falls on her face. The main character says that he blames them, although they have nothing to do with it. Young Hyesung remembers Jin sitting in a room with many monitors. The doctor checked the surveillance cameras in the area. The main character says that this is not even the point. Jin raises his head and with a regretful face says that if the Glory Guild had been in Jebin-don, the number of victims could have been halved. The main character says that, as far as he knows, the boss was difficult to deal with. Young Hyesung looks intently at the president, whose face is always stern. The main character asks why he threw away the lives of those who could have been saved. Young Hyesung asks him to say something. Gu Gongyi frowns and looks down thoughtfully. The main character frowns aggressively and rushes at him with reproaches, asking him to stop being silent. The president clenches his teeth. His straight row of teeth is visible. He says that Young Hyesung is still so young. The main character furrows his eyebrows in bewilderment, looking at Gu Gongyi defiantly. The president says that he is being emotional instead of thinking rationally. He pushes back his jacket sleeve, looking at his watch. Gu Gongyi reproaches Young Hyesung for being a narrow-minded person, so he is unable to distinguish right from wrong, and does not understand when to speak and when to remain silent. Gu Gongyi realizes that the main character is full of energy. After that, he raises his head and looks darkly at Jun Hyesung, green eyes sparkling. He says that the main character must be aware of who he is talking to and calmly convey the essence of his thoughts, because Young Hyesung is a person, not an animal. The main character raises one eyebrow, opening his mouth slightly. He grins sharply, bringing his fist to his mouth. Young Hyesung says the president knows how to sound convincing. The main character asks how can he not know who Gu Gongyi is. He starts saying that the president is the #1 knight in Korea, while he was defeated by Kang Hyun. The president lowers his head down, his strong back is visible. Gu Gongyi interrupts him, addressing him as if he were a newbie. Something like a green circle begins to form around the president, Maria and Jeong Hyesung. A huge column of green energy rushes upward. Gu Gongyi clenches his hands into fists, his eyes glowing. He says that he tried to be polite to Jun Hyesung, but he went too far. He raises his face, on which a shadow falls, only his eyes glow. The man says that Jun Hyesung has a lot of confidence in his abilities. Something purple appears in the air and has a strange shape. The president looks around him intensely. Violet energy flows in and mixes with green. The main character mentally asks Gu Gongyi to continue speaking. The main character stands right in front of the president, defiantly looking him in the face, green and purple smoke spreading along the ground. Gu Gongyi asks if Young Hyesung has lost his mind. The main character spreads his arms to the sides with a smile on his face. He repeats the president's words and says that no one can know how confident he is until he experiences it for sure. The main character looks forward decisively and coldly and offers to check. The main character mentally notes that he will never bow his head to Gu Gongyi. The guy in sunglasses and with juice in his hand stands leaning on a red car. Someone notices him and says that he looks even more attractive in real life. Yu Ji-won looks ahead coldly through his glasses as he takes a sip of his juice. He thinks that fans have appeared nearby again. Yu Ji-won looks at the guy and girl in front of him. He thinks that it is important not to attract attention, otherwise he will not be able to avoid fans later. The guy plans to quickly sign an autograph and leave. Yu Ji-won asks the guy and girl to give him a pen and a piece of paper. The strangers turn to him in surprise. Yu Ji-won repeats his request, but the guy and girl don't understand why they have to do this. Yu Ji-won waves his hand as if beckoning strangers to come to him. He asks if they were going to get his autograph. The guy raises his eyebrow in surprise. The girl puts her hand to her mouth, looking at Yu Ji-won. The guy says that he didn't intend to take an autograph, and the girl doesn't understand what's wrong with this man. Yu Ji-won questions the fact that people approached him without even knowing who he was. He straightens his hair with his hand, making a dissatisfied face. Mentally, the guy thinks that he is incredibly attractive and charms even those who do not know about him. The couple says Yu Ji-won is wrong. The guy points his finger to the side and says to look there, because there is a new hunter there. Yu Ji-won turns around and adjusts his glasses. The guy frowns, his pride is hurt. The stranger says that standing next to the newcomer is the famous S-rank knight Gu Gongyi. An emerald column of energy is visible, from which whirlwinds rise. People look in that direction in surprise. The main character stands relaxed with his hands in his pocket. The man puts his hand forward and says that he will forgive Jun Hyesung if he apologizes now. His eyebrows tense and his eyes shine with a dark gleam. Gu Gongyi says to make a decision that the main character will not regret. The main character raises his finger in an indecent gesture and says that he does not agree with such conditions. The man straightens his tie with his hand. The veins on the back of his hand are visible. He angrily says that the guy decided to risk his life. The president puts his hand to the side, tensing his fingers. The main character stands in front of him, shrouded in an aura. Gu Gongyi says that the lesson will be expensive for Jun Hyesung, but no one cares. The president extends his hand forward. A green aura emanates from it. He says that the main character will be an exception. Maria enters the dialogue. She looks at them seriously and says that Gu Gongyi has gone too far. A pentagram formed by the president's hand can be seen right next to Jeong Hyesung's face. It expands and reaches the size of the man himself, and a stream of green energy bursts out of it. Maria spreads her arms, lowering her palms, from which a yellow glow emanates. The woman lowers her face, covering her eyes. She says that Gu Gongyi is showing off his strength to encourage Jun Hyesung. She raises her confident and excited face. A crowd of people gathers around them. The president has his hand almost on the main character's neck. Maria states that people may misunderstand the president, so she asks them to stop. Some guy raises an eyebrow with relief and says that it was just a demonstration. The girl looks at the president with admiration. The man in glasses remarks with a smile that the newcomer was lucky to see Gu Gongyi's demonstration of strength. The guy in the apron next to him folds his arms over his chest and says that he would like to do the same. The president looks away, his face calm again. He places his hand on Jun Hyesung's shoulder. He leans towards the main character with a fake smile and says that he is embarrassed to teach Jun Hyesung without demonstrating all the abilities. He wonders if Jung Hyesung learned anything new. The main character notices that he is disgusted by this behavior. Gu Gongyi closes his eyes with a pleasant smile. He brings his face close to Jun Hyesung's ear and tells him with a smirk not to make a displeased face. The president takes a careful look at Jeon Hyesung, whose face is cast in a gloomy shadow. Gu Gongyi says that they will see each other quite often from now on. Maria stands behind the men. The main character lowers his head. Gu Gongyi puts his hand in his pants pocket. Maria asks the president to stop. She says she dispersed the crowd, but if he continues, she will not stand by his side. The girl bows low with her head down and apologizes to Jung Hyesung. Sorrow is visible on her face, although her hair slightly hides it. Maria admits that she has nothing to say about the gate incident. She promises to provide appropriate apologies and compensation to those affected. The main character turns to her. The president watches him. Jung Hyesung stands half-turned, clenching his hands into fists. He says that Gabon-dan was under the control of the Guild of Glory and it was obliged to protect it. He notes that even a 3-year-old child knows about this. The main character says that the association did not keep its promise. Maria furrows her eyebrows in pain, raising her face. She tries to say something, but the main character looks at her displeasedly. Disappointment is visible on his face. He says people don't need ostentatious apologies. The president opens his mouth slightly, knitting his eyebrows and looking at the main character. Jeon Hyesung asks why they need a strong shield and a miracle, why an apology and compensation. Maria looks down, silently listening. A poster can be seen lying on the floor. The main character asks what the point of all this is if people are already dead. The president clenches his hand into a fist, veins protruding from it. Maria asks Gu Gongyi to stop. She humbly lowers her head, her hair falling over her face. The girl says that Jun Hyesung's words are true. Maria's face darkens. She bows even lower, repenting. The girl says that what happened is on their conscience. The main character raises his face with a wide smile. He thinks that someone might think badly of him. Jung Hyesung says that he doesn't need courtesy from these people who didn't even make an effort to protect the people. The main character clenches his hand in a fist. It trembles. Jung Hyesung says he is filled with rage when he remembers his sister who almost died. An image of a wounded girl with a pitiful smile on her face emerges. The main character understands that the association wants to hush up the matter with money. The main character turns his face. A shadow falls on him. He says that the dead cannot be brought back. Jung Hyesung desperately says it's his fault. The main character turns around and angrily leaves the people from the association, asking them not to use people's lives to prosper their own business. The main character says that he is a fool for believing in the words of association. Maria watches the guy leaving and asks him to wait. The main character turns around, looking at her seriously. The girl turns to him with a request. She presses her hand to her chest, looking guiltily at the floor, and asks what class Jun Hyesung indicated when applying. Young Hyesung looks at the girl carefully, pursing his lips. He says he's going to be a healer. Maria raises her eyebrows in surprise, her mouth parted. The guy clenches his hand in a fist. His hair flutters in the wind. He says he can't save everyone either. Jun Hyesung puts his hand forward, looking confidently at Maria. He says he won't abandon people, unlike the association. The guild building is visible in the rays of the setting sun. The president stands next to Maria, head down. He says the choice of healer is unusual. Gu Gongyi looks away, a shadow falls on his face. He says that Jeong Hyesung has a hard ether for a healer. The president prophesies that the main character will be an outstanding healer. The guy goes down the stairs past the houses, hanging his head low. He grits his teeth in anger and thinks about how he lost. The main character kicks a stone down the street. Jun Hyesung says he didn't intend to fight Gu Gongyi thinking he would win. Thanks to the scandal caused by a member of the association, people gathered around. Young Hyesung remembers the scene with the woman and the man with red hair. The main character begins to think about Maria. The face of a fair woman pops up, and one can see concern on it. The main character thinks that the girl would intervene and stop the fight. The main character remembers how he stood with a shocked face, his eyes wide open. He says he felt insignificant at that moment. The president appears as a great mountain, which can be seen behind the man's back. The main character looks down upset, raising his eyebrows. He says he thought he was stronger, but he's still far from perfect. The main character sees an open door to his house. Young Hyesung thinks about the fact that they have guests. Jun Hyesung takes off his shoes, holding them on the doorframe. He warns that he has come home. At the same time, he hears someone else's voice talking about something that is currently trending. Young Hyesung's sister holds a box of toys and strange things. Someone explains to her that now everyone walks around with such things. The sister turns to the newly arrived Young Hyesung with a smile on her face. The sister asks how long ago the brother managed to become friends with some girl. Suddenly Bai-Su appears, smiling widely. She says that she was waiting for the main character. He points his finger at the red-haired girl in bewilderment, frowning and recognizing her. Bai-Su leans in with a friendly wave and a wink. She says hello and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The main character mentally asks what the girl is doing in his house. He starts to say something and Bai-Su asks again. The main character points his thumb at the open door and kicks the girl out. You can see a long but narrow staircase between the houses and a blue gate. Bai-Su flies straight out of the gate and into the street. A cloud of dust from the impact can be seen rising. Bai-Su lies on the ground in disbelief, eyes wide open. Young Hyesung turns around and walks towards the house, closing the gate and saying goodbye. The girl asks him to wait. The main character turns his face and looks at Bai-Su over his shoulder. The girl asks if they have become friends. She states that the main character is heartless towards his only friend. Bai-Su pretends to be sacrificial, wiping tears from her eyes. She says she came to see Jun Hyesung. The guy asks if Aicha sent her. A purple glow appears around the main character. He opens his mouth. His eyes light up with a dark violet glow. The guy asks him to tell Yacha that if he dares to contact him like this again, then he should forget about their future deals. He says that he is an important salesman for Yacha, and that if he does not want to ruin his relationship with him, then it would be better for him to respect the boundaries of what is permitted. The girl looks at Jun Hyesung in bewilderment. She is slightly scared. Sister Jeon Hyesung calls him. The main character looks away, turning his head. The girl delivers a swift blow to his chin. The guy flies up, twisting. He falls right next to Bai-Su, while his sister remains in a fighting stance. A girl with long hair folds her arms across her chest, displeasedly scolding her brother for kicking out his friend instead of inviting her into the house. Bai-Su looks at the girl in surprise, lowering his hands. The sister continues her reproaches, saying that the main character did not think that Bai-Su would be hurt. She orders Jun Hyesung to apologize to the girl. Touching tears well up in Bai-Su's eyes. She runs to her sister Jeong Hyesung, who has her arms outstretched for a hug. The main character lies lifeless on the floor. A huge multi-lane road and a blue car can be seen. Bai-Su asks if the main character still resents her. She says she has already apologized for getting involved with his sister. Young Hyesung rests his hand on the door of the convertible, looking to the side. Bai-Su drives the car and swears that she and Yacha had no intention of doing anything to his sister. The main character says he knows they wouldn't do that. Bai-Su turns his surprised face towards the main character, raising his eyebrows. She asks why Jun Hyesung reacted so strongly then. The main character rests his chin on his hand, looking to the side. He starts talking about Yacha. The image of a man appears, tattoos are visible on his strong back. The main character says he's not worried about Bai-Su, but he doesn't trust Yacha. Jung Hyesung says that although the man is honest in his dealings, he has too many skeletons in his closet. He doesn't know about Yacha's past and his motives or what he strives for. The main character begins to talk about what would have happened if Yacha had placed a dangerous artifact on Bai-Su without her knowledge. A picture appears of Bai-Su standing in front of her sister, and inside the girl with red hair there is a beacon. The main character asks the question of whether Bai-Su could in such a case, that everything would be fine with his sister. The girl holds the steering wheel, smiling awkwardly. She says it's a difficult question. Bai-Su raises his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the road in front of him. She says that father wants to be a good partner for Jun Hyesung, so he sent Bai-Su personally. The main character throws his head back and says that Yacha is using Bai-Su to keep an eye on him. The girl frowns and turns to him with a puzzled face, asking how he knew about this. Many hands reach out to a golden flower, illuminated in the dark. The main character says that he heard that the flowers of the sun are becoming increasingly difficult to get. The demand for them remains the same, but the association has begun to monitor them more closely. He remembers how he stood with a package near a slain hyena. Jung Hyesung says that at such times, someone appears with the flowers of the sun. He notes that he would also keep an eye on such a person if he were in Yacha's place. The main character says that he did not expect that they would start spying on him in such an obvious way. He asks about them underestimating him. Bai-Su tilts his head to the side, looking at Jung Hyesung. She says that he saw through them. However, the main character is a special case. Bai-Su holds onto the steering wheel. Engrossed in driving and talking, the guy carefully looks at her from the side. The girl says that she has never been asked to follow someone. Bai-Su explains that she is not Yacha's blood relative. At the same time, their differences in physique, height, and skin color are noticeable. Bai-Su says that she calls the man father because he got that nickname on the black market, so he is not her real father. Bai-Su's figure is seen wearing a hoodie among the people in the market. The girl says that she is no different from an ordinary homeless person. She doesn't understand why Yacha liked her. The main character silently watches Bai-Su. The girl points a finger at herself. A slight blush is visible on her cheeks. She says maybe she's special. Jung Hyesung looks at her with contempt, his eyebrows furrowed. He asks if she's the type of girl who thinks she's a princess. Bai-Su asks him to shut up and listen. The figure of a man appears, rubbing his chin with his hand. The girl says that Jun Hyesung must have felt that Yacha was different from others. She warns that he is not an ordinary person. Bai-Su smiles, the scar visible on her cheek. She says this wound is proof of that. Yacha is seen in a leather jacket. He looks carefully at the knife in his hand. Bai-Su admits that he still cannot understand why Yacha did this. She says that on the day she was sold on the black market, Yacha looked at her and stabbed her in the face. Blood splashes in the form of a powerful jet are visible. Little Bai-Su hugs her knees with her head down. The girl admits that then she wanted to commit suicide. She explains that she was overcome with despair at the thought that she would have to spend her whole life with such a person. A clear sky and rays of sun are visible. Bai-Su says that she faced the next day with such thoughts. However, her father did nothing to her the rest of the days. Bai-Su looks at the road thoughtfully as she continues to drive. The main character touches the girl on the head and suggests that she go to the hospital, suggesting that she was beaten so badly that she does not remember anything. The girl frowns angrily and shouts that this is not so. The main character looks at Bai-Su with a sly smile, folding his arms over his chest. He says the last time he threw Bai-Su into the wall. The girl tries to explain this act. She stretches out behind the wheel like a cat and smiles. The car rushes forward, its hood is visible. Bai-Su asks how the protagonist thinks the owner of this car died. The main character looks at the girl in horror. An incredulous shadow falls on his face. He says that he doesn't know and that such things scare him. Jung Hyesung asks if Bai-Su gave him some kind of psychological test. Bai-Su asks him to simply answer her question. The main character turns his face to the girl and asks why she drives the car so easily. Bai-Su flinches when asked about his driver's license and breaking the law. Beads of sweat roll down Bai-Su's face as she smiles nervously. The girl says that her question was too difficult for Jun Hyesung. She says she will answer herself. Jung Hyesung again shouts about his rights and asks for an answer. The girl asks if he has ever heard of poisonous poppy. The guy puts his hand to his chin, raising his eyes thoughtfully. He says that he had heard about this flower. Bai-Su replies that it is a fairly famous plant in the dungeons. It looks like an ordinary plant, but if someone processes it and drinks the nectar, they will lose control over their senses and begin to experience glitches. Violet leaves of some plant are visible in the sunlight. The girl concludes that it is a psychotropic substance. The leaves turn sharply black, as if a shadow had fallen on them. You can see someone's eye with bulging veins. Bai-Su says that the poisonous poppy is highly addictive. Someone's hands are visible handing over a bag of substance. Bai-Su says it's not hard to get one. A man is seen under the effect of the plant. He sits with his head thrown back and smiling. Bai-Su says that a person becomes addicted to poisonous poppy seeds almost immediately. But the worst thing is that it does not harm the body in any way, but only causes addiction. The next day the same guy wakes up in bed cheerfully and stretches his arms up. The main character thoughtfully takes his chin with his hand, raising one eyebrow. Bai-Su asks if he thinks it's not that scary. The main character raises his eyebrows in surprise, lowering his hand. Bai-Su says that if he thinks like this, he too will easily become addicted to poisonous poppy. Bai-Su puts a hand to his face, tilting his head to the side thoughtfully. She says this is how the poisonous poppy destroys human lives. A picture appears of many hands reaching for a bag of powder against the backdrop of a mountain of gold. Bai-Su says that although poisonous poppy is easy to buy, it costs a lot of money, because there is more demand for it than the product itself. Bai-Su adds that even when addicts are broke, they can't stop taking it, and that's how addiction works. A blue convertible speeds along the road. Bai-Su says something similar happened to the owner of the car. Things got to the point where he was unable to buy the poisonous poppy and, accordingly, was unable to pay his father on time. The figure of Yacha is seen sitting on the boxes, and a naked man in front of him. Bai-Su asks the main character what he thinks his father will do if the payment is delayed by even a day. Yacha smiles cruelly, his eyes shining with a yellow gleam. The head of a dog with furious eyes and a human hand in its mouth is visible. Bai-Su explains that Yacha fed the man to the dogs. The dogs crowd around the pool of blood, mouths open. Bai-Su explains that Yacha doesn't care about people's feelings and suffering. The girl calmly looks ahead of her, driving the car with one hand. She says that only death awaited all these people. Yacha is seen sitting in front of a crowd of dead bodies. Bai-Su says that people who get on his father's nerves, people who tried to steal from him, and even those who couldn't follow orders all met this fate. Bai-Su hated him for this. Little Bai-Su stands in front of Yacha, who looks down at her. The girl says that she began to rebel. She stopped obeying him, tried to steal money from him. You can see the face of little Bai-Su with tears in her eyes, pursing her lips. She admits that she thought she was going to die when she saw Yacha's eyes that day. The man flashes his yellow eyes viciously. Bai-Su says Yacha didn't do anything to her. Yacha walks past a little girl with her hands in her pocket. Bai-Su holds the steering wheel in his hands, raising his eyebrows in surprise. She explains that this happened to her. She doesn't know why things turned out this way. The girl explains that Jun Hyesung has nothing to worry about. A memory flashes back to how the main character interacted rudely with Yacha. The girl says that when Jun Hyesung started showing off in front of Yacha, if it had been anyone else in his place, he would have lost his head that very moment. The girl concludes that Yacha likes the main character so much. Jung Hyesung looks away, tensely clutching his hand. He hesitantly says that this makes him happy. The car stops in the middle of a mountainous area. Bai-Su says that while they were chatting, they had already arrived at the right place. The girl raises her hand forward, pointing her palm in front of her. She asks where Jun Hyesung thinks she took him. A huge dark portal is visible, bordered by a purple glow. The girl says that there should be a silver flower of the sun in this dungeon. The main character opens his mouth slightly, looking at the portal in surprise. He asks if the monsters here will be much stronger if the silver sunflower is here. The girl leans forward, putting her hands behind her back, and smiles slyly. She says she hopes the main character returns safe and sound. Jung Hyesung smiles and raises one eyebrow at the girl. He asks her not to overthink things and not to worry. Jung Hyesung confidently walks forward with his hands in his pocket. He calls himself the king of this place. The action moves inside a poisonous dungeon. The natural landscape is visible. Bai-Su throws things out of her bag. She thinks that this might be useful to her. The girl takes out a flask with liquid from her bag and joyfully says that she found it. Jung Hyesung looks at Bai-Su with confusion, raising one eyebrow. He asks what she is holding in her hand. The main character also wonders how the girl fits everything in such a small bag. The liquid shimmers in the cone, shining in the sun. Bai-Su explains that this is an ampoule that her family recently invented. It is ideal for attracting monsters. The girl lets Jeon Hyesung hold the flask in her hand and spreads her arms to the sides. She asks him not to underestimate the technical abilities of the black market. The main character carefully examines the contents of the flask. Baisu suggests setting a trap. She says that you need to dig a hole, pour this liquid into it and wait for the monsters to come. The girl is sure that they will easily cope with the creatures. The guy abruptly pours the liquid directly onto his hair while Baisu says he is speechless at her plan. The girl screams in horror, surprised by what Jeon Hyesung is doing. The guy holds an empty ampoule over his head. The liquid flows down him. Baisu leans towards Jeon Hyesung and looks at him with disappointment. She says that if a guy wants to die, then let him do it alone and not involve her. The main character asks her not to worry. He draws his dagger with a smile, droplets of liquid running down his hair. Jeon Hyesung says he just needs to kill all the monsters. Baisu throws a yellow ball into the main character's palm. She asks to take this pill. The main character extends his hand, holding the tablet with 2 fingers. Baisu explains that it neutralizes poison and its effect only lasts 3 hours, so you need to keep an eye on the time. The girl puts the same pill into her mouth, chewing it. She says that when time runs out, she will get out of here on her own, so she asks Jeon Hyesung to keep up. The main character turns his face to the side, smiling. He says that Baisu prepared well enough just to keep an eye on him. Jeon Hyesung says he is flattered by this. Baisu raises his eyebrows in surprise and silently looks at the guy. She raises her hand and raises one eyebrow. The girl says that she has not forgotten what he did earlier. The girl also hopes that the main character is not trying to put pressure on feelings again. The main character puts his hands behind his head, calmly closing his eyes. He says next time Baisu might not bring the pills for him. Baisu clenches his hand into a fist and says in disbelief that the poison will kill him. The main character answers that he doesn't need the pill. The girl stops and looks at Jeon Hyesung in confusion. The main character brings a plant branch to his face, declaring that he feels at home here. A sound comes from the direction of the plane. The main character argues that the black market is a place where they do more than just sell goods. The main character quickly rushes across the field from a huge crowd of monsters. Jeon Hyesung says that with this in mind, they shouldn't be underestimated. The main character looks to the side, his hair fluttering. A crowd of goblins rushes across the field right behind him. Jeon Hyesung says that he did not know that the effect of the ampoule would be so strong. Terrible goblins rush towards Jeon Hyesung, revealing sparse rows of teeth. The main character argues that there must be about 200 monsters here. The system window explains that the monsters are infected goblins. They are of the poison warrior type. Their physical level is E, their overall level is D, and their difficulty is 1. A horizon line and a completely empty field are visible. The main character reasons that no matter how many monsters are gathered here, this place will do because the number of monsters will not change the fact that they will all die for the sake of Jeon Hyesung's cultivation. The guy breaks with his foot, raising dust underneath him. He stops in a fighting stance right in front of the crowd of goblins. The main character with a serious face takes out a weapon shrouded in a purple aura, activating it. Jeon Hyesung uses the poison step skill. The goblins look around them in bewilderment. The main character quickly rushes towards them. His eyes glow so that the pupils are not visible. His level 2 skill activates. The guy finds himself in a crowd of monsters. Purple lines from rapid blows are visible above them. Jeon Hyesung tightens his grip on the weapon. He quickly runs out of the crowd, which is enveloped by a blast wave, and blood scatters in all directions. The rest of the goblins run away in horror. The main character, with a smile on his face, catches up with them and asks where they are going. A cruel grin appears on his face. He quickly catches up with the scattering goblins, telling them to play with him a little more. Jeon Hyesung with a bloodthirsty smile quickly approaches the monsters. He grabs one of them by the head and turns his face towards himself. A cut appears on the creature's hand and blood spurts out. A bleeding wound appears on another monster's rib. The protagonist then stabs the goblin in the leg. The monsters look around in bewilderment at the places of the cuts. They scream in horror and pain, and strong poison spreads through their bodies. The main character walks away from the dead bodies, lowering his blade. He smiles and looks slyly to the side, exhaling. Jeon Hyesung says it was somehow too easy. New monsters attack him, but he easily disperses them with his weapon. The main character says that the acceleration ability is ideal for fighting low-level monsters. Jeon Hyesung swings his weapon, cutting down monsters. He thinks about whether there are other skills besides the White Dream, which puts enemies into sleep. The main character looks ahead thoughtfully. He thinks that he should have asked that time. He immediately says that his pride would not allow this. The main character instantly strikes the goblins around him, blood flowing from their mouths. He thinks he can find the answer himself. A mountain landscape can be seen in clear weather. Jeon Hyesung sits on a mountain of monster corpses and says that he destroyed all the low-level monsters. The main character says it's worth checking the status window. A purple system window pops up in front of him, and he crosses his legs. The system window notifies that the metahuman Young Hyesung is a Class 1 level. His combat skills are 2332. His physical level is D. His healing level is S. And his skills are level 2 poisoning steps. The main character says that he has pumped up a lot during this time and has a high pumping speed. The main character puts his hand to his chin and looks to the side. He thinks he has reached D rank in a very short period of time. He muses that he might be getting stronger faster than he thought. The main character makes a visor out of his hand and looks forward. He says that there is no point in thinking about it now, because first you need to find the sunflower. The monsters lie dead on the grass, their weapons lie nearby. Young Hyesung says he doubts that the goblins have the silver sunflower, although there is clearly something wrong. The main character looks carefully ahead. He wonders if the flower is really there. The guy is sitting in a clearing. On the other side of him is a deserted area. He says that even though this is a dungeon, it is very strange that after the forest there is immediately a desert. Young Hyesung suddenly jumps off the mountain of monsters. He says it's suspicious. The guy clenches his hands into fists and looks forward. He takes a step towards the desert. A sea of sand unfolds in front of him, and an explosion is visible somewhere in the distance. He thinks there is something in the distance. The main character raises his eyebrows, looking ahead in surprise. Something is moving rapidly along the sand, raising dust. Jeon Hyesung stands directly in the path of the moving monster, with a slain mountain of goblins behind him. The guy says that there are still monsters here. The main character stands on uneven sand, listening to the sounds. A huge insect with thin legs bursts out of the sand, and Jeon Hyesung jumps to the side. The insect's red claws glisten in the sunlight. The creature quickly works with its paws. Moving along the sand, it beats with its tail. The monster's ferocious muzzle and fangs in its mouth are visible. The main character stands in front of a huge insect that has raised its head from the sand. Young Hyesung deduces that the creature is the boss of the dungeon. The guy stretches his hand forward, concentrating a violet aura on his palm. He smiles and says that he already promised Bai Su that they wouldn't stay here long. The system window says that the monster is a poisonous scolopendra, a poison type, with a physical level of B, an overall level of A, and a difficulty of 4. The main character takes off, jumping into the air, leaving only a dusty trail in the sand. Young Hyesung looks at the centipede with a smile. He is at the same level as her muzzle. The main character declares that he miscalculated a little. He frowns, his face taking on a serious look. He summons the poison step skill. A tiny spider with purple eyes crawls next to a log. Bai Su says Young Hyesung is late. A girl with red hair rests her chin on her hand and looks down. She thinks that the antidote is about to wear off and doesn't know what to do. The girl's face changes to tense. She screams in surprise if Young Hyesung abandoned her. Scolopendra wriggles in the air as Jun Hyesung runs across her body. He strikes swiftly, leaving marks in the air. The main character frowns, gritting his teeth, unleashing new blows. He understands that the Scolopendra's shell is very strong and impenetrable. Jeong Hyesung sees small scratches on the shell. He says he threw hundreds of punches and this was all he could achieve. The main character says that at this rate the battle will not end. The creature's red, sharp paw is visible. Young Hyesung tells himself to forget about how to kill the insect and start thinking about how to survive the monster's attacks. Scolopendra tries to hit Jeong Hyesung with his claws. The creature hits the ground, a ball of dust rises, and the main character quickly flies out of there. He lands on the centipede's body, breathing heavily. Sweat rolls down the guy's face. He clenches his teeth nervously and looks ahead. The main character thinks that any shell should have a weak spot. But this monster is not at all worried about the wounds on his body. He thinks with horror that if he had delayed a little, he would have been killed. The main character jumps from the centipede onto the sand, insulting her. He takes a tense fighting stance, a shadow falls on his face. Jeon Hyesung thinks that he cannot kill the monster using only physical attacks, and fighting on the back of a Scolopendra is dangerous. The main character raises his hand, frowning thoughtfully. He thinks the terrain isn't working in his favor. A picture of a foot with purple circles coming out of it pops up in Young Hyesung's imagination. He thinks he could use a poison step, but it requires hitting the ground to activate it. Young Hyesung is unhappily thinking about how to use the poison step on the unsteady sandy surface. The effectiveness of the skill will be reduced by more than half. The main character looks forward pathetically, smiling. He says that he is still lucky and will be able to find the silver flower of the sun from above much faster than from the ground. The main character turns over in the air, looking at the scolopendra. Young Hyesung says that the flower has a faint glow. He looks around carefully as he flips in the air. The main character notices a silver flower in the middle of the sand and says that this is definitely what he is looking for. Young Hyesung says things are going too smoothly to be true. Scolopendra raises its snout, its red eyes glowing. The main character says that even though he only needs to get to the flower without an advantage in speed, he will not be able to forget about the monster. Scolopendra carefully watches her opponent, who is standing right in front of her. The creature opens its mouth, revealing fangs covered in saliva, and screams loudly. The guy puts his hand with the weapon back, frowning. He says the monster is starting to act again. Mentally, the protagonist notices that he needs to make the most of the poisonous step. He tries to use the skill, but his foot falls into the sand. The main character notices this in horror. He falls right in front of the enemy, who has already targeted him. Scolopendra abruptly pushes Jun Hyesung away with his body. The main character is afraid that the creature will kill him. He watches as the monster buries itself in the sand and moves through it towards the main character. The guy spits out blood. The wound on his forehead is bleeding. He thinks about how much pain he is in. Young Hyesung is on his knees with his head down, a pool of blood underneath him. He thinks that if the scolopendra had hit his head, he would not have been able to survive. The main character applies healing and at this moment reaches out with his hand to the weapon. He stands up, resting his hand on his knee, and breathes heavily. Jun Hyesung admits that he can't win this way. The main character looks forward tensely. His mouth and forehead are bloody. He thinks that if he had help, he could take the flower and escape. Jeong Hyesung's hand trembles as he clutches the blade tightly. The main character thinks that his weapon cannot pierce the armor, then it will be useless to use the white dream. Jeong Hyesung is disappointed and calls the dagger a useless pile of metal. The structure of the weapon begins to rearrange itself, revealing a purple sphere in its center. A purple shine appears, from which a glow emanates. Particles of weapons appear in the air in front of the main character. He raises his hands in surprise and looks forward, not understanding what is happening. Parts of the former blade begin to rotate and rearrange around the purple sphere. Young Hyesung thinks that Exa is transforming. The main character's boots take on a different shape. The device warns that Axe's form has changed. The main character stretches his leg, looking at a new type of weapon. The system window on the device says that an acceleration mode has been added. The main character smiles, raising one eyebrow. Young Hyesung lifts one foot while standing on the sand and says that now it's like he's standing on solid ground. The guy turns and looks over his shoulder to the side. He says that with this he can penetrate the monster's armor. Scolopendra begins to move towards the main character. Young Hyesung stands calmly in front of her with one leg in front of her. He tilts his head slightly, looking piercingly at the creature with his violet eyes. Jeon Hyesung takes a fighting stance, legs spread wide, the centipede's face approaching him. The guy uses a poisonous step. A purple electrical trace remains at the character's location. He runs around the centipede with sinuous movements. The main character quickly rushes towards the flower, raising one leg, while the monster catches up with him from behind. Scolopendra opens a huge mouth, but Jeong Hyesung resolutely moves forward. He puts his feet forward, a purple trail trailing behind him. Scolopendra hits the ground, burrowing into it. The main character looks around, not seeing the monster behind him, and says that it was dangerous. He sees in front of him the silver flower he was looking for. With a smile, Young Hyesung leans forward and says that this is the same flower. With one knee resting on the sand, the main character pulls the plant by the roots and laughs. He stands up with a jubilant look and says that he finally has the flower. The guy looks forward carefully, paying attention to the monster. He says it's time to kill the centipede. The shoe transforms back into a blade and Jun Hyesung extends his hand towards it. He stands right in front of the huge monster and reasons that it would be nice to take the core by killing the boss. But, unfortunately, this dungeon is under the jurisdiction of the association. Young Hyesung concludes that he will have to retreat. He humbly closes his eyes, moving the blade to the side, a white aura enveloping him. The main character thinks that if he screws up, then everything will go down the drain and even his becoming a hunter will be in jeopardy. The blade of the blade is covered with a white glow. The purple sphere glistens in the sun. The main character says that all that remains is to use the white dream and pierce the body of the centipede with sleeping poison. If the monster dies, the dungeon will disappear with her, so Jeong Hyesung has no choice but to put her to sleep. The main character says that the problem is that he cannot pierce the shell. Young Hyesung closes his eyes and squints, wondering what to do. He remembers how the weapon turned into a special shoe and thinks that Axer reacted to his words about its uselessness. Young Hyesung says that there is a high probability that his will and weapon are connected to each other. Against a blue background, the main character's thoughts arise about what he needs to think. In his imagination, a circle shape appears with a spiral inside, to which particles are attracted. Young Hyesung concludes that if the boss has a physical level of then he will not die if you try to pierce his body. Therefore, the main character needs a form that can penetrate strong armor. The guy says he just needs to introduce her. Young Hyesung stands in front of a transforming device that takes on the appearance of a blade. He talks about the perfect shape to impale the enemy. Young Hyesung frowns as his new type of weapon appears nearby. The main character says that he uses all his strength. The guy grabs the new weapon, unleashing a blow. He throws the weapon straight at the Scolopendra, and it quickly flies into the shell. The main character wants to break through the monster's armor. A blue glow appears near the creature. Young Hyesung says that it will only be enough to hit the monster once. The weapon pierces straight into the chitin of the centipede. The tip quickly twists inward, raising blue sparks. The main character asks the weapon to penetrate the armor. A crack appears on the shell, which begins to diverge more and more. The monster opens its mouth. There is a huge hole in its body made by a small drill. The main character smiles jubilantly, sweat rolling off his face. Scolopendra falls on the sand, raising a ball of sandy dust. The main character looks at her. He says the battle took much longer than planned. The main character raises his head up, raising his eyebrows. He wonders what Baisu is doing. You can see the forest thicket, tree crowns, and grass. The girl says that 7 hours have passed since they entered the dungeon. She clenches her fist angrily, smiling and looking away. The girl tells the main character to prepare for punishment.
A man in a gray sweater and a white t-shirt was holding an all-white flower in his hands, from which a glow emanated, saying that it was beautiful. Chan Hyson walked forward across the field, closing his eyes and holding the flower to himself with a smile, saying that by selling it, he would be able not to think about money for a while, and there would be enough money for whatever he wanted. The guy walked up to the tree, looking at Baisu, who was sitting on the stump with her arms crossed over her chest, and asked if she was still here. The guy waved his hand at the girl with a smile, saying that he was a little late, and she didn't mind. Baisu asked a little. She stood in front of the guy. Her eyes glowed with blue light and clenched her hands into fists. The girl asked if that's all he would say before he died. Chan Hyson asked if something was wrong. The girl took the guy by the clothes and said with a smile that he had been gone for 7 hours. The guy looked away, awkwardly apologizing. She said that apparently the guy was very brave for making her wait so long. Chan Hyson looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Baisu clenched her hand into a fist. There were purple spots on it, and the main character thought about the girl's hands. Baisu frowned, clutching the guy's white shirt and looking at him angrily. The guy thought that although she had taken the antidote, her body was not able to withstand such severe poisoning, and judging by her condition, she was already at the limit. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that all this time she had been waiting for him. He saw a brown bag, a first aid kit, pills, and various herbs behind the girl's back and thought that no, she wanted to save him. Chan Hyson smiled, his eyes covering his hair. He walked past the girl with a smile. A golden ball appeared near his hand next to the girl. While Baisu looked forward in surprise, the guy thanked her. The girl looked ahead in surprise, raising her eyebrows. She remembered sitting on the floor, looking at her hand in surprise, raising it, golden light shining around her. Baisu thought that it was the same feeling as then, warm and relaxing. She turned over her shoulder and smiled, saying that she could see he wasn't so stupid after all. She turned to the guy, shouting at him to wait for her. He was holding a brown bag on his shoulder, looking at the flying black cat with wings, telling him to go to Baisu and draw out the remaining poison. City. The yellow sun was shining brightly. 2 months had passed since the intense battle with the centipede. Baisu held the card in her hands in surprise, looking at it, talking about the skull and the yellow flower. Chan Hyson thought that she gave him information about the 15 poisonous dungeons, so he could get 1 more silver sunflower and 5 bronze ones. 5 bronze flowers, between which there is 1 silver, with golden and white reflections emanating from them. Chan Hyson, with a wide smile and closed eyes, put his head in his hands, sitting in front of the flowers, thinking that he was now more satisfied than ever with his carefree life. Baisu, standing in an apron, turned with a wide smile at the guy, saying that the ramen is ready and let him set the table. The guy was sitting on the floor, leaning on him with his hand and said that it would be done. Chan Hyson's eyes widened and he frowned, looking down and saying to wait, and she was mocking him. Baisu asked what happened. Chan Hyson pointed to the slice of cheese in his hands with a wide smile, saying that she did not add cheese and now he can buy such things for himself. The girl raised her hand to her face and blushed, asking in surprise how could she forget about him, and she now will add. She asked what would happen if she added 2 slices of cheese, and the guy asked if she didn't think it would be too much. Seonghwa smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes, holding her chopsticks over the plate, and said that the ramen would get cold now. A gray house with a red roof. There was a table on the balcony. Someone asked, Bai-Su is leaving tomorrow. The main character sat on a bench outside, raised his eyebrows and said that he was even a little sad, considering that he and she had become quite close. Chan Hyson turned to the side, saying that he was even worried about her. The gray wall of the house, the closed window. The guy thought that every night she repeated the same words. Someone asked Dad not to do this. Bai-Su lay on the pillow under the blanket, shaking and asking why he did this. Chan Hyson thought that she probably didn't even know that she was chatting at night. The girl was lying on the floor under a blanket, shaking and saying that she would fix everything, asking her dad not to sell her, and she was scared. The main character thought that whatever it was, she had a scar that she didn't even know about. The guy looked ahead, sitting on the street, thinking that he heard her say dad, not father, and maybe she was dreaming of a real father, and not Yacha. The dark sky, in which the moon was shining and clouds were floating. The guy said that although both of each other were standing, Chan Hyson fell on the wooden floor, spreading his arms to the sides and closing his eyes, saying that Bai-Su had a hard time in life. Seonghwa, Bai-Su and Chan Hyson stood at the blue gate. There was a brown bag next to the guy's feet. Seonghwa asked if he took everything to sell and the guy answered yes. She also told him not to chat with strangers. The girl with black hair raised her eyebrows, looking to the side and said something else. She walked up to Bai-Su with a smile, placing her hands on the girl's cheeks and called her my darling. Bai-Su looked at the girl in surprise, opening her eyes wide and blushing, asking what. Seonghwa said that 2 months have already passed since they met and that, of course, is not that much. The girl with black hair leaned towards Bai-Su, calling her name with a smile. She hugged her, placing her hand on the girl's head, and told her to know that she was like a little sister to her. Bai-Su's eyes began to tear up, and she began to tremble as the girl continued that she could visit them at any time, and she would wait. Bai-Su replied okay. Chan Hyson looked at them with his arms crossed, and thought that he doubted she would have any free time anytime soon. Tears flowed down Bai-Su's cheeks, and she closed her eyes, hugging Seonghwa and saying that she would definitely visit her. The guy thought that he hoped that she could really come to them again. The black market, the street where people walked. Someone said he hadn't been here for a long time. Chan Hyson walked down the street next to Bai-Su, who looked at him, saying that it has become calmer here. Before, every time someone started a fight here, Bai-Su raised an eyebrow at him and asked how he sees the black market and they don't fight all the time. A strong blow? Someone asked what. A guy with dark hair and a blue Hawaiian shirt stood over a man with blue hair who was lying on the ground, shouting that he really wanted to scam him and let him return the money before he killed him. The man with dark green hair frowns and raises his hand, asking what came over him and didn't they close the deal. The second guy screams, swearing and asking what he said. The guy points at him as they argue loudly, and the main character and Bai-Su look at them. The guy with black hair tilts his head and smiles, saying that everything is as he said, and the girl unhappily agrees with him. The guy says that someone is always fighting here, and Bai-Su asks him to shut up. Chan Hyson asks if she's going to break them up, and things seem to get out of control. A guy in a Hawaiian shirt kicks a man lying on the ground and Bai-Su smiles and tells him not to worry about it. The man with green hair smiled, covering his bruised face with his hand. The girl said that although it is true that on the black market the weak are to blame for everything, but the seller does not just allow himself to be beaten. Chan Hyson asked why. A man with white pants and black shoes walked along the road. Bai-Su said that one person is responsible for the order here. A man in gray clothes with long brown hair, who held his hands behind his back. The girl said he was something like the police. The man stood in front of the guy who was beating the man, shouting enough. The guy in the Hawaiian shirt turned back in surprise. A man with long brown hair looked at him and said that if he didn't stop fighting, he couldn't stand by and just watch. The guy in the Hawaiian shirt raised his eyebrow at him and asked what. He approached the man, looking down at him and asked who else he was. The man sighed and closed his eyes, lowering his head and saying that he was asking for forgiveness if he made a mistake. The main character thought that there was something in his voice, similar to the same pressure that he felt from Gu Gongyi. The man in gray clothes raised his head, looking forward and said that father is the only person who runs this place, and he is just one of the order team squad in charge of street brawls. Chan Hyson wondered if he was as strong as in Gu Gongyi. The guy with black hair smiled widely as he looked forward and said that he must be so strong that he could subdue a level B hunter. Bai Su looked at him and answered how he knew that Bandit was a level B. The guy smiled nervously, opening his eyes wide and saying that it was intuition or something like that. He thought that in fact, V1 gave him this information. A guy with dark hair and light tips, he frowned, holding his hands in his pockets, and Chan Hyson thought that he didn't think he would be so strong, and he doesn't look like an ordinary passerby. The system window showed Tiger Guild member, Kim Kwang-ho, class, Knight, physical level, B, skills, crushing power, one-on-one expert, features, second level Berserker. Kerr. Kim Kwang-ho looked forward at the man in gray clothes, saying that the man cheated him out of money. So the victim here, is it him? Or are they the type who turn a blind eye to scammers? Chan Hyson wondered what he would answer him. The man with dark hair calmly looked at him, answering that if a deal closes on the black market, then it closes completely. Kim Kwang-ho turned away and closed his eyes, saying that he didn't care about their rules. The guy slammed his fist towards the man. There was a yellow gleam in his eyes, and he said he would just beat him up. The man with brown hair stood calmly, looking at him. He opened his mouth, saying that he gave him a chance. The flow of air that rushed forward. The man said that he had created a problem for himself. The man's fingers touched the bridge of Kim Kwang-ho's nose, who opened his eyes wide, and the man said that they would see if he had a spare life. The man in gray clothes held Kim Kwang-ho's wrist in his hand, with his other hand pointing his fingers at the bridge of his nose. The man with brown hair closed his eyes, standing silently in place. Chan Hyson looked at him with a wide smile, raising his eyebrows. Next to him, Bai Su also smiled, crossing her arms over her chest. Kim Kwang-ho raised his hands into fists. His face was bruised, sweat was dripping down, and he cursed, saying that the man was dead, asking if he knew why. The guy's back, the veins on his arms bulged. Red dark energy appeared around him, and he said that the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The system window showed the Berserk feature. Combat skills increase at the sight of blood, but the longer the effect lasts, the faster the owner loses his mind. Chan Hyson frowned at the guy, thinking that this is an ability that allows you to become stronger at the sight of blood. And what a monstrous ability. Kim Kwang-ho smiled, clenching his teeth, and raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. The main character thought it could be seen from the rising ether. This guy is no longer a B-rank knight. The system window showed danger. The opponent's Berserk has reached the highest level. Kim Kwang-ho tilted his head, raising his eyebrow and saying, "Is he really scared already? And if he values his life, let him beg for mercy." The guy threw a lot of punches with his fist, saying that he would not hold back anyway. Chan Hyson thought that judging by the amount of ether released, now his strength is comparable to A rank and he is clearly stronger than many. Kim Kwang-ho's eyes widened as he looked ahead, asking what? A vein bulged on the guy's cheek, and he said in surprise that he had just been in front of him. Next to the guy stood a man with brown hair who was looking at him and whose body was glowing with a blue light. Chan Hyson thought that he couldn't cope with this man. Kim Kwang-ho gritted his teeth and turned to the side, his eyes glowing orange. He suddenly swung his fist forward with an angry expression on his face and shouted that such a pathetic trick wouldn't work. The fist hit the skin. The main character's eyes widened and he frowned, asking what it was. He thought it was some kind of nonsense. Kim Kwang-ho punched himself in the face while the man in gray clothes closed his eyes, raising one hand, standing next to him, and Chan Hyson wondered how he even did it. The man with brown hair raised his hand, holding it out in front of him while his body glowed with a blue light, and the guy wondered how this was even possible. Kim Kwang-ho stood in front of the man with clenched fists, while the man held his hands behind his back with his eyes closed. The guy in the Hawaiian shirt thrust his fist forward at the man, his face contorted with rage as he shouted. The man put his hand on the guy's wrist while the main character thought that no matter how hard he tried to hit him, it was all pointless. Kim Kwang-ho punched forward, but a man in gray clothes walked behind him, leaving behind a blue light and closing his eyes, saying that he was just punching the air. And did he really see a ghost? The man said, "So be it," and the guy with blonde hair turned to the side, frowning. The man sharply punched him in the face, saying that he would help him quickly get rid of his worries. Drops of sweat were running down Kim Kwang-ho's face and he was frowning, trying to say something. The main character thought what? A man in gray clothes stood with his hands folded behind his back and his eyes closed. To his left was his blue copy, which clenched his hand into a fist. To his right was the same green copy, which raised its fist to strike. Chan Hyson thought that there were now 3 of them. The man with brown hair opened his eyes and looking at the guy, told him to rest properly. The man and his 2 copies swung, striking Kim Kwang-ho, who stood in surprise with his hands clenched into fists. There were 2 strong blows next to each other. Kim Kwang-ho received many blows and opened his eyes and mouth wide, frowning. The man with brown hair slammed his fist into his palm, closing his eyes. The guy in the gray pants fell to his knees, and someone let out an exclamation of admiration. Kim Kwang-ho fell to the floor while the man stood behind him, and Bai Su said, "What a fabulous finish. He rarely uses powerful techniques." The eyes of the guy with blonde hair turned white, saliva was dripping from his mouth, and abrasions were visible on his face. The girl said that apparently this guy was very strong. He had excellent intuition. She held her phone, closed her eyes with a wide smile, and said that she had not had so much fun for a long time, and she needed to contact the rest of the members of the Order Squad so that they would deal with this violator. Chan Hyson looked forward in surprise, his mouth slightly open, and thought that this man was a real monster, and this was only part of his strength. A man with long brown hair tied in a ponytail. The guy thought that even after such sudden movements he was not at all out of breath. The main character remembered how Kim Kwang-ho hit himself while a man was standing next to him and about the man standing with his head down, eyes closed and hands folded behind his back. He thought that besides his movements, his physical skills were like night, but when the illusions appeared, it looks like he is an esper. Chan Hyson frowned at the man and thought it was worth testing his skill. Target study. System windows showed that the records had been deleted, access to basic data. The guy thought that he really was an unusual hunter. The guy opened his mouth slightly, looking forward in confusion. The system window showed that access had been gained. Bai Su walked up to the man with a wide smile. Raising her hand, the system window showed. Name. Oh Jiho. Feature. Impossible to determine. Most of the data has been erased. Chan Hyson raised one eyebrow, pursing his lips, his body glowing with a faint purple energy, and he thought that probably little was known about him due to the fact that most of the data was deleted, and this information was of no use. The system window showed confirmation of the physical layer at the time of data deletion. Bai Su pointed forward with a smile, looking at the man, and Oh Jiho leaned towards her, turning in that direction, while the main character thought that the physical level was definitely not lower than A or S, but he would like to know his class, not that. Chan Hyson opened his eyes wide, looking forward. When the system said that the physical level at the time of data deletion was E, the guy frowned, opening his mouth slightly in confusion, thinking that this was impossible, and there was no way that someone with such a rank could handle it with a rank. Oh Jiho leaned in front of the guy and said that he was greeting him. The main character screamed in fear, opening his mouth wide. The man looked at him in surprise, saying that he did not want to scare him and he apologizes. Chan Hyson held his chest, looking at him in shock and trembling. He blushed and put his hand to his face, frowning and thinking that he screamed like a girl because he appeared so suddenly and how awkward. Oh Jiho smiled, closing his eyes, and extended his hand, saying that he heard that the guy was helping Bai Su, and that he was doing sales with her father, and if he didn't mind, could he take the main character to him. Chan Hyson looked at the man in confusion, touching his hand with his hand, agreeing and thinking that he could not get used to his excessive friendliness, and who was he? Could there really be such people on the black market? In a large empty building stood Bai Su and Oh Jiho. A man with dark skin and white hair and a fur coat was sitting at a table nearby. The main character was sitting in front of the table. A man with white hair said that he gives 7.5 billion won for everything, and that very good deal. The man smiled, looking at Chan Hyson, and said that the guy earns a lot, and it's time to throw off the stigma of a poor man. Chan Hyson held a black suitcase in his hands, hugging and kissing it, and the man asked him to stop doing so. The main character turned to him and frowned, saying that this did not concern him. The man replied that his hands were itching to beat the guy to death. The father extended his hand, smiling, and said that enough about this. He heard that the main character applied to participate in the hunter exam, and can he find out why? A golden goblet with purple liquid flowing out of it, a hand holding a golden glowing ball over it, and Chan Hyson said what he was thinking. He has already realized that healing is one of his abilities, and he is different from ordinary hunters. A poster with a girl with short brown hair who was smiling widely, winking and showing 2 fingers. It had a red seal that said classified, and at the bottom it said, target for the destruction of Carol. The guy said that he did it for personal reasons, but also because they will not be able to prove themselves as a hunter using their basic skills. The guy with black hair frowned, saying that this is why he decided to become a healer. He stood in front of the man, who lowered his head, smiling, and continued that there were other reasons, but he could not talk about them, and whether there were any more questions. The man smiled, putting his hand on the table and closing his eyes, said that was all, and then they would close today's deal. Chan Hyson smiled widely, saying that there was still something left. The man opened his eyes, looking at the guy with his yellow glowing eyes. He looked at him with his hands down and said that he had no idea what he was getting at, but he was ready to listen. But if he dared to lie to him or play a fool, he frowned, looking at the guy with a gloomy look, saying that he should then be prepared for the consequences. Baisu hid behind Ojiho in fear, holding onto his clothes while he closed his eyes with his hands behind his back. Chan Hyson said that there was no need for intimidation. There was one more thing left that he did not pay for. The father frowned. A faint orange light emanated from his body, and he said, "What is this?" He already gave him more for the flowers of the sun. The main character looked down at the man while talking about information, and he did not pay for the information he just provided. A man with dark skin tapped his fingers on the table, saying that he had already heard and found out everything he wanted. He smiled, looking at the guy with his yellow eyes, and said that if he didn't pay him for it. Chan Hyson put his hands on the table, leaned over, and said not to make him laugh. He is the most reliable person he has ever met, and he is also an important client for him. Will pay money for information or question their relationship. The guy raised his hand and closed his eyes with a wide smile, asking what he was willing to sacrifice. Father chuckled when talking about 95 points. He folded his hands in front of him and closed his eyes, saying that initially this was not even stated in their deal, but he understands the rules of the game and was able to turn it in his favor, and it is impressive. He likes this confidence in the main character. Chan Hyson looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide, and asked why he took off 5 points. The man answered because he was a real rude man, and the guy said that he understood. His father smiled, looking at him, and asked what he wanted. Was it really more money? The guy replied that he didn't need money. Chan Hyson pointed to Ojiho, who opened one eye and said that he needed this man. He pointed at him, turning to the father, asking him to let him learn his techniques. A man with white hair looked at the guy in surprise, asking if he wanted to learn his techniques. The man put his hand to his chin, talking about the payment for his lessons and the information received. He smiled widely, squinting one eye and raising an eyebrow, saying that something didn't add up. He said that even considering the 750 million he just received, it was not enough. Chan Hyson crossed his arms, saying that he thought so. The main character pointed his finger forward, saying that although it was a little risky, he would still learn it, even if he had to become his debtor. The man with white hair smiled, clenching his teeth and raising his eyebrows, asking like this. Ojiho closed his eyes, silently lowering his head. Baisu raised an eyebrow questioningly, her mouth opening in surprise. She called the main character in a whisper, and the guy turned over his shoulder. Baisu raised her hands to her face and frowned, whispering, asking if he is crazy, to borrow from the father, and what is he saying? She said that he turns people into mincemeat if you only anger him, and she did say that. Chan Hyson looked at her in surprise, thinking about an evil man who was tearing someone apart over his head, his mouth wide open. He pursed his lips and frowned, thinking that he knew that this was a little dangerous. After all, this was about Yachi, not someone else. Baisu's reaction was expected. The man with white hair smiled, looking at the guy, and asked him to ask why he was going so far. Chan Hyson frowned at him and replied that the more you can do, the better, and he watched him for just a moment. But that was enough. He thought that after all, this cute thing was worth taking the risk. The dark-skinned man folded his hands in front of him, his eye glowing with a yellow light, and the protagonist in front of him thought that the poisoner's power could do a lot, but his skills were still not enough. Chan Hyson remembered how he fought in a blue torn shirt, thinking that all previous battles this feeling had not left him. He remembered how he clenched his teeth, waved his hand. Sweat flowed down his face, and thought that he won thanks to excellent maneuverability, but without it, he is no different from a beginner who only knows how to swing a sword. There were many goblins around the guy, and he waved his hand, cutting them down while they were flying in the air. The main character thought that using the same skill, he would not become stronger. He looked at Ojiho, who was standing behind him, and thought, as for his abilities, in most cases, after the awakening of a hunter, it is extremely rare for any jump in rank to occur. In other words, it is likely that Ojiho's physical level or so moreover, but his martial art is so strong that even the system cannot evaluate it. Chan Hyson threw a black suitcase on the table in front of the man in a fur coat, saying that he will do everything to get the necessary amount, and they don't have much time, so they better get down to business. He raised his hand, lowered his gaze, and asked if he was ready to make such a deal. The guy thought that if he could learn his technique, it would greatly help him in the future. The dark-skinned man smiled, clenching his teeth. He sat in front of a black suitcase, saying that the guy was apparently in despair. The main character looked down at the man, answering that he was right. He closed his eyes and said with a smile that so be it. He will make a deal with him. Now is not quite the right time. He said that he would call him when everything was ready. Baisu looked at the man in gray clothes, saying that they were involving him in their plans without his consent. Ojiho, with his eyes closed, replied that he would carry out any order of his master. The father moved the suitcase to Chan Hyson, saying that he could collect the money, and he looked at him in confusion, eyes wide open, asking the truth. The man leaned his hands on the table, his veins stood out on them. He said that he didn't need these pennies anyway. He would tell him the price after the end of the training. The man left, followed by Ojiho and by Sue, who turned over her shoulder. He said, "See you on the next deal." The father looked over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes and smiling, saying that he asked casually if the main character wanted to learn something from him. The main character frowned at him with a dissatisfied face and answered no. The man laughed loudly, turned away and said, "Good luck to him." Chan Hyson clenched his teeth, looking over his shoulder at him and squeezing the handle of his suitcase, saying that he didn't want to die yet. The guy walked with a suitcase in his hand, thinking that he had finally finished with what he could not do for a long time and only the exam remained. Someone called the guy, and he looked to the side, asking what. Bai Su waved her hand at him with a wide smile, wishing the guy good luck. She clenched her hand into a fist and knitted her eyebrows and said decisively that she would kill him if he did not pass the exam. Chan Hyson smiled and sighed as he looked at her. He turned away, closing his eyes and waving his hand near his shoulder, thinking that she would see that he would be in first place on the list of those who passed. A guy in a hat and a blue jacket, who held a blue ball over his hand, from which lightning came. His eyes glowed with a blue light, and the presenter said that the crimes committed by metahumans are becoming more and more dangerous. They no longer need to stand on the sidelines and be just an observer. A girl in a white cloak that hung on her shoulders, she had long pink hair. She was holding a sword in her hands. A blonde guy with a huge sword behind his back stood with his back to her. The presenter continued that those who have enormous power, those who prevail sense of justice. A man in a gray jacket and gray hair raised his index finger and said with a smile that they need hunters like them. A lot of forms with a red refusal stamp, several of them glowed blue. They had a green approval stamp. The main character thought that the hunter qualification exam is held once a year and is known for its high demands on examinees. A message from user Sun Irium that was written 7 minutes ago. He wrote that today is the day of the exam, and how do they think there will be S-ranks this year? Chan Hyson thought that being a hunter makes them more popular than celebrities, despite the fact that this is just an exam. He thought that the whole country was watching this event. Messages on the forum where they wrote that Korea was hopeless and had not had an S rank for several years. Someone wrote that Japan already had 2 S ranks in a year. Other users wrote that the power of Korea is nothing without Gu Gong and Maria. One of the users wrote that when Maria was announced, it seemed that Korea was on the same level as America. People walked into the building, above the entrance arch of which hung a coat of arms with 2 crossed swords and a golden letter H on a blue circle. Chan Hyson thought that in such a heated stream of discussions and XI. Tement, the annual hunter exam began. The man quickly scrolled through the site on his phone with his finger. A man in black glasses and a gray suit looked at his phone, asking the second man nearby, who was in a black suit, to listen. He smiled, asking something he wanted to ask. The man with glasses looked at him calmly, asking him if he thought someone of S rank would show up this year. The second guy said loudly and excitedly with a big smile that S ranks are undoubtedly of great value, but he thinks that it is unlikely. The guy with glasses, without looking up at him, asked if he thinks so. The second one approached his face with a wide smile and shouted, however. He turned away, clenched his hands into fists and said excitedly that don't hunters exist to protect civilians? The guy with glasses behind him asked, even though recently only bandits have been breeding among them. The second continued that people we need not just a capable hunter, but someone who can lift the spirit of this country. He turned to the guy with glasses, clenching his hand into a fist in front of him, and said that he meant that this year a star would definitely appear among the hunters. Next to them, one person stood out in the crowd of students. A guy with red hair who was surrounded by girls. He smiled, closing his eyes and waving his hand. A guy with glasses asked what type he was. The second one happily answered that yes, this is Yu Jaiwan, a hunter candidate, expected rank B, good-looking, modest. He is one of those hunters that the whole nation is looking forward to. Yu Jaiwan turned around in surprise when someone held a microphone towards him, saying that her name was Kongoen, a Daily Fame journalist. A girl with black hair and a ponytail, round glasses and a white shirt looked at the guy confusedly while holding a microphone, saying that he had registered as a healer, and could he explain his reason for choosing the class? Yu Jaiwan smiled and answered happily, but there's nothing special here. He took the microphone, looking forward with a wide smile, and replied that it was great that there were knights and espers among them fighting monsters. But in the end, aren't they here to protect others? He wants to save people and that's all. What does he need? He said that this is why he is incredibly glad that he has the skills of a healer. The blonde girl covered her face with her hand from the bright pink light that came from the guy, and Kongoen put her hand to her chest in awe, blushing and asking how he could be so perfect. The man with glasses looked at his phone without looking up, saying that he was definitely passing by. He stood next to a guy in a black suit, saying that he had no sense of duty, no responsibility for his strength, and was no different from other bandit hunters. Yu Jaiwan, who stood in the crowd of students, putting his hand to his chest and smiling, the man with glasses continued that the fact that he wants to save people is nonsense, and for him, the status of a hunter is just a step to obtain a higher position. The guy with brown eyes frowned, approaching his face and loudly asked if it was true. He replied that of course. A woman in a white suit, holding a wand and with gray hair who was smiling. A man with purple hair and a red shirt who had pink energy coming from him. A man in a black suit and with black hair who had green energy around him. A guy with glasses said that the president of the association has gone crazy. Kang Hyun is corrupt, and there are rumors around Gu Gongyi, although he pretends to be an exemplary hunter with a huge enterprise behind him, but in reality, he is worth nothing. A guy with glasses was holding a phone. On the website page, there was a photo of a white building. With the inscription glory, he said that the reality is that people do not trust him as a hunter. The guy raised his gaze, looking ahead and said that if you think about it, there was one person a long time ago, although she was forgotten because of that incident. Carol, whose face was hidden in shadow, her white cloak fluttering behind her, purple energy flying around. The guy said, the only one in the whole world that everyone could trust, the strongest huntress. The second guy asked if there were any, and he replied not to talk too much about it. Someone was walking on the floor in black sneakers. The man walked past two girls who blushed, looking after him. One leaned towards the other, putting her hand to her face and asking if she had seen him. A guy in a black suit said excitedly, is there really not even one good hunter today? If you think about it, he too pessimistic? The guy with glasses replied that their world had simply rotted long ago. The man put a paper on the table, saying that he had left a request for a healer, and the man at the table replied that he understood. The girl in the green suit held a paper in her hands, looking up and saying that to confirm the application you need to give your name. The guy in the black suit said that he was sure that not all was lost. The girl accepting applications blushed deeply and opened her eyes wide. The man in the black suit said that there are still hunters with great potential, and those who think about others first. Today a new S-rank hero will be born. A guy with short black hair and clear skin held his hand on the paper, looking down and saying his name was Chan Hyson. Someone said they would take a couple of pictures now. Yu Jaiwan showed a heart, crossing his thumb and index finger, smiling. He looked over his shoulder with a wide smile and a wink. Someone said excellently. The guy sat with his chin in his hand and looking to the side. The man said, great. They wouldn't have gotten such shots if it weren't for his attractiveness. A photographer with dark curly hair held the camera to his face with a wide smile, saying that now is the last photo and they will end up with the best shot. The photographer asked the guy to come up, holding the camera with a smile, saying that there were so many good shots and he couldn't choose one. Yu Jaiwan next to him smiled broadly, looking at the camera screen, saying that they were really all good. On the camera screen there was a frame with a winking guy, and the photographer said that he turned out great here. Asking if he liked it, the guy replied that he really liked it. The photographer laughed, saying that he had no equal in this industry, and Yu Jaiwan showed a thumbs up, smiling awkwardly, closing his eyes, and said that he was right in thinking that the photographer should not be talking nonsense. A shadow fell on the guy as he thought with a smile that it wasn't his skills, but the fact that he got to work with an amazing model, and isn't it an excellent shot, that's why mediocre people piss him off. The photographer looked at the guy, turned to him, and asked if he could use any photo for the title of the article. Yu Jaiwan asked what the title would be. The man with dark hair put his hand to his chin, thinking and wondering out loud which title would be more suitable. He shouted what he had come up with. Yu Jaiwan in a priest's outfit with a smile stood with his back to a girl with long blonde hair, who folded her hands in a prayer gesture and closed her eyes. The man said, the savior of the new generation, that he will become Maria's successor. He asked the guy how he liked this title, and is it's not brilliant. Yu Jaiwan raised his hand, answering with a wide smile that he is not only an excellent photographer, but also an excellent journalist, but instead of publishing the article today, wouldn't it be better to publish it after he ranks first in the meta rank? People, the main character walked behind the guy, looking around in surprise. The photographer smiled as he picked up his camera and said that's a great idea. Then they'll take a couple more shots with different concepts. Yu Jaiwan smiled and said yes, they can start. The man said that he would take some photos from a further distance and let him move back a little. The guy with blonde hair closed his eyes and nodded, moving back. The photographer noticed something and yelled at the guy to stop, and there was something behind him. Yu Jaiwan looked at him in surprise, asking what, and behind him, Chan Hyson passed behind him, looking to the side. The guy with blonde hair turned in his direction. There was a blow. Dust rose into the air and someone apologized. Half-closed eyes, the blurry figure of Chan Hyson was visible, who asked if he was injured and if he could hear him. Yu Jaiwan thought what was happening. He opened one eye, closed the other, rubbing his head with his hand and complaining that his head hurt and that he had to watch where you were going. The guy thought how he had the audacity to put him in such danger. The purple-haired girl folded her hands, blushing. The gray-haired man put his hand to his face in surprise, looking at them in surprise. The photographer held the camera with a surprised face, taking a photo. Yu Jaiwan thought, what? The main character's hand lay under his head, and the eyes of the guy with blonde hair widened as he thought what was happening. He sat on the lap of Chan Hyson, who put one hand on his waist and the other hand under his head, looking at the guy, sakura petals flying around them, and Yu Jaiwan again wondered what was happening. The guy with black hair looked down at him, asking if he was okay, and Yu Jaiwan wondered why he was being photographed with someone like him. Sakura petals were flying above his face while he looked at the main character in shock, looking up when he said that he could heal him if he got hurt. The guy thought to make these petals disappear, otherwise even the genre will change because of this guy. Chan Hyson stood looking at the guy, apologizing to him. He watched as Yu Jaiwan shook his hand with an annoyed face, asking if he was okay and wondering why he was so angry. Yu Jaiwan looked irritably at the guy, pursing his lips, and he thought, seriously, why? Chan Hyson raised his phone in his hand with a smile and asked about the matter of paying the dry cleaning bill, and he would give his phone number. Yu Jaiwan waved his hand, knocking the phone out of the guy's hands. They stood opposite each other as the phone fell to the floor, hitting the ground. Yu Jaiwan looked at the phone with a surprised face and said that his hand trembled, and what should he do? A guy with blonde hair was holding the guy's phone, holding it out to the front. There was a crack visible on the phone screen, and the guy said here's his phone and he'll send him money for repairs later. He placed the phone in Chan Hyson's hands, asking for forgiveness if his request seemed too rude. Yu Jaiwan approached the face of the guy with dark hair and looked up at him, asking if he could stop attracting too much attention to himself, and today he is the center of attention, and it will be strange if all the attention is on him. He stood in front of the guy, who looked at him silently, his mouth slightly open, and said that he should remove words like dry cleaning bill from his vocabulary. I guess he found clothes in donation boxes. Yu Jaiwan put his hand on the main character's shoulder, saying that he hopes the essence of what is happening has reached him, and may they no longer come across each other's eyes. The guy turned his back and looked over his shoulder, waving his hand with a smile, wishing him a good day. Chan Hyson looked up at him, narrowing his eyes. With a gloomy expression on his face, he called the guy, and he looked at him over his shoulder in surprise. Chan Hyson looked at him with displeasure, frowning. His eyes turned purple, and purple energy appeared around the guy's body as he said that he talks too much, and he wants to say that he knows who made these clothes. Chan Hyson grabbed Yu Jaiwan by his white shirt, clenching it in his fist. He brought his face closer to the face of the guy with blonde hair and ordered him to apologize. The other students looked in surprise at the irritated Chan Hyson, who was holding Yu Jaiwan by his clothes. The guy with black hair looked at him silently. Oh Jiho frowned and smiled, looking up at him. He raised his eyebrow, with a wide smile, about to say something, but was interrupted by the loudspeaker when the man from it said one time, checking the microphone. All the students were standing in the hall when the loudspeaker said that the first test was beginning, and he asked the candidates to gather at the device for measuring metahuman indicators. The disciples walked forward, saying that it was starting and asking who it was. Another replied that guy must be angry that Yu Jaiwan took all the glory for himself, and it seems Yu Jaiwan is nervous. The guy with blonde hair raised his eyebrows, offering a bet with a smile. Yu Jaiwan held Chan Hyson's hand while he looked at him with a displeased face, asking him to calm down. The main character thought that he was not just a healer, and did he really also have the abilities of a knight? Chan Hyson frowned at him and thought that something was fishy here. Yu Jaiwan extended his hand with a smile and closed his eyes and said that the rules are simple. If his performance is higher than his, he wins. If lower, then the main character will lose. He asked what Chan Hyson thinks. Everything is simple. The guy with blonde hair squinted one eye and raised his index finger up, saying that the loser gives 10 million won to the winner. Of course, if the main character wins, he will give him the money and apologize. The main character was holding a phone in his hands with a voice recorder application turned on, and Yu Jaiwan asked with a laugh. 10 million won doesn't scare him, and he couldn't resist. It was just very funny. Being a beggar is not a sin. Chan Hyson replied that he was happy with everything. He thought it was a 10 million won bet considering their performance. Chan Hyson showed the screen of Yu Jaiwan's phone, frowning and saying that he will kill him if he decides to change the rules. A guy's voice was heard from the recorder, who said that of course, if the main character wins, he will give him money. Chan Hyson thought that he messed with the wrong person. The students looked forward in surprise. A girl with gray hair opened her mouth and someone said that this was strange. A girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes, a member of the Glory Guild, Maria. She asked if Yu Jaiwan had so much airtime before. The guy with red hair who was looking to the side, golden energy was emanating from him, and the girl said that she is sure that in their first meeting he was at the E rank level, but the ether that is now emanating from him is not lower than the B rank. Yu Jaiwan smiled broadly, looking at the girl, blushing slightly and saying, Maria can't take her eyes off him. The girl thought that Yu Jaiwan is not an official hunter, so he wouldn't be able to go into the dungeons, and it shouldn't be that way. A man in a black suit stood with his arms crossed, a member of the Gu Gong Yi Glory Guild. Someone asked what he thought. The man closed his eyes and lowered his head, said without a clue, he is not as sensitive to the ether as she is, Maria. The girl with blonde hair put her hand to her chin and frowned. Answering like this, she thought that he was avoiding the conversation again. The guy was standing near a capsule in which a blue liquid was glowing. Next to him stood a scientist in a white coat and round glasses. Maria thought that a couple of months ago there were rumors that Yu Jaiwan often visited their research laboratory, and she wouldn't mind if he would come there to look at new inventions or take a tour. The naked guy was floating in the liquid, his eyes closed, tubes were connected to his face and back, and the girl thought that if he got involved in some kind of experimental program, after entering the laboratory, Yu Jaiwan received a huge amount of ether. Maria looked forward, pursing her lips and frowning, thinking that something was definitely going on here, and she needed to find out more about it. Over the loudspeaker they said, Candidate number 7, 998 points, does not pass. Candidate number 99, 562 points, does not pass. Candidate number 542, 1,320 points, passes. The guy in brown boots walked forward. The loudspeaker announced that candidate number 602, 609 points, does not pass. The guy in jeans and sneakers also walked forward. Yu Jaiwan smiled widely, closing his eyes, standing next to the main character, asking if he had at least 101, and if he begged, Yu Jaiwan could leave him behind. Chan Hyson frowned without looking at him and said that he so glows with happiness and does not suspect that he is digging his own grave. The man who held the microphone to his face looked up and announced candidate number 117, Chan Hyson, and candidate number 272, Yu Jaiwan. He asked them to stand in front of the measuring device. Two guys walked towards the blue ball, turning away from each other. The guy with black hair frowned, and the one with blonde hair smiled. Yu Jaiwan, who was smiling, looking forward with light brown eyes, was told by the man into the microphone to stand in front of the measuring device. Chan Hyson raised his eyebrows, looking forward with a calm face. The man with red hair raised his eyebrows at them and said that he was finally here. Next to him, the second guy looked at the candidates in confusion. Yu Jaiwan looked to the side with a smile while a golden glow emanated from him, and the man said that this is the most promising hunter of this year. The guy was surrounded by a crowd of people and he closed his eyes, lowered his head, putting his hands in his pants pockets, while people asked what his result would be, and said that this time there are a lot of weak candidates, so even D-rank hunters will have guilds are in great demand. Yu Jaiwan looked to the side with a smile, thinking that these simpletons can only talk, and let them look carefully. He lowered his palm onto the blue ball with a smile, looking down at it. The microphone announced that candidate number 272, Yu Jaiwan, was starting the test. The guy thought that he would show them how much he was different from everyone else. A golden light shone inside the blue ball near the guy's hand. The entire ball in front of Yu Jaiwan turned golden, and golden energy began to emanate from it, and it shone around the guy's body. The hem of his jacket and his hair fluttered from it. Orange light with golden sparkles. Other candidates looked up at the light in surprise when the microphone said that candidate number 272 had completed his check. Other candidates said that there was so much ether, and what kind of light was it? And it was on a completely different level, although there were doubts. Yu Jaiwan closed his eyes with a smile and raised his hand up into a fist when they announced that he passed the test with a score of 9,103 points. Someone said that this guy would definitely take first place this year. The other candidates smiled enthusiastically. One of them clapped his hands, and they discussed how even though these were just glasses, such a result was rare even among B-rank hunters, and how could it be so perfect? Yu Jaiwan looked at the main character who was standing behind him and thought, how can he do this? And is he really afraid that he will not be able to surpass such a result in points? And what was the point of his arrogance? It's not too late to give up. Chan Hyson with a calm face walked up to the second blue ball, next to the guy with red hair, and he looked at him in surprise. Yu Jaiwan turned to him with a smile, slightly knitting his eyebrows, and asked if he wanted to prove that he was brave. Chan Hyson put his hand on the ball, which immediately glowed with a golden light, and the red-haired guy thought that his pride would not help him. He closed his eyes as a bright golden light illuminated his face and said smugly that his family would already be proud of him for his courage in choosing to go against him. The other candidates clasped their hands in front of them, eyes and mouths wide open, staring in shock at the bright golden light. Gu Gongyi frowned. looked down at him and asked what was going on. Next to Chan Hyson, who was standing in front of the ball, a beam of light rose into the air with energy glowing around it. While the other candidates were looking at it, someone shouted that they wanted to say that the candidate could have a similar amount of ether. The lights went out. The guy in the green sweatshirt looked forward in surprise. The girl in the white t-shirt put her hand to her chest. Startled, the girl opened her mouth, asking how much. Chan Hyson lowered his gaze when it was announced that candidate number 117 had completed the examination. He thought, I wonder what his result was. Yu Jaiwan looked at the guy nervously, his mouth parted, sweat running down his face as they started to announce the guy's result. A blue ball with a red dotted line on it was announced over the microphone that the result could not be counted. Chan Hyson raised his hand, holding it over the ball, looking down at it, while others said that it was strange and asked if this had happened before. Yu Jaiwan laughed loudly as he covered his eyes with his palm, smiling widely. The guy turned away from the main character, who looked at him, trembling with laughter and apologizing. Turning around, Yu Jaiwan wiped the tears from his eye with his hand, smilingly saying that he didn't mean to, and he wasn't laughing at him. Chan Hyson looked at him in surprise, eyes wide open, when the guy held out his hand and said that this simply happens extremely rarely, when the glasses are so low that they cannot even be counted. But where did the glow come from, and was it really staged? The guy with red hair closed his eyes and said that he would be able to pay in small installments throughout this year. A guy with black hair with glasses and a microphone in his face walked next to him, pushing him with his shoulder. Yu Jaiwan rubbed his shoulder, frowned with displeasure and asked what this time. The man said that he was asking him to move away, and he asked what. A guy in a gray suit and glasses put his hand to his ear, saying that due to a malfunction of the device of candidate number 117, he will be retested, and they ask all candidates to leave. Behind him with a smile, a guy with black hair was holding a golden ball on a blue stand. A guy with glasses, a gray suit and dark hair, with a serious face, is the head judge of P. Heku. A guy with brown eyes and a black suit and a smile, Judge Choi Ganjun. P. Heku shook the hand of the main character, introducing himself, and he greeted the man. The man in the suit said that he apologizes for the problems. Choi Ganjun held the golden ball with a smile and closed eyes, and P. Heku said if the main character could pass the test again. The guy asked with this, and the judge answered yes. This device has higher sensitivity, so it is able to measure even low ether readings. Chan Hyson looked at the two judges in front of him in surprise. Behind him, the guy with red hair dramatically put 2 fingers to his forehead and closed his eyes. The guy with red hair suddenly opened his eyes and said that he remembered. The guy with blue hair looked at him in surprise and asked what, and the guy with red hair crossed his arms and looked to the side, asking if he saw that thing. The second asked what it was, a golden core, a golden ball on a stand that cast a bright golden light. The system window showed a high-quality golden core, which is used on dungeon bosses with a danger level of 7 stars, an incredibly valuable artifact. The guy with red hair closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying what he thinks, he himself knows. But this thing is used to measure the ether of monsters, not monsters with low ether, but those whose ether is so high that it cannot be measured. P. Heku looked forward seriously, saying that he did not expect that someone with such a high ether would be here. Behind him on the balcony stood a girl with blonde hair. Maria put her hand on the railing, looking down, as the man continued that before, only one hunter had been tested with the golden core, but the result remained unknown. But today the core was able to determine the result. P. Heku smiled and closed his eyes, congratulating candidate Chan Hyson. He said that he passed the test with a score of 100,000 points. The other candidates looked at him, their eyes widened in shock. Chan Hyson looked to the side with a questioning expression when exclamations of admiration were heard. Everyone screamed loudly and smiled, raising their fists in the air, while the guy looked at the crowd in shock, eyes wide open. The girl with the microphone was smiling, shouting that this was incredible. A photographer with dark hair was talking to someone on the phone, saying that he had amazing news. A new S-rank hunter had appeared. The entire crowd ran forward, running next to Yu Jaiwan. The journalists, who were holding microphones in their hands, surrounded the main character, who looked at them in shock. They asked how he felt and whether he understood that he would become an S-rank hunter. 3 microphones pressed into the face of Chan Hyson, who frowned, asking him to stop, thinking that they would leave him alone. The guy turned around with his feet on the floor, stuttering out a poisonous step. He shouted again with a poisonous step. The crowd looked in shock at the blue beam of light that the guy left behind him. Chan Hyson ran away from the crowd, who were asking where he had gone, and he had just been here. The guy walked away from the crowd, looking over his shoulder at her and putting his hands in his pockets, saying that they almost ran over him and it was dangerous. He looked forward, raising an eyebrow and sighing. In front of him stood Yu Jaiwan, who lowered his head, and the main character said that it seemed like they needed to discuss something. The guy with red hair said that they would clarify the situation. Chan Hyson frowned at him and asked what. Yu Jaiwan clenched his hands into fists. Blood was visible on them, and they were shaking as he tried to say something. The guy with black hair pointed to his ear, displeasedly telling him to speak louder, and he could not hear what the guy was muttering there. He leaned over and put his hand to his ear, asking him to speak. Yu Jaiwan pursed his lips, veins popping out on his cheek and neck. He closed his eyes, frowning, and through clenched teeth he mumbled that he was very sorry and that he was wrong. Chan Hyson crossed his arms and sighed, looking at him. He walked past the guy, throwing him a piece of paper, which he caught, closing his eyes and saying that he had written down his account number, so don't delay with the money. Yu Jaiwan looked at the back of the leaving guy. He held a small piece of paper in his open palm, on which was written Bank of Korea, Chan Hyson, and an account number. Blood fell onto her palms and the paper on her. Yu Jaiwan frowned and clenched his teeth, blood running down his cheeks from his eyes as he thought he would kill him. He stood behind the crowd, looking at the main character, who was again surrounded by journalists, thinking that he would die the most painful death, and that he could not hear anything at all. A man in a blue scarf and long silver hair asked if he saw it. The guy with red hair and thick eyebrows looked down, answering yes, and very clearly. A man in a white down jacket with a blue scarf covering his face, Bishop's Guild, deputy owner of Ga Hanchan, he said about 100,000 points. The guy with red hair crossed his arms over his chest, frowning. The Bishop's Guild master, Ga Yelchin, he said that the maximum number of points that the Golden Core can show is 100,000. Ga Hanchan agreed, saying that no one knows exactly the limit level of this guy. Yu Jaiwan yawned, causing tears to appear in his eyes, raising his hand to his mouth. Ga Yelchin turned to the guy with silver hair, saying that he himself knew that they needed to lure this guy to them. He answered in agreement. Ga Hanchan turned his gaze to the side, saying that especially considering the fact that last year they snatched promising hunters, so this year, this must be done at all costs. The guy with red hair frowned, looking down, a fire burning in his eyes as he asked not to even be reminded of that incident. He asked to be on guard. A man with black hair and a black suit stood nearby, leaning on the railing. Gugong, he also looked down with a frown as Ga Yelchin said that this time they would never let this guy be taken away from them. The man with black hair squeezed the railing, causing it to dent, and said that he thought he was just a brat. He smiled, looking down with his green eyes, his body glowing green, and said, but as it turned out, a real dragon. There were monsters on the floor, on the carpets, there were people in front of them. The main character said that the first test had passed and now it was time for the second. He stood on the floor in black sneakers, humming thoughtfully. In front of Chan Hyson, with his eyes closed, lay a bloody huge white tiger, in whose forehead there was a blue crystal, and blue stripes were visible on its fur. The guy said, does he really need to heal this beast? He looked up at the tiger, thinking that the first test assessed potential, while the second tested a person in action. The man stretched out his hands to the cat with a golden horn in his forehead. A golden light shone around him. The guy thought that the amount of ether speaks volumes, but the next test will comprehensively evaluate the real healing ability. Yes. The wounded monsters lay on the floor, trembling, while people stood in front of them in the large white hall. Chan Hyson thought that all the targets are wounded monsters, and if you can heal the monster, then you pass the test. The girl with red hair looked to the side, asking the guy next to him to look too. The turquoise monster also looked over their shoulder. They looked at the main character, who stood in front of a huge tiger. The girl asked if the test for candidate 117 was too strange. He replied that only he got such a huge monster, and the girl said that although he received 100,000 points, how could they give him such a monster? He is still a beginner. Chan Hyson thought that he was not the only one who found it strange. He put his hand to his forehead. The shadow of a tiger loomed over him, and said that this Hulk seems much stronger than that Scolopendra. How did he get caught in the first place? And besides, he even looks different, comparing him with ordinary monsters. The white tiger opened his eyes. The white of the eyes were black and the pupil was blue. Chan Hyson asked what hell he came from, and he couldn't use V1 on him. The guy frowned and remembered Yu Jaiwan, who put his hand to his face with a smile, closing his eyes and thinking that he was the son of the vice chairman, and he probably set it up. This is too much for ordinary testing. The girl with black hair and ponytails worriedly raised her hands over the wounded monster. The guy thought that even looking at the monsters, they were all in the lower category. In other words, weakened monsters. A blue cat with blood visible on its back, its paws and neck tied with a chain. And Chan Hyson thought that these monsters could be cured by almost anyone who passed the first test. And this test would be much more difficult than he thought. The guy closed his eyes and scratched the back of his head, saying, "Well, how should he treat this monster?" Someone called him. The guy opened his eyes and looked to the side, asking what. The massive chains tightened, and a voice asked if it was he. The huge white tiger stood up, lowering his gaze to the main character, asking if he was the man who would kill him. Chan Hyson raised his head to the tiger, looking at it, and asked if he could talk and why would he kill it. The tiger frowned and opened his mouth with sharp fangs, answering that they, people, are still pretending to be fools, and they are the ones who destroyed his core. The guy extended his hand, putting the other one on his waist, and replied that with the core it would be more difficult, but he was not here to kill him, but on the contrary, to save him. The tiger's shadow loomed over the guy as he looked at him, and the tiger said that his core had already been destroyed, and this was an obvious bluff. A small golden ball appeared in Chan Hyson's hand, and he said that whether he was bluffing or not, let the tiger decide for himself, and his death would also bring him a lot of problems. The guy with a smile extended his hand, above which there was a golden ball, and said that he must save it for his own sake. The other candidates watched as the main character raised his hand above his head, and golden light shone around the white-furred tiger. Ga Hanchan lowered his gaze, looking at the guy, saying that candidate 117 is starting. The guy with red hair next to him smiled, also lowered his gaze, and said that he is really different from others, despite his amount of ether. It cannot be that he has had some experience in healing, and was he really a beginner? The tiger said that he saw that this was not the first time that the man had used healing skills, and the guy with black hair looked up at him questioningly. The tiger opened his mouth, looking at the guy with wide blue eyes, and said that these are rather the abilities of a person who worked on them day and night, in which case he must understand that by healing him, he is also putting his life at risk. Chan Hyson smiled with a raised eyebrow. His hand was shaking, and he said that the tiger should not worry about it, and if the tiger dies, it will not pass the test, that's all. The tiger's face trembled and he closed his mouth, saying that he was risking his life for some test, and the guy wants him to believe his words. If the guy doesn't want to lose his life, let him stop now. Chan Hyson looked at him, looked up and said that it doesn't concern him, and why he cares, and even the way he speaks. The guy smiled, stretched out his hand from which golden energy emanated in all directions, and said that he seemed like a pretty good monster. The tiger's eyes widened, a bright golden light shining next to him. Chan Hyson smiled, looking at him, and said that there is no need to worry about him. He is stronger than he may seem, and let him sit and calmly wait for him to finish. The white tiger's back, which was completely bloodied, the tiger asked. He wants to say that he can heal these wounds. The guy asked about healing with a smile. He clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes glowed with a purple light, and next to the golden ones, purple rays of energy flew around. The guy said that if he wanted, he could do even more than that. The tiger looked down at the guy, saying what an unusual person he is, treating him like his fellow man. Chan Hyson's outstretched hand, next to which was a golden ball. The tiger asked whether people are not naturally hostile to monsters, and the guy replied that in general he was right. He raised his hand higher above his head, saying that monsters usually kill people to fill their stomachs, and they can't hate them. He looked to the side as a golden light shone next to his face. Gugong, he put his hand to his chin, lowered his gaze, and the main character said that this is no different from the behavior of people towards each other. Chan Hyson looked with a smile at the black cat with wings who was flying nearby and said that if you think about it, there may be monsters that can save human lives. Propi meowed joyfully. The tiger smiled, looking at the guy as a golden light emanated from him, asking really. Chan Hyson slapped the tiger's body with his hand. He raised his index finger with a wide smile, saying that he had completed the healing, and even left him a small bonus, so let him use it to his health. Tigger slightly tilted his head towards the guy, asking what he was talking about, and he extended his hand, saying that before he started, he said that he could do even more than healing. The tiger, who had a thick collar around his neck, from which 3 thick chains stretched, the guy said that he had quietly loosened the chains on his body, and he wanted to just try it, but everything worked as it should. The iron chains that were chained to the collar on the tiger's neck. The tiger said that he was just a healer, and the Chan Hyson guy replied that he was partly right, but he couldn't reveal all his cards. The main character put his hand to his mouth, closed his eyes with a smile, and said that when the time comes, let him leave here. The tiger clenched his teeth, lowered his gaze, and said the truth. He lowered his muzzle while sitting in front of the guy and said that it was his first time meeting a fool like him. Chan Hyson replied that he would take it as a compliment. He looked up questioningly at the tiger, who said that for some reason he believed the guy. Just like with that woman, this was the second time he was experiencing such feelings. A shadow fell on the tiger, blue energy emanated from his body, his eyes glowed with blue light, and a couple of candidates standing with their backs to him shuddered. The tiger said that he is not a monster. He is what they call a spirit. The tiger frowned, opening its mouth, saying that he was the guardian spirit of the great spirit world, the imperial tiger. The tiger opened his eyes wide with black whites and asked what his name was. Chan Hyson extended his hand with a smile, calling out his name and saying that he was going to be the strongest hunter waiting. The tiger said that it was a great name. The tiger smiled, looking down at the guy in front of him, and said that he was putting part of his life into his hands. The guy with black hair looked up at him with a wide smile, thanking the spirit for his trust, calling him Big Guy. The tiger looked at the guy in confusion, opening his mouth and asked if he had just called him Big Guy. Chan Hyson raised his eyebrows, answering yes, he is very big and a tiger, so he will be a big guy, and the imperial tiger is too long. The spirit closed his eyes and put his paw to his muzzle, answering that apparently he will need to get used to his performances. In any case, he thinks it's time to say goodbye. He said that he was looking forward to their future meeting. P. Heku looked at the piece of paper with a smile, adjusted the microphone in his ear, and said about candidate number 117. He said that the guy passed the test successfully. Chan Hyson smiled, raising his clenched fist up, while a white tiger looked at him from behind, calling the guy a little hero. The hand that was trembling and above which a faint golden energy was glowing. The man asked to work with it. Yu Jaiwan held his wrist as he stood over the bloody yellow bird, clenching his teeth and asking why his wounds were not healing, and let him get up. The man in the suit looked at his watch on his wrist, calling out to the guy. A guy in round glasses and a gray suit awkwardly approached the guy from behind, saying that time was up, so it was time to leave. Yu Jaiwan turned to him displeasedly and asked what. Yu Jaiwan turned to him, gritting his teeth and frowning, sweat running down his face, and he asked, is he completely crazy? He just needs a minute to finish, that will be enough. The White Room, where there were bound monsters in the margins and people standing arrow. You envy them, announced over the loudspeaker that the exam time had come to an end, and they asked the candidates to stop using their skills. Yu Jaiwan turned around with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asking to stop, and what kind of fool said that? Someone replied that he was here. The man, who had a microphone next to his lips, said that this was not good. P. Heku walked to the guy with red hair, looked down at the tablet and said that the check should be equal for everyone. This is what Chairman Gu often tells him, and to think that he was expecting special treatment for himself. The man with glasses looked up at the guy, saying that he didn't want to humiliate Chairman Gu by doing so. Did he? Yu Jaiwan asked what. The red-haired guy put his hand to his chest and frowned, shouting and asking what department the man was from, and decided to look down on his father. His father is much more influential than some chairman, and isn't he tired of living? P. Heku narrowed his eyes, frowning, and called out to Choi Gon-jun. He looked at the tablet, asking him to take the guy out, and Choi Gon-jun ran forward with a wide smile, shouting yes. He grabbed Yu Jaiwan by the arms, and he shouted displeasedly for the man to remove his hands, and how dare he. The guy with a dissatisfied face waved his legs. While the man was holding him, he shouted to leave him alone, to which Choi Gon-jun replied to be careful and he might get hurt. P. Heku closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that they are asking him to calm down and return to his place. Equality is one thing. Yu Jaiwan was breathing heavily, frowning, blood dripping from his nose, and sweat running down his face as the man with glasses said that it seemed he was starting to run out of ether. The guy asked what. The system window showed that ether depletion and excessive use of abilities leads to a lack of ether in the body. Yu Jaiwan looked at the man in shock, asking what it was and if his nose was bleeding. Choi Gon-jun smiled and asked the chief judge if he should escort him to the medical unit. The guy with red hair closed one of his eyes, looking away at the man who was holding him, and told them to wait, and he only had a little time left. P. Heku said that he somehow passed the test and should consider himself lucky. Chan Hyson turned to him with a questioning look, asking what. He smiled widely, looking forward, thinking that it was that guy. Yu Jaiwan hit his palm with his fist, looking at the main character with displeasure, and said that he was just in time. He needed to talk a little. He looked at the guy who was standing behind P. Heku, asking what he was muttering about. Chan Hyson put his hand to his face, clenching his teeth with a smile and mentally telling him to go. The guy opened his mouth, smiling widely, and mentally continued, walked away from here. He laughed loudly, pointing his finger at Yu Jaiwan, mentally saying that he had failed even a simple test. Yu Jaiwan looked at the guy in shock, smiling in annoyance and raising his eyebrow as blood dripped from his nose, asking what. He loudly shouted to let him go and remove his hands, and they will look again. He remembered his beggar face. Chan Hyson rubbed his nose with his finger with a smile, looking at him, and said what a fool. A man in a gray suit knocked on the wooden door. A man in a brown suit and with light red hair, who was sitting in the office, turned to the door and said to enter. On his desk lay papers crossed out with a red pin. A broken black pin lay nearby. The man asked here, the chief judge, and very strange news reached him. The man with red hair irritably leaned his hand on the table, clenched his teeth, and said that he heard that his son, Yu Jaiwan, was awarded an E rank by Yu Jaiwan's father, Yu Invan. P. Heku closed his eyes and answered yes. He showed an excellent result on the ether test. However, he failed the practical part. Sheets of paper were thrown at the man in a gray suit, but he stood calmly with his hands behind his back when Yu Invan shouted what he was talking about. The man with red hair slammed his fist on the table, looking at him angrily, and said that he knows that it was he who interfered with him during the exam, and Yu Jaiwan told him everything, and how dare he lie so brazenly to his face. P. Heku stood looking at the man while he shouted that if he thinks that he will turn a blind eye to this just because the chairman appreciates him, then he is very mistaken. P. Heku thought about Chairman Gu. P. Heku put his hands behind his back while Yu Invan continued to swear, pointing his finger at him, and thought that today he was missing him. Yu Jaiwan frowned, the veins on his cheeks bulged, and he shouted that he had heard that a golden core had come out from behind him, and did he even know how expensive it was? P. Heku opened his eyes and lowered his gaze, answering that he was just following the regulations. The man shouted that he and his regulations were worth nothing. Yu Invan extended his hand while the guy looked at him. Standing among the scattered sheets, the man shouted that this is what his regulations led to. The core failed after the candidate passed the test. This is nonsense. P. Heku looked up at the man, saying that he had no excuses, and what should they do with the spoiled golden core? The core on a silver stand, with brown energy swirling in it. Yu Invan shouted that doesn't matter. He said that the core is completely corrupted and let them get rid of it or make bowling holes in it. He doesn't care. P. Heku opened his mouth, saying that he understood him. Maria stood in front of the main character with a smile, holding out her hands to him. While many people were taking pictures of them, she said that this is a great job, candidate. No, Hunter Chan Hyson. She congratulates him. He is now an S-rank hunter. On the guy's black jacket, there was a gold badge with the letter S. The girl said that she hopes that from now on he will be able to save many lives. Chan Hyson held the gold badge in his hand with a smile, looking at it, and thought that the hunter exam was finally over, and as expected, he was awarded S rank. The guy looked to the side, thinking about that guy. He looked at Yu Jaiwan, who lowered his head while standing in the crowd, and thought that he could barely get any rank, a pathetic fool. And he had too much ether for such a low skill level. Chan Hyson walked out of the building, standing in front of the large bright doors, and thought that this was just a pathetic waste of air. He closed his eyes with a smile and lowered his head, saying that there was nothing to be done, and wondered why it was so noisy outside. The guy with brown hair who was holding a microphone pointed forward with a wide smile, shouting to look. The girl with the microphone said with a smile that there he was. Chan Hyson wondered if it were reporters. He opened his eyes wide, looking forward with a nervous smile. When they said that it was he, their new messiah, he thought what was happening. A crowd of people stood in front of the building. Some were holding a poster. Others were just smiling and shouting that he was so handsome. A new angel of mercy appeared, and the guy thought that there were too many of them. Chan Hyson nervously looked at them, smiling as sweat dripped down his face, and thought that he had just passed the exam, and how did all these people find out about it? Someone put a microphone to the guy's face, and he looked at the man who said he was reporter Kim Ji-suk from the newspaper People of the Day. The guy with brown hair clenched his hand into a fist, saying with a wide smile that he was able to get S rank the first time. And let him tell you how he feels now, and those rumors that he surpassed Maria in the amount of ether are true. Chan Hyson smiled, waving his hand and closing his eyes, saying that it was not like that and nothing like that. A second microphone rested on his cheek, and another reporter said that they say he is close with Gu Gongyi, and is it true? The two reporters pressed their microphones to the guy's cheeks, looking at each other displeasedly. Kim Ji-suk said that he asked the question first, and the girl shouted that she had waited 2 hours longer than him. The main character frowned, displeasedly listening to them quarrel with each other. He waved his hand, taking away the microphone that Kim Ji-suk was holding, and he looked down at him in surprise, asking what in confusion. Chan Hyson brought the microphone to his face and opened his mouth wide, closing his eyes. He stood in front of the crowd outside the building, shouting for them all to shut up. Chan Hyson stood at the stairs looking at the crowd. There were 2 confused journalists nearby, and the guy said that there were too many of them, so he would answer everyone at once, to be honest. The guy smiled and put his hand to his chest, saying that he was incredibly glad to receive S rank and was not yet ready to give an interview. He said that this was his farewell to them. The microphone flew into the air as the guy ran away, leaving behind a purple light of energy. The crowd and the 2 journalists looked on in shock, their eyes wide open. Chan Hyson stood on the ground with his head down and his eyes closed. While in the distance they asked where he had gone, purple energy glowed around him and he said that even if they looked for him, they still wouldn't find him. The guy smiled, looking over his shoulder, and said that he would go home. A guy with red hair stood in front of him, saying that he didn't think it would take him long to find the main character. Ga Yelchin clenched his hand into a fist, looked at the guy with a smile, and said his name. Next to him, a guy in a white down jacket and long hair put his hands in his pockets, saying that his name was Jie Hanchan. The main character looked at them in shock. Jie Hanchan and Jie Yelchin, in EXT, to which there were panels with their names and health levels. Next to Chan Hyson there was a sign that said the appearance of Wild Hunter Brothers. Jie Yelchin said that they would get straight to the point. Would he like to join them? The guy with red hair smiled, pointed his thumb at himself, and said that he had probably heard about the Bishop's Guild. They would listen to all his conditions. Chan Hyson smiled awkwardly, looking at them and raising his hands, saying that they seemed to have misunderstood everything, and he did not plan to join the guild. Someone said that of course one should not join such a worthless guild. The guys turned to the man who was standing on the road and from whom green energy was emanating. He said that it was laughter, and that's all. Gu Gongyi smiled, looking at the guys with his green eyes, and told the main character to join the Guild of Glory. A black car was driving along the road. The person in it said that Yu Jaiwan received an E rank, lower than expected. Yes, he was born with such abnormalities. Even if they wanted to do something, he doubted it would help. A guy with brown hair, a light suit and glasses was driving a car, saying that although he was very lucky that he was able to join the Guild of Fame with such weak skills, he could have shown a much better result if he had not been so careless. The guy looked in the rearview mirror, noticing something. A man with black hair and a black suit smiled, looking out the window, sitting in the back seat, and the guy looked that he seemed to be in high spirits today. The man crossed his arms over his chest with a smile and closed his eyes, telling him not to get it into his head. Something interesting finally happened. The guy with brown hair looked at him, holding the steering wheel, and asked about the interesting thing. The man looked out the window where he was reflected and answered correctly. A very interesting incident. Chan Hyson stood on the road, looking at Gu Gongyi and frowned, asking why he wanted him to join the guild and why they were in no position to propose something like that to each other. Ji Yelchin put his hand on the shoulder of the man in the suit, raising an eyebrow and looking at him, saying that he was right. Besides, the Bishop's Guild was the first to make an offer to him, and he needed to maintain order. The man asked the guy to remove his hands. Gu Gongyi waved his hand, looking at the red-haired guy and smiling, saying that otherwise it would be problematic to live the rest of his life with just one hand. Jie Hanchan pointed his finger at his scarf, asking what kind of stubborn fool he was. Ice shards appeared around Gu Gongyi and surrounded him. The guy with white hair frowned and raised his hand, displeasedly asking if he really wanted to die. Gu Gongyi replied that he needed to think about it. The ice shards that were flying in the air were slightly cracked. Jie Yelchin looked at this in surprise, raising an eyebrow, while the guy with white hair calmly stood next to him, raising his hand. Ice shards exploded in the air. Gu Gongyi raised his hands as green mist flew around, and he said with a smile, "Do they really want him to give it his all?" Jie Hanchan frowned at him. Blue energy was emanating from his body, and he said that it was a pity that Maria was not around right now, because even if his whole body was in ice, she would be able to heal him. The man said to watch his tongue. Jie Hanchan jumped over him. Surrounding the man with black hair with ice shards, Gu Gongyi frowned, clenching his hand into a fist. The man with black hair struck with his fist, and a thick green mist rose up at the impact site. Ice shards fell to the ground. The man stood far away from them, next to a green cloud of fog. He smiled, looking to the side with glowing green eyes, and said, "That's it." His fist was held by Jie Yelchin, whose hair turned fiery and his eyes glowed brightly. The man said that means the rumors about their guild were not lies, and they think that they are so good that they can compete with the Glory Guild. Jie Yelchin frowned at him, stretching his hand forward, while the fire burned around him. He asked what the man was saying such a thing, and let him not go that far. At the bottom there was a system window that said, Jie Yelchin rank S. Behind the guy stood Jie Hanchan, who raised his hands. Behind him there was a huge block of ice with blue energy flying around. The guy with red hair asked him to remove this thing, and doesn't he know that this is a residential area? The guy with white hair looked away, quietly apologizing. At the bottom it was written, Jie Hanchan, rank S. Jie Yelchin looked over his shoulder at his brother and raised an eyebrow, saying that it looked like they had already screwed up with the proposal. He apologized for what they showed himself in such a humiliating way, and if he didn't mind, they could talk another time. The main character looked at them, raising his hand, and said that he refuses. The guy with red hair looked at him in shock, winced, and asked why. They might be a couple of years behind the Guild of Glory, of course, and still. Chan Hyson frowned at them and replied that it was too far. Their guild was in Busan. He might think about it if he could work from home. Jie Yelchin and Jie Hanchan looked at him in shock with their mouths open. The guy with white hair frowned, asking what kind of hunters even work from home. And the guy with red hair clenched his hands into fists, leaning towards the main character and shouting if he really should join the Guild of Glory. Chan Hyson frowned and looked to the side, talking about her. He looked at Gu Gongyi, who crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy, and continued that even if he died and was reborn again, he would never go there. The man in the suit smiled and said that it was only a matter of time before he realized that these pathetic clowns were no match for them. Gu Gongyi sat in the car, crossing his arms over his chest with a smile and looking out the window, saying that in the end, the only suitable place for him would be the Glory Guild. Death of a hunter. A man lying under a bloody white sheet. There was also a white rag over his eyes. For hunters dealing with monsters, death is the closest friend, and which dungeon claims the most lives. A huge black salamander with red legs and eyes. Perhaps these are poisonous dungeons containing deadly poison everywhere. A red monster with many purple eyes on its face. Or maybe it was high-level dungeons with incredibly strong bosses. No, neither one nor the other. The answer is simple: dungeons for beginners. Dead people who were lying on the ground, there was red blood under them. The face of one person was covered in blood. The second was lying face down in the ground. These dungeons are quite easy, but this does not mean that they are safe. Many novice hunters underestimate the danger of dungeons and die senselessly death. Therefore, the Hunters Association introduced a special rule. At a large table sat Yuinvan and two other people on either side of him. They were filmed by a camera. On the screen behind it was written, "The Hunter Probation Program." Yuinvan raised his hand. There was a pair of microphones next to his face, and on the blue ribbon at the bottom it was written, "Hunter Association Press Conference." The man said that from now on, aspiring hunters will be required to clear 5 3-star dungeons or below, with a group of 5 hunters, before they can go into a dungeon of the appropriate level alone. Thus, a probationary program for hunters was formed, even for the main character, who has the right to officially enter the dungeon. Chan Hyson put his hands in the pockets of his gray sweater, saying if they were going to meet here, he thought that even he couldn't get around this rule. A guy with pink hair looked at the guy, smilingly saying that he thought it was him. The girl with pink hair turned around, holding a short staff in her hands, and said that it was really him. They ran towards the guy together, greeting him with smiles, and Chan Hyson greeted them back, looking at them. The guy with pink hair put his hand to his chest, saying that his name is Yu Chong. The girl with pink hair smiled widely, clenching her hand into a fist, saying that she is Yusin and they are espers. The main character smiled broadly, looking at them, and replied that he was glad to meet you. He was a healer, and they didn't happen to know where the others were. Yusin said in confusion that they were just here, and the guy turned back with a wide smile, saying that they were there. The guy with purple hair offered to just kill them with a smile. The dark-skinned man clenched his teeth, smiling, and asked if he was crazy. The man in the dark t-shirt said that he thought they had already gathered, and the second guy put his hand to his face, asking if it was really Chan Hyson. They should hurry up. The guy with purple hair winked and waved his hand, smilingly saying that his name was Park Hyson. The bald man next to him closed his eyes and also smiled, saying that he was Kim Chuho. He said that he had heard rumors about Chan Hyson, and he was handsome. It felt like he had plastic surgery. The main character raised his eyebrow, looking at them questioningly, and thought what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The guy with black hair looked at the two men in front of him, saying that since they were all gathered, maybe they would have a small meeting, and he would like to talk a little about the dungeon. Park Hyson smiled, closed his eyes, and laughed, apologizing for talking a lot and asking the guy if this was his first dungeon. Chan Hyson clenched his hand into a fist and closed his eyes with a smile, saying that the very first thing, he thought that this was really his first dungeon, at least officially. He smiled, closing his eyes, thinking, gee, that it was illegal. No, he already had more than 10 forays into dungeons. Park Hyson raised his index finger and leaned over, winking at the guy, saying that everything is clear, and in that case, how about they do everything for him? The main character asked what he meant. Kim Chuho pointed his thumb at himself with a smile and said that although you can't tell from them right away, they are some kind of veterans, despite the fact that Chan Hyson has an S rank, but he is just a healer, and he probably doesn't care. It's easy to deal with monsters. Park Hyson put his index finger and thumb together. Gold coins fell behind him, and he said that they are just helping people with this, and if he pays them some money, they will do whatever he wants. The whole group stood at the purple portal, and the main character looked at the two men, saying that they would do everything for him. He frowned, his eyes turning slightly purple, and he asked what would happen if he refused. Park Hyson looked down at the guy, asking if he would refuse them. The guy with purple hair smiled widely, rubbing his cheek against the guy with black hair, saying that then they would not do anything. Kim Chuho raised his weapon above his head with a smile, saying that they would just try to help the novice hunters. They asked Chan Hyson to pay them, saying that he should try and they would not let him down. Yusin and Yucheng nervously looked at this, standing aside. Chan Hyson frowned as the two men convinced him. His eyes turned completely purple and he thought that they were both D-rank knights, and if they really had a lot of experience, this dungeon would be very easy for them. But why? He looked at two men who were looking at him with smiles, and there was a red light around. The guy thought that D-rank knights have access to any guild, and these guys are clearing out the dungeon for cheap, saying that they are helping them. Chan Hyson smiled, thinking that it was all a lie. Park Hyson smiled slyly, narrowing his eyes, and the main character thought that it was obvious that they were kicked out of their guilds, and now they are ordinary tramps, and since going alone is a little scary, they take money from newcomers in order to at least live on something. Kim Chuho and Park Hyson stood at the purple portal, looking at the guy with black hair, and he thought that they were offering this to an S-rank hunter, and did they really have some kind of advantage? Kim Chuho began to enter the purple portal and the guy with purple hair raised his hand, smilingly asking if they were coming. Chan Hyson thought that maybe they just didn't take him seriously. The guy with black hair smiled widely and clenched his hand into a fist, closing his eyes, saying that they were coming. He thought that it was none of his business, that they were stirring up there, but if they crossed the line, he would kill them. A brown beaver on the grass, with bright red eyes, the system window showed a monster, a huge nutria, type. Attacking, physical level, E, difficulty, 1. A sharp blow cut the monster in half, drops of blood fly out from the wound on its back and mouth. Park Hyson waved his sword with a smile, killing monsters. Behind him Kim Chuho wielded a huge black hammer, laughing. A man with dark skin looked forward, shouting that it was too easy, they were so weak, and the guy with purple hair extended his hand with a sword to the side, saying that they needed stronger enemies, and these were terribly boring. Chan Hyson watched as the two men killed the little monsters, saying that they seemed to be very enthusiastic, but why were they trying so hard for these weaklings? Park Hyson and Kim Chuho clenched their teeth with a smile, and the main character thought that if they decided to fight all their lives, then they should do it in a proper way, and they only pretend to fight hard. Park Hyson looked with a smile at one of the monsters that ran behind him, and the guy thought that he deliberately let one enemy escape. Chan Hyson looked at the monster that stood in front of him and wondered if this was just about money. He frowned and sighed. His body glowed purple and the guy said moving. He thought it was annoying. The monster jumped up, opening its mouth with orange teeth, and Chan Hyson thought that if someone else had been in his place, he might have gotten hurt. The monster's neck was cut by a black dagger with a purple glowing stripe, and blood gushed out from the monster's wound. The guy with black hair clutched a dagger in his hands, looking at the dead monster, and thought that slowly but surely their joke was going further and further. Someone exclaimed enthusiastically, and Chan Hyson looked to the side as the dagger dissolved in his hand. Yusin looked forward in surprise, holding a staff in her hands, and said that they were fighting so cool. Yucheng smiled widely, blushed slightly, and said that D-rank hunters are on a completely different level than them. The main character raised an eyebrow, looking at them in confusion. Chan Hyson stood in front of them with one hand on his hip and said, "Aren't they going to join them?" Yusin and Yucheng flinched, asking what. The guy with black hair pointed his finger to the side, saying that they gave them a lot of money, and although they said that they would do all the work for them, why don't they take on weaker monsters? Yucheng nervously clasped his hands together, sweat dripping down them, and said that this was their first time in the dungeon, so they also lacked confidence. Chan Hyson looked at him questioningly, raising an eyebrow, and asked about confidence, and are they really not going to do anything? Yucheng and Yusin opened their eyes wide, looking in surprise at the guy who said that these were first-level monsters. So what was so scary about those monsters that were no different from ordinary rats? A golden ball appeared in the main character's hand, which cast light from itself, and he asked what would be terrible, even if they were wounded. He smiled, looking away at them as a golden light illuminated his face, and he asked if they had forgotten who he was. Yucheng clenched his hand into a fist as he listened to the guy. He picked her up and frowned, saying that he was right. The girl with pink hair also clenched her hand into a fist, looking decisively forward, and said that they are not as weak as they might seem at first glance. Chan Hyson turned away and closed his eyes, answering that there was no need to thank him. While next to him a guy and a girl with pink hair looked at him enthusiastically, the guy thought that he was glad that he could motivate them a little. For now this would be more than enough. The main character looked to the side with purple eyes and thought that the main problem was there. Park Hyson swung his black sword, screaming to die. He quickly swung his sword around himself, repeating "die" with a wide smile. The guy with purple hair lowered his gaze, looking to the side at a bright blue beam of light from which sparks came. A blue ray of light hit one of the monsters, and yellow lightning fell on the second monster nearby and hit it. Kim Chuho ran up to the two monsters, asking where these sudden attacks came from, and Park Hyson looked at them with his eyes down, saying that it looked like an Esper attack. He turned his gaze to the side, throwing his sword over his shoulder and asking with a gloomy look if this was really the work of their dear clients. He said that they should have just watched from the side. Yu Chung extended his hand, from which a blue light emanated, and said that they also needed to do something. Behind the guy stood Yusin, with a staff from which yellow sparks emanated. Kim Chuho smiled, crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying that he liked their attitude. But they needed to watch their mana, and they would probably ask why. The man opened his eyes, thinking about the house, next to which a brown rodent with red eyes was sitting. He said that very soon a rodent the size of a house would appear here. A sound was heard in the green bushes nearby, and the man said he had come. Park Hyson held his sword on his shoulder with a smile, looking to the side, and said that the fun is about to begin. Kim Chuho crossed his arms over his chest, saying that an incredible show awaits them. Yu Chung clenched his hand into a fist, raising his gaze. Yusin next to her nervously clutched her staff, pursing her lips. Park Hyson said that they already know this well, but the bosses of this monster are not easy. The guy with purple hair smiled. A shadow fell on his face, and he said that he would say right away, let them prepare to pay another $1 million. And if they refuse, then they themselves will be responsible for everything that happens to them. Yu Chung frowned, shouting in surprise that the girl next to him also frowned, displeasedly asking why they should pay, and the contract did not say such a thing. She shouted that it stated that clearing the dungeon included killing the boss. Park Hyson closed his eyes and scratched his ear while she screamed. He raised his little finger, looking at the two of them with a dark look, and told them to shut their mouths, and if they didn't pay the money, they would fight this monster themselves. The bald man smiled, also looking at them, and said that if they were unhappy with something, let them present these claims to the healer. If he paid them, there would be no problems. Park Hyson's hair fell into his eyes, and he asked if they would pay. He wondered what the main character was going to do. He looked at the guy with black hair, who clenched his hands into fists and lowered his head, thinking that S rank, of course, sounds cool, but the higher the rank, the more responsibility, and hasn't he realized it yet? People want it, a perfectly cleared dungeon. The huge beaver opened its mouth with saliva flowing out of it. The monster's eyes glowed red, and Park Hyson thought that S-rank hunters were unable to avoid the attention of other people. Everyone he saw was like this. Comments on the internet said that Chan Hyson would be unlikely to be useful in the dungeon since he is a healer. Someone wrote that they wanted to see him in the dungeon as soon as possible, and another replied that S-rank in a first-level dungeon is just ridiculous. Park Hyson thought about how he differs from others, he who received such attention for the first time. The main character with a low amount of health stood in front of three monsters. Yu Chung with half health and Yusin with full health were hiding behind him. The guy with purple hair thought that he must be thinking this is unfair, even though he is S-rank, but without 2 nights the damage will be noticeable. He still does not have enough experience and skills, so it will be quite problematic to protect espers and fight at the same time. Park Hyson rubbed his hands, smiling grimly and thinking that what's more, the main character is just a healer who has never fought a monster face to face. Yu Chung frowned, clutching the strap of his bag, and said that Chan Hyson had nothing to do with it. Yusin raised her hand to her chest and shouted in displeasure that they really decided to involve an S-rank hunter in this matter, and aren't they afraid of the consequences? Chan Hyson stood next to them while Park Hyson in front of them told them not to make fun of him. Even though he has an S-rank, no one will join the guild yet, and what can a guy who has no outside support do against him? We'll scold you or something. The guy with purple hair pointed at himself with his thumb, smilingly telling the main character to think twice, and if he doesn't pay them now, they will simply leave this dungeon, with wounds all over his body that he will inflict on himself. Yusin covered her mouth with her hand, looking nervously at the man, who continued that he would start a rumor that the healer almost killed them. Park Hyson raised his index finger, asking if they would believe him, and they definitely did, or rather, they would spread these rumors themselves. Chan Hyson, who stood with clenched fists, many eyes were looking at him, and Park Hyson asked why and answered that people need a hero, but at the same time they envy them immensely, which is why S-rank is far from the best, as everyone thought. A huge monster standing among the trees, he opened his mouth, raising his paw. Park Hyson told him to choose quickly and time was running out. He thought that they didn't care that he was just a beginner. The main character lowered his head, and the guy with purple hair wondered what he would do, get angry, or think it was unfair. He picked up his phone, holding it with a smile and looking at the guy, thinking that it would be just great if he could film his suffering in the first-level dungeon, sell it, and earn some money. Chan Hyson began to approach the guy with purple hair, putting his hands in his pockets, and he thought that a proud S-rank hunter would never reveal his weaknesses like that, and he was lucky. He didn't think that he would meet a complete layman. The guy with black hair said that when he was a child, hunters seemed incredibly cool to him. Chan Hyson looked down at the two men with purple eyes while purple energy emanated from him, and he said that once he grew up, he realized that they were the real scoundrels, and wasn't he right? Kim Chu-ho and Park Hyson's eyes widened, their mouths opened. The latter's phone fell out of his hands as the main character said that he was watching how far they would go with all this. But this is beyond the bounds of acceptable. Such stupid people are he. I didn't meet him. Park Hyson thought that this was really his broadcast. Park Hyson clenched his teeth as sweat ran down his face. His face contorted with rage as he frowned and shouted that he had really forgotten who was in charge, and he would tell everything to the media. Purple energy appeared around Chan Hyson's legs, and he said that he would tell him a story. The guy appeared behind the two men, emitting purple energy from his body, saying that on the day of application, Hunter Gu Gong personally taught one guy a lesson. He thought that he did not want to mention his name. Chan Hyson turned to the two men, looking at them with dark violet eyes, and said that it was him. The guy thought that he would take advantage of everything he could. Park Hyson's eyes widened in fear and sweat dripped down his face. He wondered if this was true, and he seemed to have seen something like this on the news, and if he wasn't lying, no one would help them. The guy's hand shook as he clutched his sword in his hand, trying to say something and thinking that he was wrong. Park Hyson started swinging his sword, yelling at him to shut up. He thought that even if he killed him, he would need to hush it up somehow. The guy shuddered, looking to the side in fear. Sweat flowed down his face. The main character asked why he didn't attack. Park Hyson trembled as he looked at Chan Hyson, who was holding a blue sword in his hand and smiling, asking if he had decided to stand still. The guy with black hair smiled widely, holding the sword, from which blue energy emanated, in front of him and called him trash, an incompetent healer who doesn't even know how to heal. Yusin and Yu Chung also looked ahead in fear while the guy with black hair asked if Kim Chu-ho and Park Hyson could talk. Chan Hyson held a sword in front of him while there was a huge monster with red eyes behind him, and the guy asked who they think is in charge now. He frowned, holding out his hand with the sword in front of him, looking at the men with violet eyes and demanded them to answer. Kim Chu-ho clenched his teeth, trembling. He squinted one eye and cursed loudly. Sweat ran down Park Hyson's face and he frowned, trembling and swearing at the main character. Chan Hyson crossed his arms over his chest and sighed, looking at them, asking what they were saying. The guy's eyes widened, glowing purple, and he asked if they still didn't understand the situation they were in. The two men looked up in fear, shuddering. Chan Hyson put his hands in his pockets, looking at them and asked what the media would say, saying that they shouldn't make him laugh, and if he was so afraid of it, he would never have received S-rank. Kim Chu-ho and Park Hyson looked at the guy in shock, their mouths open, while he asked where they got so much confidence and why they froze. The guy with black hair put his hand to his chin, looked down and asked if the tongues were paralyzed. He looked up at the men and thought that this, of course, was too much, but it would be better to teach them a lesson properly. Park Hyson looked up at the guy in surprise when he said that he had a proposal for them. Even if they are not able to answer out loud, they should let him know in any other way. Chan Hyson stretched and yawned, closing his eyes, saying that at the moment the two knights are paralyzed by an unknown phenomenon, and they at least understand what a critical situation they find themselves in. Kim Chu-ho and Park Hyson looked at the guy in shock. Next to him there were clouds in which skulls were drawn and a huge inscription was terrible. Chan Hyson asked what was wrong with their faces, and they didn't think it was strange that a healer was capable of something like that. Chan Hyson sat on the ground while purple energy emanated from his body and said that no matter what, if they continued like this, he could not guarantee that they would survive. The guy rested his feet on the ground, surrounded by purple energy, and asked if they wanted him to do all the work for them. On the ground in front of the huge monster, a large purple cloud rose up, which Yu Chung looked at in shock. The main character was flying near the red eye of the monster who was looking at him. He said that his name was Chan Hyson and he would clear the dungeon for them. Let them contact him. The guy turned in the air as purple energy emanated from him, raising his leg above the monster. He kicked the monster in the head, sending it flying down. Chan Hyson smiled as he flew in the air and lowered his gaze, saying that the price was not too bad. Only 2 million won. Park Hyson and Kim Chu-ho gritted their teeth as they looked up at him and thought that he had decided to mock them. The huge monster lay on the ground, eyes closed and trembling. Park Hyson thought it was loud, but the boss didn't take enough damage. The huge rodent rested its paws on the ground. His face contorted in rage and he opened his mouth, looking forward with red glowing eyes. Park Hyson thought that he only angered him even more. Chan Hyson with a stick in his hands and a stupid smile, who jumped on the ground, the inscription below, the imagination of Park Hyson. A man with purple hair thought that this is why healers are of no use. The man's eyes widened, and he looked forward in fear as sweat ran down his face as he wondered if healers could move like that. The huge rodent was shaking with anger, raising its paws, and the man thought that a terrible thought had come to him. Chan Hyson stood behind the two men with a wide smile, jumping and waving his arms, telling the boss to come here, saying that he would beat him hard. Park Hyson realized that he was deliberately trying to anger him. The boss growled loudly, opening his mouth and clenching his paw into a fist. While the guy with black hair asked if he was angry and let him come here, he will receive him with all cordiality. Standing behind Kim Chuho and Park Hyson, Chan Hyson waved his hand, shouting right here, the two men mentally swearing at him. Yusin looked in their direction in shock, smiling nervously and asked, "He's not serious." Yu Chang with the same nervo. A smile was clutching the strap of his bag, saying that probably not, and he's probably just intimidating them. The main character found himself behind Park Hyson, asking with a gloomy face if they really think that way. He stood behind a man with purple hair who was trembling and said that what he hates most is the kind of people who play with the lives of others. He doesn't even consider such scoundrels to be people. He asked what they thought. He was being too mean. Park Hyson's eyes widened and he frowned, sweat running down his face as he thought, "Please stop saying this nonsense." Chan Hyson crossed his arms over his chest as he stood next to the trembling man and told him that he really didn't see any difference between the monsters and them. He thought that he was just saying that he would kill them if they didn't listen to him. The guy with black hair tilted his head and smiled, asking if they accepted his offer, yes or no. Park Hyson wondered who he even was. The man with purple hair opened his mouth, trying to say something. He wondered if the guy was a clueless poor man from Gabandon, a 20-year-old S-rank hunter, a second Maria who would save people, or a complete layman with zero experience in hunting. Chan Hyson said that he was almost here, and the man wondered what kind of parasitic ability this was. Chan Hyson stood between the two men, looking at the boss running towards them, saying that he would soon turn them into mincemeat, thinking that they had messed with the wrong guy. The guy smiled, looking to the side while the two men made some sounds. He thought that they should not have gotten in his way from the very beginning. The boss was approaching the three of them, running quickly along the ground, and the main character thought that if they didn't beg, they would simply die. Kim Chuho and Park Hyson screamed loudly as they looked at the approaching monster in fear. The monster opened its mouth in front of them, approaching. Chan Hyson said that okay. He hopes this is enough for them to think about their mistakes and now they will make a deal. The guy suddenly jumped forward, hitting his boss in the face with his foot. Blood flowed from the monster's wound. Chan Hyson looked forward, his mouth slightly open, his hair flying in the wind. Park Hyson stood next to the guy with his hands and head down. The main character kicked the monster, and it flew back into the air. Yusin and Yu Chang looked at it in surprise, eyes wide open, and the guy asked what it was. The monster flew through the air away from the main character, and the guy with pink hair asked if the healer did this. Chan Hyson stood behind the falling monster. Purple energy began to emanate from it, and Yu Chang said that S-rank hunters were too strong. The guy with black hair looked at the falling body of the huge beaver, thinking that he had not officially been to the dungeons yet. So before this, he could only drive the bosses to exhaustion. The guy's eyes turned purple and he extended his hand back, while a ball of purple energy was gathering next to it. He thought that now it was much easier for him, because he no longer had to hold back. A black dagger appeared in Chan Hyson's hand and he smiled, clutching it in his hand. The guy clenched his teeth, smiled and said that against the backdrop of that Skalapindra, no, even the goblins would be stronger. He swung his dagger, leaving a mark of the blow and cutting the boss's body into two halves. The guy told him to go build dams in hell. The huge boss collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from the cut flesh, and one of the men thought that they were finished. Park Hyson looked at this in fear with his mouth open and thought, this is what they call a healer. This is nonsense. How can someone like him be a healer? The main character put his hand on the shoulder of a man with purple hair. The guy with black hair smiled widely, standing behind him, and said that he saw that he had a lot on his mind. Chan Hyson turned away from him and raised his hand, closing his eyes, saying that he saved them from paralysis. Soon they would be able to move normally again, and let them not forget to send money to his account. Kim Chuho raised his hands, looking down and saying in surprise that he could move again. Park Hyson next to him thought that it was so fast that it was impossible to even describe, and they completely screwed up. Kim Chuho frowned, veins popped out on his forehead, and he called out to the main character. The man clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the guy's back, shouting where he was going. They weren't finished yet. Park Hyson said to leave him. A man with dark skin turned around in surprise and asked what. He turned to the guy with purple hair who had his back to him with his head down. The bald man asked what happened and this guy ruined their deal. How can he say such a thing? Park Hyson clenched his hands into fists and shouted enough. He combed his purple hair back with his hand, frowning and saying that he had seen it himself. Even if they attacked him, in the end it would be them. Chan Hyson turned to the quarreling men, frowned and wondered what they were doing. Park Hyson waved his hand, closed his eyes and said that he would not take on this anymore. Kim Chuho looked at him in shock and asked him to wait. Chan Hyson turned away from them, thinking that they were like children. Yu Chang approached the main character, calling the guy. He clenched his hands into fists, excitedly saying that it was amazing. He is so strong, but does not brag about it at all. Shows mercy to the weak and is even fair to his enemies. He said that it was so cool and he was his hero. Chan Hyson looked at him with a faint smile, raising his eyebrows and wondering what had gotten into them. Yu Chang called the main character and he smiled broadly, laughing, asking him not to take all this into his head, thinking okay, no matter. Yu Chang and Yu Sin raised their hands with wide smiles, shouting that the main character is the best, and he laughed loudly. The girl and the guy with pink hair looked at their phones in confusion. The sky turned sunset orange and the guy asked if he was sure. Chan Hyson looked at them, holding his phone and answered of course. A bank was opened on the phone, where there was a credit to the account in the amount of 1 million won and a debit in the amount of 1 million. The guy said that this money should have originally belonged to them. Yusin raised her hand, knitted her eyebrows and said that this money was rightfully his and it was nothing but problems. The main character opened his mouth and answered no. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at them with a smile, saying that he got his share and returned what belonged to them. So there is no need to worry, he just wants them to keep what happened a secret. Yu Chang and Yusin looked at the guy with a surprised look, blushing slightly. The girl pressed her hands to her chest when Chan Hyson said that besides, he has many other ways to make money. He smiled, closing his eyes as the wind blew through his hair, and said that was why he didn't need their money. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The sky was turning blue. The stars were shining on it. Yu Chang exhaled with a smile. He closed his eyes and scratched the back of his head, saying that he was powerless here. And he thought that there was no point in bothering him with this anymore. No matter how they tried to persuade him, he was unlikely to change his mind. Chan Hyson looked at him with a smile, answering that that's exactly it. He wouldn't accept this money anyway, and then they can get out of here. Yu Chang said that he couldn't let him go with nothing. The guy with pink hair put his hand to his chest and said that he couldn't leave his savior empty-handed since he didn't need the money. Yu Chang handed the main character a white business card, asking him to at least take this. Chan Hyson took the business card, looked down at it, and asked what it was. He looked at the white business card, on which there was a white and red circle and the inscription Umbrella Corporation. The guy thought that it seemed he had already heard this name somewhere. Chan Hyson brought it to his face, thinking why he gave him this business card, and their director must have a lot of money. Yu Chang said that he could see the question on the guy's face. Why did he give this business card? The guy with pink hair pointed forward with a wide smile, saying to look at the name, and the main character asked about the name. He removed his finger from the edge of the business card, looking at the name of Director Du Isu. The guy thought what? Chan Hyson looked questioningly at the business card he was holding, thinking about Du Isu, Du Yusin, Du Yu Chang, and mentally asking what. The names are Du Isu, Du Yusin, Du Yu Chang. The main character thought again. He looked up at the guy with pink hair, smiling nervously, and asked about this man, and he answered exactly with a wide smile. Yu Chang pressed his hand to his chest, saying that this is their father. Yusin clenched her hands into fists, saying with a wide smile that they are not such a big company, but they can help with something. They both smiled widely, looking at the main character with shining eyes and clenching their hands into fists, saying that he could contact them at any time. The guy thought, that means they have a lot of money. Chan Hyson raised his hands to his face, wondering what it was. He covered his face with his hands, thinking what a shame, remembering how he crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he was S-rank and had a lot of money, and how he smiled, putting his hand to his face and saying that he should politely refuse. He was an S-rank hunter. The guy thought how ashamed he was. He stood with his face in his hands, weakly saying that they could go their separate ways. Whi. Liu Chang and Yusin looked at him, agreeing and saying that they were glad to meet each other. Chan Hyson was sitting on a wooden board near his house. There were a lot of blue balls in front of him, and the guy said that he collected 14 cores, the first level dungeon. So it's no wonder why the cores are so weak. He put his hand to his chin, raising an eyebrow and asking if he could only absorb black cores. The system window showed that black cores are extracted from poisonous monsters and filled with poison. The core is prohibited for absorption by ordinary hunters and is placed in a separate category. A lot of blue cores lying on the floor, the system showed a notification. The main character has no limit on absorbing cores. He can also absorb regular cores. Chan Hyson smiled, lowered his gaze, and said that he was already scared. Then it is not necessary to only go to poisonous dungeons. The guy took the core, which began to decay. Blue energy glowed around it, and he asked what. Chan Hyson looked at his hand, from which the core had disappeared, raising his eyebrows and asking what was wrong with it, and it had already disappeared, although they were weak, but he had collected as many as 14 cores. The guy asked to show the status window, and a line of violet energy appeared in front of him. On the system window there was, Metahuman, Chan Hyson, Class Level 1, Combat Indicators, 2458, Physical Level, D, Healing Level, S, Skills, Poison Step 2nd Level, Communication, 1st Level. The guy said that he was weaker than he wondered what kind of communication this was. He put his hand to his chin. His eyes glowed purple as he looked at the system window. The system showed a notification. The communication skill allows him to communicate with monsters. However, communication can only be established with intelligent beings. Chan Hyson looked down, saying that this is a good skill, but where did he get it from? Propi appeared in front of the guy's face, meowing happily, and the guy said, "It's probably because of him." He remembered the huge tiger he was standing in front of, and thought that it turns out that at that time he could talk to the huge tiger just because of this ability, and he wondered if he managed to escape. Chan Hyson leaned back on his hands, looking up as the black cat flew around him, and said that there was no point in thinking about it now, and he was still too weak, and his progress had slowed down. Propi pressed himself against the guy's shoulder, who raised his head and thought that maybe he should go to a poisonous dungeon, and his progress is at a standstill because he lacks black cores. The black core with a dark mist flying around it. Chan Hyson thought that the amount of ether in the black cores was several times higher than normal ones. However, due to the toxicity, they could not even be used as an energy source, let alone absorbed. An office where two scientists stood. One of them stood in front of the table, writing something down. On the table in a flask lay a black nucleus, and the guy thought that at the same time they were a tasty morsel, since they contained a huge amount of ether. Due to the many experiments were carried out on them, but they all failed. A basket with a red inscription waste, in which there were many black kernels. Around it there was a yellow ribbon with the inscription danger. The guy thought that today black kernels are recognized as waste material, but poisoners can absorb them without any problems, thanks to which they are making incredible progress. The main character looked with a smile at Propi flying nearby, who spread his paws to the sides, smiling joyfully. The guy thought that, to be honest, not so many hunters are engaged in absorbing nuclei. A decent amount of money is spent on their absorption, and the absorption coefficient is even lower than 50%, so it's not the wisest way to spend your money. A figure that stood over a core that emitted golden light. Next to it was plus 100 and the inscription absorption of cores. A figure in blue gloves and glasses. Next to it was plus 10 and the inscription additional equipment. A figure sitting on a stone with his hands folded. Water was falling on her waterfall. Next to it was plus 1 and a training inscription. The guy thought that it was paradoxical, but there is no more effective way to improve skills than by absorbing cores, so most hunters do not even consider this option and therefore remain at the same rank until the very end they had it originally. Chan Hyson put his hand to his chest, looking at the sky, remembering the man with blonde hair, a mustache and round glasses, thinking thank you to Dr. Jean. He closed his eyes and lowered his head while Propi lay on his shoulder and looked at the guy. He said that he was very worried about his current status. Maybe he just needed to finish his probation quickly. He remembered the golden core that he saw during the test and thought that if he could absorb something like that golden core, he was sure that he would be able to reach a new level much faster. And was he really that greedy? Two people in a gray and black suit walked towards the blue gate. The man in the gray suit asked if they were in the right place, and the man in the black suit answered definitely. Chan Hyson thought about how he could get something like that. There was a knock on the gate, and the guy looked back at them, holding Propi in his hands. The main character got up and went to the gate, asking who was there, and they were not waiting for anyone, asking Propi to hide. The guy took the gate by the handle, opening it and asking who was there. The man smiled, saying that he was here. P. Heku smiled, closing his eyes. Behind him stood Choi Gonjun with a wide smile. A man in a gray suit said that he saw the news, and he did not expect anything less from him, the first dungeon, and with such success. The man opened his eyes, looking at the guy, and said that he was the former head judge of P. Heku, asking Choi Gonjun to also remember to introduce himself. The man in the black suit smiled widely, shouting that he was Choi Gonjun. P. Heku asked not to yell at him in the residential area, and he shouted that he understood him. The main character confusedly shook the hand of the man in the gray suit, saying his name. The man congratulated him on receiving S rank, and Chan Hyson thanked him. He asked what brought them here, and P. Heku looked at the guy seriously, calling him by name and holding his hand. The man asked if he felt like he had been stuck on one level lately. Chan Hyson looked at the man in surprise, his mouth parted. A man in a gray suit clutched a yellow bag with a bow on it and said that they had a lot to talk about. He smiled, holding up a yellow bag saying that they brought treats. Choi Gon-jun with a wide smile also held up a blue and white bag with cookies written on it. The man in the gray suit closed his eyes and asked to enter with a wide smile. On the table there was a plate of cookies and 3 mugs of tea. The main character said that they could be turned. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, sitting down at the table and saying that, of course, everything here is not so luxurious, and yet, now there is no one at home, so their conversation will not be interfered with. P. Heku closed his eyes, sipping from a mug of tea, sitting at the table and asked what he was talking about, and it was quite comfortable here. Next to the man, Choi Gon-jun was eating a cookie with a wide smile, and the main character closed his eyes and thanked the man, even if it was just an empty compliment. Chan Hyson looked at the men opposite with a smile, opened his eyes and said that now he would like to know the reason why they came to him. P. Heku placed the white mug on the table, asking for forgiveness and saying that he should have said this earlier. He folded his hands in front of him with a serious face. There was a purple portal behind him, and the man asked how the guy felt about the news about the emergence of new dungeons. Chan Hyson picked up the green mug, bringing it to his face, and replied that he is usually not interested in dungeons that do not concern him. The man said that many people think the same way. P. Heku smiled at him and said that there was nothing wrong with him being ignorant in any way. New dungeons were usually taken over by the guilds or the Hunters Association. His face became serious again, while Choi Gon-jun next to him closed his eyes and drank tea from a white mug. The man in a gray suit asked what would happen if even they couldn't cope with the new dungeon. The man adjusted his glasses on his face, saying that as he said before, Sujin-dong, Changshan-dong, and finally, Aimi-dong. The cat walked along the city street, looking at the purple portal that opened in the alley between the houses. A guy and a girl stood in the park, looking in surprise at the purple portal. Someone nearby was taking a photo of it on their phone. A fenced road, cars stood in front of the signs, people next to them. A purple portal was visible in the distance. P. Heku extended his hand to the brown bag, taking out papers from it, and said that yesterday 3 new dungeons were formed in different places, and the main character asked 3 in surprise. The man in the gray suit raised the papers in front of his face, looked down at them, and replied that there was nothing to be surprised about yet. He placed the paper on the table, sliding it forward. Chan Hyson took the paper with a big red secret stamp on it, and P. Heku in front of him said that a yellow emergency code had recently been declared in North America. Chan Hyson winced, frowned, and looked down at the papers and asked about the yellow code. The pyramid was divided into colored sections. From bottom to top they were green, yellow, brown, and dark red. Code yellow is among the emergency warnings that exist on Earth. Code yell. Our ranks 3rd in terms of threat level. The main character clutched the documents he was holding in his hands, thinking that the double gates that formed in Gupadon and Gabandon were also code yellow. The guy looked up, frowning, and asked how many people died. P. Heku folded his hands on the table, looking at the guy, and told him not to worry. There hadn't been any incident yet. Chan Hyson looked at him with a questioning look, asking if a code yellow had been issued, but there were no deaths. The former judge replied that the warning was most likely given due to the nature of the incident, rather than because of the existing threat. P. Heku slightly narrowed his gray eyes and said, for example, the monster came out of the dungeon. Chan Hyson sat at the table on the floor, cross-legged, nervously looking at the man, and asked what he just said. The guy thought that the 2 concepts are often confused. The dungeon and the gate are different things. A purple portal was visible in the red sky. A red dragon among the bare trees looked at it, opening its mouth. The guy thought that dungeons, roughly speaking, are a kind of haven for monsters. Usually monsters live in dungeons and do not go beyond them. The dragon was coming out of the red passage. The guy thought that, however, for some reason, when the dungeon is overflowing with monsters, the entrance through which the hunters pass turns into a gate, and the monsters begin to break into their world. This phenomenon is also known as gate rupture. A dead man lay on the ground. His body was bloodied, and many monsters with red glowing eyes crowded around him. This phenomenon causes countless deaths. Of course, the world is trying its best to monitor the appearance of the gate. Chan Hyson put his hand to his chin, looking at the documents, and said that if the monsters are already coming out from the dungeons themselves, and not from the gates, nothing can be done about it. P. Heku raised his hand, looking at him, and said exactly, the incident was not a complicated one, so the damage was minimal. He looked at the main character with a serious expression, saying that, however, if this was a 3rd-level dungeon, it would be impossible to assess the damage. The man clasped his hands together again, sitting in front of the guy, Because of his glasses, his eyes were not visible, and he said that due to the seriousness of the situation, it seemed that the Mozo were hiding some of the details of what happened. The system window showed the World Organization for the Protection of Hunters, Mozo, a world organization of hunters with enormous power. It makes the final decision on issues relating to hunters and dungeons. Chan Hyson looked at the man seriously and said that hiding the truth would not solve anything. P. Heku had his hands folded on the table, a cup of tea standing next to him, and he replied that he apologized. He had nothing to justify it. The main character looked down at the documents again and said that he knew that this was not his fault, and the man thanked him for his understanding. An office where people were walking. A man with blue hair was nervously looking around. A guy with green hair was handing over documents, and another guy was pressing a phone to his ear, nervously writing something down. P. Heku said that they would get back to business. For now, the Hunters Association is experiencing a severe shortage of personnel. At this rate, the dungeons can outnumber them. And now they are also puzzled by the question of when the monsters will begin to emerge from these dungeons. With all this, very interesting information has reached him. Two scientists in white coats. A man with gray hair looked forward with a smile, while a girl with purple hair and a nervous smile put her hand to her chin, saying that the Imperial Tiger was completely restored. Is it really possible, and wasn't he in a critical condition? This just a miracle? Healing his wounds is, of course, one thing. Two scientists and P. Heku stood in front of a large glass in which a huge yawning white tiger was visible. The girl said that only one session was enough to remove the poison from his body. A man in a gray suit looked in surprise at the enclosure in which there was a tiger. He said that he realized that he had been looking for him all this time. Chan Hyson looked ahead. Behind him there were newspapers that had articles. A newcomer from a poor family becoming a famous hunter and interviews with city residents about Chan Hyson. P. Heku said that his boundless ether and the corresponding healing skills, he decided to bring there was information about him, but I found absolutely nothing. The man looked at the surprised protagonist, saying that he now wants to entice him to join him even more, saying that considering that he has not yet joined the guild, he does not seem to be involved in other kinds of activities. P. Heku smiled, folding his hands on the table, and asked what he would say about the poisonous dungeons, and he didn't think there was anyone better suited for this role than him. Chan Hyson put his hand to his chin and looked down, said that it was true that an S-rank healer could clear low-level dungeons without any problems. He thought that there was no more ideal job for him. He looked away. His eyes turned blue and he thought, since poisonous dungeons are easier for him than usual, he has a pretty accurate eye. He did such a job to find some newcomer, but why would he do this? He thought about how he stood exhaling and laughing. Maria, Jie Hanchan, Jie Yelchin, and Gu Gongyi stood in front of him, holding their noses with their fingers, closing their eyes. The guy thought that the poisonous dungeon should not be underestimated even by S-rank hunters, and he hates it when people suffer. But now the question is completely different. If he thoughtlessly agrees to his proposal, it's the same as being forcefully dragged into the Hunters Association. Chan Hyson put his hand to his chin and tilted his head, raising his eyebrow, asking how he would benefit from this. He thought that he should make sure that they were on an equal footing. P. Heku looked at Choi Ganjun, who nodded at him with a wide smile and said that of course they were not so shameless as to offer work without proper payment, and he was certainly not sure that he needed it. A man in a black suit was taking a turquoise package out of his backpack, and P. Heku said that he hoped he would like it. Chan Hyson frowned, lowering his gaze as a golden light shone next to him and wondered what was going on. On the table, among the turquoise fabric, there was a golden core, in which there was a faint brown mist. The guy said, "It's a golden core, but it's somehow strange." He looked at the core in front of him in surprise, his body trembling as P. Heku said that during his test, the core failed to properly detect the amount of his ether, and at first he thought that he was the reason for it. The man with glasses smiled and closed his eyes, saying that, however, this is simply impossible. Chan Hyson smiled widely and, closing his eyes, answered of course, thinking that the reason was still in him. A golden core in which there was dark energy, and the guy thought he saw it. Dark ether in the golden core. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, smiling nervously and trembling, saying, "I wonder who did this." He thought that he appeared during an inspection, and if he was caught, he would become the first slave in the history of the Hunters Association, and no matter what happened, he had to pretend that he doesn't know anything. P. Heku smiled at the guy and explained that he was allowed to dispose of it, but when he was about to get rid of it, he thought it wasn't worth it. He and Choi Ganjun were sitting opposite the main character, and the man with glasses said that for some reason it occurred to him that someone like him could put him to better use. Of course, this was just his hunch. A man in a gray suit extended his hand, smilingly saying that if he doesn't need it, he can just sell it, or make bowling holes in it. On the advice of one friend, the main character thought that his name was P. Heku. The main character looked at the man, thinking that he was calm, but at the same time testing him. Although it is a golden core, but if it loses its abilities, it becomes useless. Of course, he could simply absorb the dark ether that is inside, but it would harm ordinary hunters, which is why he asked him this question. P. Heka sat in front of the main character. His eyes from under his glasses looked at the guy carefully. Chan Hyson wondered if he could find a use for him, provocation or gathering information. What is his purpose? One thing is for sure. The purpose of this deal is to satisfy P's curiosity. Heku. The main character opened his mouth, talking about the poisonous dungeon. He took the golden core with a smile, blushing slightly, and asked when he could start, thinking that the reward was too attractive to refuse. The girl who poured water from the kettle, closing her eyes and smiling, a bucket of water, on the surface of which a willow leaf floats. The woman offers water to a passing traveler and places a willow leaf on top. The person holds a mug of water with a green leaf floating on the surface, so the traveler does not drink everything at once, so as not to cause stomach upset. A man drinks from a glass while sitting outside a house with his horse nearby. The woman knew that while her nervousness made her angry with herself, the most important thing was to avoid an upset stomach. Green leaf on the surface of the water. Even though the protagonist has a circulator, he needs more time with the golden core. The power of the golden core is not a bucket of water. The sea on which strong waves rose, it rained, and a hurricane was visible. The strength of the golden core was more like a storm in the ocean, a system notification that said the absorption rate was 2%. Chan Hyson smiled, closing his eyes and lowering his head, laughing and saying that if he could absorb the golden core whole, I wonder how strong he would become. Suddenly, someone hit the main character in the face with his fist. Ojiho, with his hair in a ponytail, asked, "The guy seems to be in a great mood today." He smiled, extending his hand to Chan Hyson, who was sitting on the floor, saying that it was not at all like him to be distracted during training. The guy with black hair looked at him in confusion, smiling stupidly and apologizing. Below the inscription Ojiho, 49 years old. The man with brown hair smiled, closing his eyes, and the guy thought that now he was teaching him the skill of instant recovery. Unlike others on the black market, he was quite kind to people. Ojiho smiled widely, clenching his teeth. His eyes turned white, and a dark red energy was drawn towards him. The guy thought that in reality this was a crazy man, crazier than the devil himself. Chan Hyson took the man's hand, thinking that as soon as it comes to training, he begins to beat him furiously. But where does he come from so much kindness? Ojiho looked questioningly at the guy in front of him. While he thought that it was in vain that he got involved with such a person, in front of him was a real madman. Suddenly, the man's body became translucent and illuminated with a blue light, and Chan Hyson shuddered. He clutched a black dagger with rays of purple energy around it and cursed, frowning. The guy threw many punches towards Ojiho, who was standing in front of him. In place of the man, a dark cloud of smoke appeared, and the main character looked ahead in surprise, thinking again. The guy looked to the side. A strong blow flew into his face. Ojiho punched the guy in the face, clenching his hands into fists, causing him to fly to the side, thinking it was time for this monstrous training. Ojiho clenched his fist, looking at the guy flying in the air. He jumped in the air, kicking him, and Chan Hyson thought it was time to become a punching bag. The man landed on the ground. There was blue energy around his feet, and he said that he had high hopes when the guy said that he was able to defeat the hyena. Ojiho turned his back, clasped his hands behind his back and said that, but he completely lacks even the most basic skills. The man turned over his shoulder, looking at the guy with a stern look, and asked if he was sure that he had enough strength to learn from him. Chan Hyson lowered his head with a smile. Sweat flowed down his face and hair, and the guy, breathing heavily, said that he had to, no matter what the cost. Purple energy appeared under the guy's feet, and he said that he even made a deal with Yacha to learn from him. The guy spread his legs, lowered the blade down and raised his gaze to the man, looking decisively at him with a smile and saying that it would be an extreme pity if everything was in vain and he should not give up. Dust rose on the floor as the guy ran while Ojiho stood calmly in place. The man smiled, looking forward. He stood calmly in place while many blows passed around him and a purple mist rose. He asked if this was the same skill with which he killed the hyena. Ojiho looked to the side, standing between the cuts inflicted by the guy, saying that without a doubt, he has incredible speed. He looked at the blow that was flying towards him, saying that there was something else. There were 3 strong blows. Ojiho stopped the hand of Chan Hyson, who was holding the dagger towards his head in surprise. The man said that this made him think that he should learn how to move correctly. The main character opened his eyes in shock, looking at the blade in front of his face, thinking that he was a little surprised when he saw it for the first time. Being on the other side was a completely different feeling. Ojiho closed his eyes and clapped with a smile, saying that he sees potential in him, and he will show him a couple of moves. First, they will hone them. Chan Hyson thought that he did not react at all to his poisonous move. The main character stood with his hand outstretched and his lips pursed. There were 2 plates on his hand and the edge of his hand. Ojiho stood next to the guy with his hands clasped behind his back. He said, as far as he understood, it seems that he can use some of the skills of a knight. In this case, he is able to use a solid body, and let him try to activate it every time he trains the movements. The system window revealed solid body, the knight's unique method of allowing them to strengthen their body by distributing ether throughout their body. Chan Hyson frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and replied that he understood, calling the man a teacher. Ojiho turned over his shoulder in confusion, looking at the guy and asked the teacher. The guy asked if he should really call him master. Ojiho turned away from the guy and, closing his eyes, said let him call him teacher. He said that in that case, let him ask him a question. Chan Hyson looked at the man who was standing behind him, asking how long he had been honing his technique. The man with brown hair looked forward with a serious expression on his face, answering that just the basic movements took about 10 years. Chan Hyson closed his eyes, smiling nervously, and replied that's it. He mentally apologized to the poisonous queen, saying that he would be late today. Baisu held the cookies in her hands with a smile, asking who they had here. She walked forward from the dark doors, holding a bag of snacks, and asked if this was their S-rank healer. She asked what he was doing, and if now was the time for training. Chan Hyson held 2 plates on his head and hand, clenching his free hand into a fist and answering that he was a mediocre hunter. So he was forced to practice basic movements until he lost his pulse, and he was going to take a break when she came. Baisu came closer to the guy, looking at him with a wide smile, holding a cookie, and asked if he had already seen such progress. Chan Hyson held a blue plate with water in his hands and replied that to be honest, he has no idea, and perhaps he would understand if he had a predisposition, but nothing like that happens. The girl with red hair looked at the guy, chewing a cookie, and answered clearly. Baisu raised her index finger up, asking how about a hint, saying that Ojiho's technique has one feature. The main character looked at her in shock, frowning. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said that if he knew this feature, he would not have to do all this. Baisu smiled widely, raising her palm, and asked the truth, and then apologized. She looked away and put her hand to her face, saying that every time Ojiho uses his skills, a specific smell emanates from him. A man with brown hair, who had blue energy flying around him and who extended his fist forward. Baisu said that it wasn't even a smell, but rather an unusual feeling. She would compare it to a poisonous poppy. Chan Hyson thought about a poisonous poppy, and isn't it only in martial arts, abilities that resemble hallucinations, these mysterious movements? The guy frowned, thinking that this was something that could not be seen during the battle. Why was he even convinced from the very beginning that Ojiho was a knight? The girl who was hidden by the shadow, she had long hair and glowing eyes. A turquoise light emanated from her. Chan Hyson thought that something like this definitely existed. Hunters using powers that cannot be seen. Something like psychokinesis, espers. The guy smiled and sighed, closing his eyes and thanking and saying that finally the pieces of the puzzle were slowly starting to come together. He thought that this was such a rare occurrence that he didn't even think about it. The guy extended his hand, thinking that a knight or an esper, neither one nor the other, had several abilities. He clenched his hand into a fist with a smile, looked down, and said that psychokinesis was the essence of the whole mystery. He thought that the teacher was using different abilities. Chan Hyson stood among the mountains, dragons were flying in the air, and there were a few more people ahead. He looked at the sky, thinking about psychokinesis, and it seems that he found the clue he needed, but where will he suddenly have the ability to use psychokinesis? He thought of Jie Yelchin, who had red energy around him, and frowned. Jie Hanchan, who had ice shards flying around him, and Yu Sin, who was holding her staff, frowning, with a light pink seal open in front of him. Chan Hyson thought that skills espers differ in their elements and characteristics, but the basic ability for all is psychokinesis. Chan Hyson put his hand to his chin, raising his eyebrows questioningly, and thought that although this is a simple ability, it has many uses. The knight's attacks are no less powerful, but when faced with a large group of enemies. The man extended 2 fingers forward, saying 220 volts. Chan Hyson thought that this was another matter. A bright blue lightning struck from the sky. The man in black clothes extended his hand, and the place he pointed to was struck by strong lightning, sparking. Multicolored dragons lay on the ground, blue mist emanating from them. A guy with platinum hair and a black suit with lightning coming from his hand. He frowned. Rising Esper Lee Yonkin. A man with dark hair and green clothes clapped his hands with a wide smile, saying that he got rid of all the wyverns with one blow. A guy with brown hair, with a wide smile, showed a thumbs up, saying that the strength of a C rank is amazing. Here he is, who is the most promising hunter, Lee Yonkin. A guy in a black suit approached the main character, asking whether he was so amazed by this and how he felt about it. Lee Yonkin pointed a finger at himself, saying with a smug smile that his special ability was that of a rising hunter. He turned away, closing his eyes and putting his hand to his chin, saying that Chan Hyson must be speechless, but he will have to get used to it, because he is none other than the hunter Lee Yonkin. The guy said that he may now be a member of the small guild or an Afton, but judging by the experiences of others, he thinks that it is better to be the strongest in a lesser-known guild than to be an ordinary member of a prestigious one, and of course, it is a little sad that this is not a guild fame. Chan Hyson looked at the guy in shock, trembling. Lee Yonkin continued to say that he was given a C rank in the exam, but instead of keeping the money to himself, he is going to invest it in absorption cores and aim to get a B rank in the next exam. He is still far from being an S rank, but if he will continue to train hard, then the day will definitely come when he will be on par with the main character. This is not too arrogant. Blood began to flow from the ears of the guy with black hair. Someone shouted that there were still wyverns left, and Lee Yonkin turned around in shock, asking if his time for glory had come again. The guy ran forward, shouting that he was on his way, while Chan Hyson watched him, thinking that he thought it would be easier this time since he was with the guys from the guild. Someone shouted die, and the guy with black hair closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that he wanted to go home. The main character walked next to a girl who was wearing a red cropped hoodie and had a spear behind her back. She told the guy that it turns out that Lee Yonkin has the same rank in his guild as her. The brown-haired girl smiled as she looked at Chan Hyson, saying that he was quite an outstanding hunter. They had gone to great lengths to lure him to them, and that he had amazing abilities. The guy looked down at the girl, looking at her questioningly, and asked if she was also from the Ornafton Guild, it seemed to him, or if she was also in the crowd of fans today. The girl closed her eyes, blushing slightly and smiling widely as she spoke about it. She replied that she just liked Lee Yonkin. In front of them, a crowd of 3 people shouted that Lee Yonkin was so cool, and that he should become the strongest Esper. The guy with gray hair turned back in surprise, looking at the 3 people who were holding a banner that said, "Congratulations, Hunter Lee Yonkin, to all the wyverns." The guy smiled widely, seeing this, and blushed slightly. He screamed loudly, stretching sparks of lightning between his hands, and closed his eyes. The girl with blonde hair folded her hands and said that he was turned on, and the guy with brown hair said that such mediocrity as him would never catch up with him. Chan Hyson looked at all this with a nervous smile, saying that they were such simpletons. The girl next to him laughed, putting her hand to her face, and replied, "Tell me." She smiled, asking if he had plans after the dungeon. They were going to have dinner together. The main character looked back at the girl. Chan Hyson raised his hand, looking at her with a smile, and replied that he had training today and could not take the day off. The girl tilted her head, looking up at the guy, and putting her hand to her face, asked he was training even after the dungeon, and now she understands why he was given the S rank. Chan Hyson thought that even though this was not training healing abilities, he thought that these were all the same basic movements. He remembered standing in the room, crouching slightly and extending one arm. Xianghua stood behind her, asking if he did taekwondo, and the guy replied that it was different. Someone shouted here. Chan Hyson and the girl next to him turned towards the voice. The man with brown hair held a sword in his hand, running up to Lee Yonkin with a wide smile, asking if something happened, and he smiled widely, blushing and answering that he would be surprised when he saw it. A guy with gray hair pointed to a cross-shaped cut in the ground from which a purple light was coming out and asked him to look, saying that there was something glowing in the ground. A cross-shaped cut from which light came out. He asked if this was treasure, and someone told him that in some forests there were also treasures buried. The man with brown hair and the girl in the red hoodie looked at the ground in shock, and Lee Yonkin asked what was wrong with their faces. The man clenched his teeth, sweat running down his cheek. He turned his gaze to the side and, frowning, shouted to everyone to get ready. The second dungeon. Near the cross, cracks began to appear on the ground, from which violet light emerged. Cracks began to appear all over the ground around them, illuminating everything around with a purple light. The man with brown hair clenched his teeth, shouting had it really already begun, and saying that protecting the hunter Chan Hyson was their first priority. The girl nearby turned over her shoulder, shouting for Lee Yonkin to run towards the exit. Lee Yonkin thought they were just unlucky. He looked around while the man in armor held his hand, shouting for him to come to his senses. They need to leave. The guy thought that the dungeon was falling apart. His face contorted in horror as he weakly said that he had to save them, thinking that all the guild members would die. Lee Yonkin clenched his teeth, looking forward, saying that he would save them. Let them wait. The man behind him began to fall, and the guy thought, what kind of luck is this? Lee Yonkin looked over his shoulder as the man extended his hand towards him, and he thought that the guild members were chatting with each other carefree a moment ago. The guy with gray hair frowned as the man screamed loudly. He thought that now everyone was forced to die because they were just unlucky. He stood on the ground with his hands clenched into fists while the other guild members begged for help and shouted that they didn't want to die. The guy stood on the edge of a cliff from which a pink light was shining and thought that if he had known in advance, if he had not insisted on going into this particular dungeon. Lee Yonkin raised his head as he stood in the crumbling ground, his cloak blowing in the wind, and he wondered if a different outcome awaited them all. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes, and he thought that it was all because of him. The main character told him to calm down. Chan Hyson ran next to the guy, leaving a trail of purple energy, and asked if he was really going to stand like a pillar while people dear to him died. The guy with black hair frowned, looking ahead, and said that they need to go after them. If they don't die from the fall, they will have a chance to save them. The guy jumped into the crevice, leaving purple smoke behind him, while Lee Yonkin looked after him. The guy with gray hair looked down with tears in his eyes, calling out to the guy, thinking that he had jumped down, and was he really not scared at all? He trembled, standing in front of the cliff, asking how and thinking that he was scared. Lee Yonkin thought about his guild members, a girl in a red hoodie who was smiling, a girl with red hair, a guy with brown hair just below his shoulders, and a man in a gray t-shirt, thinking about how scared he was. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking scary, and yet, Lee Yonkin jumped into a crevice in which a pink light was visible and said that the guy he met today jumped there, and he also couldn't stay away. He thought that losing their guild members was much worse than that. Lee Yonkin and Chan Hyson flew down, looking down. The main character frowned, saying that they don't have much time. So he will be brief. Good news, everything is connected inside, and can he put a shield on the guild members? Lee Yonkin looked at the guy in confusion. The guy with gray hair frowned, answering that he could, but he wouldn't be able to capture everyone. The 4 guild members fell into the pit, and Lee Yonkin said that Hyun was far away, so he was beyond his ability. Even so, his shield was only able to cover 4. Chan Hyson frowned, looked down. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he said that 4 would be enough. The guy with gray hair looked at him in surprise, asking what about Hyun? He failed first, and is he really going to leave him? The main character answered no. A deep hole, at the end of which there was a red light. A bright purple flash appeared, black fragments flew down. Lee Yonkin looked at the guy next to him in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Chan Hyson frowned, looking down as black fragments flew around him, and said that he was going to save him himself. Chan Hyson looked down with a frown, raising his hand to his chest, his hair blowing back from the wind, and he thought that it was a mistake and he had only heard about double dungeons, so he reacted late, since it was his first time in such a place. The guy closed his eyes, his body was illuminated by a purple light, and he thought that many had lost consciousness due to the shock wave after the destruction of the dungeon. He needed to concentrate, otherwise he would not be able to save them. The guy opened his eyes, which turned purple, and said Exa. He thought that he needed support to move. Flying black fragments that glowed with the purple light. The guy thought that there was nothing to rely on. Chan Hyson flew between the black fragments, lowered his arms, and said to spread them everywhere. He thought that if there was nothing to rely on, he would simply create support himself. The guy's leg flew over one of the black fragments. He leaned his feet on 2 fragments, crouched down, and thought that he only needed to catch 2. Chan Hyson frowned, looking forward with violet eyes as his hair fluttered, and said that a mistake could not be made. A purple beam of light was visible. The main character pushed off against the black platforms, flying down. A girl with red hair and a guy with brown hair were flying down. A large purple beam of light flashed by. Lee Yonkin lowered his gaze, frowned, and asked what it was. He asked what he just saw. Chan Hyson was holding a girl on his shoulder, and in his other hand was a guy who lowered his head. The guy with black hair looked down, frowning, and asked if they were almost down. Lee Yonkin closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands when a gust of wind hit his face. He asked where such a strong wind came from. The guy opened his eyes, looking forward in surprise, mentally asking what it was. A bright white ray of light flew from the red sky. A forest was visible on the ground below. The atmosphere of the dungeon changed a little after the destruction, and this place is already inside another dungeon. A field surrounded by trees. There was a purple sky above. Someone called Chan Hyson loudly. Lee Yonkin ran towards the main character, who lowered his head, asking if he was okay. The guy with gray hair looked at him in fear. Sweat was running down his face, and he cursed. He said that there was not a scratch on him, and whether he was really a person. Chan Hyson shook off his hand, looking at the guy, and asked what he was saying. Lee Yonkin looked around excitedly, asking him if he found other guild members, and he landed too far away. The guy with black hair looked to the side, talking about the guy's guildmates. The guy with brown hair and the girl with red hair were lying on the ground with their eyes closed. Chan Hyson that they were unconscious and they would soon come to their senses. Lee Yonkin folded his hands, smiling widely with tears in his eyes, saying that he saved everyone. The protagonist looked at him with violet eyes, asking him to calm down and telling him that their touching reunion could wait. There were many harpies flying in the sky with black and white feathers and purple skin. They smiled as they looked down, and the guy said that we need to deal with these monsters first. The system window showed, Harpy Monster, Type, Normal, Physical, Flying, Physical Level, B, Overall Level, B, Difficulty, 4. Lee Yonkin raised his gaze, looking at the monsters in surprise and said that they are cunning and resourceful. There will be a fight not easy. Chan Hyson tilted his head, looking questioningly at the guy and mentally asked not easily, thinking that for him they were like flies. Chan Hyson looked up, looking at the harpies and thought that one blow would be enough for him to finish them off. The guy with gray hair looked at him in surprise. Lee Yonkin frowned, pursing his lips and thought that he was hiding his emotions. But as his competitor, he understands everything. After all, they experienced a strong shock from the fall. A direct collision must be avoided. The guy with gray hair called the main character. His eyes covered his hair. Chan Hyson turned around, looking questioningly at the guy and asked what. Lee Yonkin walked forward. Blue lightning sparkled around his hand, and he said with a determined face that he admired his nobility. However, let him leave it to him. The guy with black hair looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide and wondering why he suddenly got so wound up. A man with a mustache over his lip shouted the name Lee Yonkin. The guy with gray hair turned around in surprise, talking about the voice. He said that they woke up. The guild group walked forward. In front stood a man with brown hair and a sword in his hands. He smiled, saying that he would stop pretending to be tough. The man with the shield behind his back frowned, saying with a wide smile that thanks to the main character, no one died. They finally came to their senses, so let him leave this battle to them. He said that, of course, they were grateful to him for the healing. Chan Hyson looked at them incredulously, crossing his arms over his chest, wondering if they would definitely cope, and looking weak. The man shouted for everyone to take their positions. A group of guild members stood on the ground, looking at the harpies flying in the sky. Chan Hyson thought that he would just watch for now. A guy with dark hair, just above his shoulders, smiled, holding a yellow amulet with a red hieroglyph between his fingers, asking him to leave them to him. He waved his hand, scattering yellow amulets, and the protagonist thought that he must have a B rank. The amulets flew through the air, leaving behind a golden trail. The harpies looked at the amulets that flew up to them. The guy with dark hair frowned, clenching his hand into a fist and said blast. A powerful explosion went through the sky, illuminating everything around. Chan Hyson thought that it was really incredibly strong. The white fog in the air was dissipating. The girl with red hair clenched her fists as she spoke to them. The man with brown hair also clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the dungeon was even easier than expected. The guy with dark hair was breathing heavily, raising his trembling hand. He looked up with a shocked expression, sweat running down his face as he said it was impossible. The harpies flew in the air with long tongues out of their mouths. The guy said that he put all his strength into this ability. Chan Hyson thought that this was not enough. The man who was holding a shield in his hand stepped forward, frowning and shouting that they were advancing. A guy with dark hair and a light yukata behind him shouted that he needed time to accumulate energy and needed to hold them off somehow. Chan Hyson lowered his head, looking up at the harpies, and thought that the Esper wanted to reduce the number of harpies at once, but used absolutely all his strength. Lee Yonkin turned to the side, frowning, while the guild members stood behind him, looking at the harpies in the air. The main character thought that so far they were doing a good job of holding them back, and this was possible due to their vast experience in battles. The harpy waved her leg in front of the girl in the red sweatshirt, blood gushed from her stomach, and the guy thought that hunters are people too. They feel pain when wounded and are exhausted from long battles. Chan Hyson put his hand, from which golden light emanated, to the girl's stomach, on which a large scar was visible. Her chest was bandaged. She told him that he should leave. The girl looked at the guy with tears in her eyes, saying that they had lost this fight from the very beginning. Chan Hyson turned away from her, saying that he had to help them, and the girl looked at the guy in fear, lying on the ground and asking what. Chan Hyson stepped forward, clutching a black dagger in his hand. A purple mist swirled around him and the guy thought that he was just watching them from the side. But the healer's task is to prevent people from getting injured. A girl with brown hair looked at the main character in surprise, asking that when he said that he should help them, he was joking. Chan Hyson looked over his shoulder at her, asking about the joke. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her hands and frowned, saying that he himself knew that they lost that battle before they even had time to start. The guy smiled widely, raising his hand, and said that once a strange man told him something similar, giving up without even trying was just ridiculous, and if he immediately joined them in battle, then they could win. The girl with brown hair closed her eyes, loudly shouting the guy's name. Chan Hyson looked at her in surprise as she tried to say something. The girl lowered her head, sitting on the ground in front of the guy, and said that he was just a healer. She trembled as she opened her eyes and looked down at the ground, saying that she didn't despise healers, but in this situation, they needed someone with fighting-type abilities, even though he had an S rank. She asked him what he could do now. Chan Hyson looked at the girl in surprise while harpies flew in the sky above him. The girl squeezed the ground under her palms with her hand and said that this was not what she wanted to say, apologizing. Chan Hyson held a black dagger in front of him, looking down at her. A purple mist was flying around him, and the guy said that no. It's true that healers mainly rely on their team, because even though they are important, they take the role in most cases support. Chan Hyson waved his hand that was holding the dagger. He threw his dagger forward, asking if it didn't depend on the individual. The dagger flew forward from above the 3 guild members who looked at it in surprise, purple energy glowing around the dagger. A harpy with black hair and feathers looked at the purple beam of light flying towards her. A beam of purple energy flew next to the harpy, cutting half of its body. A girl with brown hair looked at this in surprise, opening her eyes wide. The main character nearby said that they only managed to kill a couple. Chan Hyson raised his hand, looking up, and said that he believed they were not close enough, in which case he would be back soon. 3 flashes of purple light passed across the ground. The man with the shield on his back asked in surprise what it was, and he was not sleeping. Li Yonkin next to him also looked forward in surprise, answering that he didn't think so. Chan Hyson was flying in the air. Many purple cuts were passing through the harpies in the air, and Li Yonkin asked what was happening now. One of the harpies with white hair and feathers flew forward, sticking out its long tongue from its mouth. She flew behind a guy with black hair, who was clutching his dagger in both hands. A large purple cut went across the 3 harpies, cutting off their heads, while Chan Hyson sat on one of the harpies, ting off its head. The guy got to his feet, standing on the harpy's body, thinking that this was annoying. The guy looked forward with a calm face while his body was illuminated by a purple light and thought that cutting the harpies into pieces is not a problem. The problem is that there are too many of them. At this rate, he will not have time to return to dinner. The guy with black hair looked down at his black dagger in his hand, thinking that he would like to take advantage of the poisonous rain now. The guy brought his dagger to his face, mentally asking why he was hesitating. Let him transform. The dagger disintegrated into several black and purple parts, around which purple energy flew. The guy thought that there were a lot of enemies here, so he needed to fill as much space as possible. With those in the sky there was more fuss, so ranged weapons would be useful here. Chan Hyson held a black and purple shotgun with a smile, raised it and said that, for example, something like a shotgun. The system window showed X's random killing mode, shotgun. Chan Hyson pointed the muzzle of the weapon forward. A bright yellow light shone in the muzzle, and the guy said that they would start the performance. The main character's eyes turned violet when he said, "You scoundrel." Many purple bullets flew through the air, hitting the harpies, tearing their bodies apart. Chan Hyson held a black shotgun to his face, aiming at the harpies. The man with brown hair looked at this in shock, asking the shotgun and where it came from. Li Yonkin next to him also looked up in shock. The man shouted, "Wait, he didn't kill the harpies." The harpy with white hair and white feathers smiled, lowering her gaze. There were 3 holes in her body from shotgun bullets. Sweat was running down the face of a man with brown hair, and he frowned and said that he apparently needed help. The main character smiled, telling him not to move. Black bullets, which were purple inside. The guy thought that if these were ordinary bullets, they would be of no use, but the bullets of this shotgun are filled with dark ether. Purple foam appeared in the harpies' mouths. Sweat ran down their faces and some began to fall down. Chan Hyson put his hand to his forehead with a wide smile, looking at them, and said that the poison had finally started to take effect. The guy frowned, looking at the harpies with a smile, saying that many of them would definitely fall. He put his hand to his forehead, lowering his head, walking forward staggering, saying that although this is a powerful weapon, it requires too much ether. Chan Hyson had sweat running down his face and, breathing heavily, raised his gaze, saying that he shouldn't use it too often. A harpy with black feathers flew at him from the side of the guy. Someone shouted from behind. Chan Hyson turned towards the voice, asking in surprise that the harpy behind him was struck by lightning. The guy with black hair turned to the side. A white mist could be seen behind him, and he thanked Li Yonkin, saying that he was really strong. The guy with gray hair raised his hand, from which blue energy emanated, and with a smile said not to worry about it. It's not for nothing that he is his rival. Chan Hyson thought why he continues to talk this nonsense about his opponent. Li Yonkin looked forward nervously, frowning and raising his hand, saying that whatever it was, they had problems, because the main character had run out of air. The guy with black hair turned around, wiping his face. There was a harpy flying in the sky with 4 white wings and long blonde hair. Li Yonkin said that the boss had appeared. A harpy with long blonde hair, her eyes were bright blue. There was a blue crystal in her forehead. She lowered her gaze with a smile. Her feathers on her chest and hips were blue-green in color. The system window showed a monster. A singing harpy, type. Telekinesis, flying, physical level. C, overall level. S, difficulty. 6. Li Yonkin looked at the boss in fear, nervously asking if they would win. The main character told him not to worry. He stood with his back to the guy, holding a black dagger in his hands. Purple energy was flying around him, and he said that he had enough ether for one more blow. Chan Hyson extended his hand, bringing the black dagger to his wrist. A stream of red blood sprayed out. Chan Hyson stood with a bloody wrist. Looking forward, drops of blood were visible on the ground, and he said that this blow would be more than enough to kill one harpy. The guy looked up, his hair was flying in the wind, and he said that it was sad. She didn't have time to come, and she would have to leave right away. He said that he already understood everything. The main character flew into the air, shrouded in purple energy. Li Yonkin closed his eyes, raising his hand. A purple beam of energy flew towards the face of a huge harpy, who looked at him with a smile. Chan Hyson flew in front of the harpy, who clenched her teeth, the guy holding his dagger in his hand. He clenched his bloody hand into a fist, telling her to come into his position. The main character struck the harpy in the face, which caused a beam of purple energy to flash. The guy thought that this was different from the time with the hyena. It activated the dark ether that flowed through his veins. Red blood dripped onto the ground, in which a purple reflection was visible. The guy thought that his blood was filled with dark ether. Chan Hyson extended his hand, which entered the purple foam, saying that after all, they are enemies. He thought that his blood could kill every monster in this world. Report on an unusual incident this week. Association confidentiality level 2. Around 2:34 a.m. on Day X, a second dungeon appeared during the Reincarnated Guild expedition. Several hundred monsters of the 4th difficulty level also appeared. The remains of the creatures' bodies, as well as torn wings, were scattered on the field. Estimated boss level 6. During the fight, some were in critical condition, but everyone was healed. The 2 men examined their bodies and were surprised at the lack of wounds. There were no deaths, everyone survived. Chan Hyson, holding a knife in one hand, stood on the monster's body while a purple aura hovered around. The Reincarnated Guild successfully completed the expedition. The man with the mustache swore loudly, feeling angry. He frowned and said it wasn't fair. Li Yonkin's hair was also outraged. He agreed with the man. He asked the main character if he thought they would agree to this. Chan Hyson began to adjust his gloves and sighed. He asked if he was asking for too much. He was asked in response if this was not obvious. The main character sat on a mountain of corpses while foam came out of the mouth of a huge boss. His interlocutors shouted that he had done more than all of them, but refused the reward. They asked how they should agree to this. Chan Hyson replied that he really didn't care about winning. The man with the mustache lowered his eyebrows and was taken aback. The main character walked towards him, placing one hand on his hip. He said that he created the weapon in flight and single-handedly destroyed the enemy. According to him, no one said anything, but everyone thought it was strange. The man began to talk about this, but Chan Hyson interrupted him and said that he was not asking for much. He raised his index finger to his face and smiled. The main character told them not to ask who he was and asked them to say that it was the Reincarnated Guild that cleared the dungeon. The guild members looked at him in amazement, their mouths slightly open. Chan Hyson said that's enough for him. The man clenched his hand into a fist out of resentment and asked why and what benefit he would get from it. The main character thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, looking at the sky. The guild members and Li Yonkin anxiously awaited his response. Chan Hyson raised his index finger, smiling brightly. He answered hesitantly that it was annoying, and he didn't want to draw so much attention to himself. The guild members listened to his answer with confused faces. They immediately ran up to him. Li Yonkin began to shout that he was talking complete nonsense. The main character just looked away and pretended that his hearing had suddenly disappeared. He began to brush off the guild members and asked them to stop. Chan Hyson stated that he was going home. He quickly ran forward, saying that they had done a great job. The guild members immediately noticed this and decided to chase him. Everyone understood that it was completely unprofitable for Chan Hyson. People chased him without even thinking of stopping. However, there was something that no one knew about. A notification appeared indicating that the main character had absorbed the core of a singing harpy. A purple aura appeared in the dark sky. The level of dark ether has been increased to 250. A system window has appeared. You have unlocked a new ability. First level, Lion's Roar. Allows you to take over your enemy's mind, injecting ether into your voice. Chan Hyson received notification that his sensitivity to telekinesis has increased significantly. He secretly absorbed the boss's core. And since the main character got what he needed, he wanted to keep it a secret. As he ran, tears appeared in his eyes. He mentally apologized to everyone, realizing that it was wrong to do this, but he could not resist. But, as he thought, the kernel turned out to be incredibly tasty. Chan Hyson smiled happily, showing a thumbs up. He thanked the Orinafton Guild profusely. With a happy face, he continued to run away from the others. A few days after clearing the second dungeon, the noisy metropolis was full of life. Cars were driving along the roads. Chan Hyson, holding a smartphone in his hands, was looking for something. He navigated using GPS maps. He had white FA, shineable sneakers on his feet. The guy took a step forward, saying that if you walk another 30 meters, he will come. The sky was blue. Translucent clouds were floating over the city. The main character stood in front of the building, where among the signs he found a sign for the Purification Clan. He said there was no other place like it here. There was a joyful smile on his face, and he decided it was time to look there. Her husband was flying in the air and buzzing quietly. The table was filled with empty drink cans and napkins. Several insects were flying around the room. A man with a dark blue beard raised another can of beer to his lips. As soon as he took a sip, he complained about the disgusting taste. He said that if he had money, he would never drink it. A strong man with shoulder-length hair lay on the sofa, looking at the crumpled can in his hands. He was surprised that this was the last jar. It was the head of the Purification Clan, Yuk Kalwin. He smiled, scratched the back of his head, and said that he was lucky anyway. He said that he received permission to enter the poisonous dungeons. Yuk Kalwin chuckled and said that he hoped everything would work out right this time. On his desk, there was a photograph and articles about him with photographs of him when he was young, where he had no beard. He said if he found it, he could return to his best years. Yuk Kalwin complained that he had absolutely no one to go with. He opened his notebook, which contained the names and telephone numbers of his old friends. The man decided to call them. He was interested in what they were doing now. Yuk Kalwin raised the phone to his ear with a smile and greeted Young Yunhuo. The interlocutor greeted him back and asked how he was doing. Yuk Kalwin exclaimed that they had not spoken on the phone for a long time and asked why it was so difficult to reach him. Young Yunhuo told him that he has been very busy these days. The blue-haired man lowered his head. In front of him stood a table with many empty cans on it. He asked his old friend if he was really busy. The interlocutor told him that he had just returned from the dungeon. According to him, hiring hunters is very popular now, so he is always busy. Yuk Kalwin smiled awkwardly, tensed up, and replied that it was interesting. Young Yunhuo asked what he is doing now. The man replied that he was not particularly busy. The interlocutor asked if he could inquire whether he was still involved in that Purification Clan. Yuk Kalwin listened to this with his mouth slightly open, when suddenly Young Yunhuo added that this clan did not bring him any money. The interlocutor suggested that he was still doing this and could not pull himself together. Yuk Kalwin's back was muscular. The muscles were visible even through his t-shirt. Young Yunhuo asked him if he wanted him to work for his Purification Clan again. Then, he asked Yuk Kalwin if he thought that the golden sunflower really existed. An old friend told him to come to his senses. Everything around Yuk Kalwin seemed to go dark as he listened to this. Finally, Young Yunhuo said that he does not want to do this dirty work again. Yuk Kalwin started to move the phone away from his ear while someone was knocking on the door. The man put the phone on the table and called his old friend insulting names, ending the conversation with him. He asked if Young Yunhuo wanted him to believe it. Yuk Kalwin said that he simply cannot help but believe in the existence of it. He looked at a photo of himself from his youth, where he posed with an unknown woman. The man noticed that someone was knocking on the door. He opened the door with a smile and greeted the visitor, introducing himself. When Yuk Kalwin asked what brought the guest to him, he was taken aback. A smiling Chan Hyson began to enter his office. He said it was more spacious inside than he thought. Yuk Kalwin immediately recognized him and stuttered out his name with a shocked face. The main character smiled at him and asked if he knew him. The man remembered that the young man was shown on television. Yuk Kalwin looked at the guy with an astonished face and said that lately in Korea everyone has been talking about him. Chon Hyson was genuinely surprised by this. The man imagined the main character in his head in the spotlight, surrounded by fans. Yuk Kalwin shouted that there was a new S-rank hunter for the first time in 10 years. Chon Hyson imagined a white tiger in his head, giving a thumbs up, thinking that he was a healer who was recognized by the Imperial Tiger himself. The main character seemed to shield his face from the camera flashes while Yuk Kalwin called him a brilliant healer who will surpass Maria and a mysterious hunter. Yuk Kalwin looked at the young man with fanaticism and shouted that he was very popular. Chon Hyson turned away from him with an irritated face and asked whose last line was, since this was already too much. The two of them walked inside the room. Yuk Kalwin turned around and invited him to sit down. Regarding drinks, he said that he would not offer open cans of beer. The man asked what brought Chon Hyson to him. The main character looked at him and asked, "Isn't this the Purification Clan here?" Yuk Kalwin replied in the affirmative. Chon Hyson sat down imposingly on a leather sofa and replied that then everything was simple. He said that he hates attention and when he is limited in something. The head of the clan listened to him with a confused expression. Chon Hyson said that he heard that the clans do not restrict anyone, whether someone wants to join or leave. He crossed one leg over the other, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. He suggested that Yuk Kalwin would like the greatest rookie of all time. The main character assured that he was doing his job well. Yuk Kalwin thought about it. He was already wearing a protective suit and had a gas mask on his face. The man thought it was a dream, and he probably fell asleep because of the beer. Such thoughts often visited him. Chon Hyson put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the purple portal. Yuk Kalwin felt like that's what anyone would think if Chon Hyson came to work for him. The main character smiled happily, asking if they were coming. Yuk Kalwin put his hand on his shoulder and told him to wait. The guy turned to him with a blank face and asked if something was wrong. He said he thought he should show all his newbie enthusiasm. Yuk Kalwin was taken aback and tensed, shouting that this was not the case. He stated that it's too much. The man looked the guy up and down and asked in shock if he would go in just one hoodie. He shouted that they were going to go to the poison dungeon, and although Chon Hyson had an S rank, he did not have any protection on him. The main character smiled strangely, rubbing his neck, and replied that in general he was right. Yuk Kalwin called him crazy. They set off and Chon Hyson said with a mischievous expression that if there was anything wrong with his body, the responsibility would be his. Yuk Kalwin, holding his backpack by the straps, tried to call out to him. There was a smell in the air that the main character inhaled into himself. He put one hand on his hip and said with a smile that he had not felt so fresh for a long time. According to him, the smell really makes him feel better. He asked Yuk Kalwin if he felt it too. A dark aura hovered around the man in the gas mask. Now even he does not understand what is wrong here, but he decided to answer in the affirmative. Yuk Kalwin squatted down and began to take out his tools. He gave Chon Hyson a pickaxe and invited him to proceed to the collection. The man said that the monsters were still in that forest, so he suggested finishing up here quickly before they arrived. The main character began swinging the pickaxe with a smile on his face. He admitted that it would be his first time using a pickaxe and he was nervous. Chon Hyson heard some strange knocking and turned around. Yuk Kalwin said that now is not the time to dig, because first they need to get rid of those who are bothering them. Suddenly, splashes of blood appeared behind the main character. His partner told him to look at them. Horses of a dark red color raced across the field. They had horns and sharp fangs. Yuk Kalwin frightenedly clutched his backpack to himself and asked where these devilish horses came from here. He explained that these monsters usually don't attack unless you enter their territory. Chon Hyson stood in front of him and told him to deal with him first. Yuk Kalwin clenched his hands into fists and agreed. The main character understood that there were too many monsters here. So far he had only seen 10, but he assumed that there would only be more. Purple drops ran down his face and neck. He stood right in front of the herd of demonic horses and extended his arms, shouting to them that they were his experience points. Chon Hyson was confident that the special black market drug was working. One of the horses almost reached him. The main character took out his black and purple dagger and said that they were running as a herd. He asked if this was ideal for them. With one swing of his knife, he cut off the heads of several horses. Yuk Kalwin shouted to him that this was not all. Chon Hyson put one hand in his pocket and looked at the monster that was running towards him from the other side. His partner shouted that one was approaching him. The main character smiled relaxedly, waved his dagger, and replied that he was worried too much. The horse's head rose in the air. Several horses that surrounded Chan Hyson were beheaded. The guy's movements were precise. As one monster ran past him, he smiled and said that they were almost done with them. Suddenly, two horses ran near him at lightning speed. The main character realized that he had bay. Avid too carelessly and allowed the two to escape. With a worried face, he turned to the head of the clan and told him to be careful. Yuk Kalwin powerfully punched one of the horses in the neck, while Chan Hyson was thinking about how to heal him quickly. Suddenly, a puzzled smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he was taken aback. He didn't understand what was wrong with his partner. At the feet of Yuk Kalwin lay the corpses of defeated monsters. The man was holding a horse by the neck, which was foaming with blood from its mouth. Chan Hyson thought that he was fighting much better than he had imagined. The man turned to the main character and asked the hunter if he was really a healer, because he was too good in battle. A system window appeared. Member of the Yuk Kalwin Purification Clan. Type: Knight, Defense. Physical level: B. Skills, Durability. Chan Hyson smiled in confusion and waved his hand, saying that the head of the clan was better than him. The guy was mentally taken aback, thinking that Yuk Kalwin was not even a C rank, but AB. The man in the gas mask was embarrassed and scratched his head, saying that he was not that good. The main character thought that such talent was being lost in a dying clan that was collecting offal from dungeons. Chan Hyson sincerely smiled at his partner and said that since they got rid of all the obstacles, the gathering would be much easier. He thought that there was some kind of story hidden behind this. Yuk Kalwin picked up a pickaxe and began to show what Chan Hyson would have to do. He explained that you need to grab the handle of the pick and swing it, as if dodging a blow. He noticed that the main character was not listening to him. The man looked at Chan Hyson's tense and serious expression and asked what was wrong. Black locks of hair fell onto the guy's face. He said the boss was watching them. Yuk Kalwin looked in the direction his partner was looking and saw only plains and mountains. He said he didn't see anyone. The main character answered him that the boss is quite far away, and if you don't concentrate, it will be difficult to feel his gaze on you. He patted Yuk Kalwin's chest and asked if he could continue digging alone. The head of the clan asked if the guy wanted to go and fight him alone. With his back to the interlocutor, Chan Hyson answered in the affirmative. Behind the gas mask, Yuk Kalwin's worried face was visible, asking if it was too dangerous. Then, he imagined the joyful protagonist running away from the exploding horse heads. Yuk Kalwin looked at Chan Hyson and told him that if he needed help, he could call him at any time. The guy said that he would be back soon, after which he ran forward very quickly. Yuk Kalwin just laughed puzzledly. Holding a pickaxe in his hands, he looked into the distance and asked where he got such incredible speed. He said that he was not capable of such a thing. Chan Hyson ran towards the forest, behind which there were mountains. He felt the boss. The main character did not stop for a second. His hair fluttered in the wind. He thought that a little more, and he would be able to find out. This is the perfect chance to check everything out. Oh, Jiho smiled, looking straight, and said it was amazing. The master closed his eyes and laughed softly. He said that Chan Hyson has shown a lot of progress this month, so even he can envy him. The main character was breathing heavily and sweating heavily, bending slightly. He objected and said that he had barely touched the master's collar. Oh, Jiho told him not to be too modest. He looked at his student with a calm face. The teacher said that for some there is nothing difficult in this, but this simple feat will take him 10 years. He admitted that he now feels a little awkward when he said he had no talent. Chan Hyson closed his eyes and smiled, coughing into his fist. He replied that everything was fine, because he had a wonderful mentor. Oh, Jiho's lips moved slightly as he replied that it was an honor for him. Then, he told him to get ready. The mentor assumed a fighting pose, and a green aura appeared around him. He said that at the second level things will become much more serious. The main character didn't have time to ask what the teacher was talking about when Oh Jiho's fist crashed into his face. Now Chan Hyson remembered the teacher's words that he had already surpassed that tiger idiot. The guy with black and yellow hair tensely rubbed his neck and asked if anyone was talking about him behind his back now. The main character shouted that now he must confirm the result of his training. He slid across the grass, a werewolf standing in the distance. The guy got into a fighting pose and an aura appeared around him. He shouted that now was the perfect chance for this. The main character mentally told the enemy that he would cope with him without using poison. He shouted at the werewolf to attack with a mischievous expression on his face as he prepared to attack him. A system window appeared. A discolored wolf monster. Type: Poisonous. Warrior. Physical level: C. General level: D. Difficulty: 3. Round 1. Chan Hyson clenched his hands into fists and asked the werewolf with a grin if he was shaking with fear. The guy said that even without using poison, he was no match for him. The lycanthrope struck the main character, creating a shock wave. The wolf rejoiced over the defeated Chan Hyson, who lay unconscious on the grass. Round 2. The protagonist's face was beaten and his nose was bleeding. Despite this, he again stood in a fighting pose and laughed. The guy said that the werewolf knows how to stand up for himself, but now everything will be different. He again shouted to the enemy to attack, after which the lycanthrope dealt him many blows with his fist. Chan Hyson was lying on the grass, his eyes rolled back, and the spirit seemed to be leaving him. The sign reading round 3 was held by Yuk Kalwin, who asked why. Chan Hyson was taken aback and asked what he was doing here. The head of the clan, whose face was hidden behind a gas mask, replied that he had finished getting ready. He said he didn't want to distract the guy from the fight, so he decided to support his training. While a fist was flying towards the main character's face, he turned to his partner and said that he should not have distracted them. The guy sked in annoyance and said he would get bruises again. Yuk Kalwin, who was still holding the sign, watched as blood spattered from Chan Hyson's face. The head of the clan awkwardly looked away, lowered the sign, and apologized. The main character began to rise up, lying on the grass. He complained about how everything hurt and thought that it was still too early for him to fight with his fists. Chan Hyson stood up, looking at the werewolf who was surrounded by light and lightning. The guy understood that their huge difference in levels could not be overcome by conventional means. He had cuts and bruises on his face. As he thought, nothing would come of it without an instant jump. Chan Hyson has exceptional talent. For others, it was possible to reach his level in 10 years, but for him, it only took a couple of months. Oh Jiho looked at the main character in a t-shirt, who had ripped and toned muscles. Chan Hyson raised his leg high and performed a kick that caused purple marks to appear in the air. Strength, speed, reactions, agility, balance. All of this is above average. But he cannot overcome the instantaneous leap with talent alone. The main character covered his body with his arms and blocked the blow. This martial art was created by that Yacha monster, a technique that was intentionally created to be difficult to learn. Chan Hyson, who took the blow, flew back several tens of meters. Talent is the basic requirement to make an instant leap. There were traces on the ground from the flying protagonist. Yuk Kalwin ran towards his partner, shouting his name. The frightened head of the clan ran up to the unconscious guy lying on the ground and asked if he was okay. The main character came to his senses and looked at the man, sighing tiredly. He told him that he had come here in vain, because he could get poisoned. The main character did not understand what he was missing. He knew that the essence of an instantaneous leap was more like an illusion than a military technique. He introduced his mentor Ojiho, who was covered in a blue aura and had his eyes closed. A trick that combines a real body and a phantom. Chan Hyson was wondering if he could do it without psychokinesis and if he could master instant jumping. He stood up and took a sitting position, wiping the sweat from his face. Although they, the poisoners, can freely control the ether, but still. Suddenly, the main character remembered how he received a notification that his sensitivity to psychokinesis had increased significantly. Remembering this, he widened his eyes in surprise and was puzzled. The ferocious werewolf showed his sharp fangs and looked at the guy aggressively. Chan Hyson wondered if this notification had appeared when he absorbed the harpy core. Then he simply ignored the message because he had no idea what it even meant. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. The sky was purple and clouds were floating over the forest. Chan Hyson walked forward with confidence, surrounded by a purple aura. He realized that this could be the key to an instantaneous leap. Flash jump is an extremely difficult technique. Talent alone will not help you learn it. The abstract man was on his knees, looking confused and trembling. It is impossible to use this technique without understanding the principles. Everyone who saw the technique, regardless of rank, fell into despair. A creepy man with white hair and yellow eyes was flexing his fists. This is a truly captivating martial art. Ojiho's long hair was tied into a low ponytail. He told Cho and Hyson that his reaction to his attack was amazing. The master stood next to the main character, who was sitting on the floor. The man said that it was impressive that he was even able to notice his attack. According to him, this means that he began to slowly figure it out. Ojiho, standing with his back to the young man, turned to him and said that instinct alone would not be enough for this. Chan Hyson walked towards his enemy, a purple aura hovering near his feet. He said it was a feeling of ether spreading widely within him. According to him, he just mastered it. So it's stupid to hope for something cool. This is impossible. Purple light surrounded the main character. His eyes were hidden behind his long bangs. and he said that no matter how hard he tried to imitate the technique, it was only a weak imitation. The werewolf became more aggressive, his yellow eyes glowed brightly, and he growled loudly. The lycanthrope began to run towards Chan Hyson. Through the gas mask, the worried face of Yuk Kalwin was visible, who called out the main character by name. The werewolf dealt a powerful blow to Chan Hyson's body, causing the guy to cough up blood. The head of the clan understood that the result of maximum consumption of ether was death. Yuk Kalwin's hand trembled as he watched the battle, and he called out to his partner again. The werewolf smiled creepily, showing off his fangs. The lycanthrope seemed to be looking at the fake silhouette of Chan Hyson, while the main character watched the monster. He told his partner not to worry. His eyes turned yellow and his lips turned red. He smiled slyly. The main character put one hand in his pocket, looking at the werewolf's back. The guy asked if he looked too healthy for a corpse. Only if she is a student of Kyria. Chan Hyson's purple eyes glowed brightly as he smiled widely and told the enemy to attack. A powerful attack was directed towards the guy, who continued to stand still. He understood that this was not the end. Chan Hyson raised one leg, looking straight at the attack. He believed that the most important thing was the holding technique. He remembered one of his training sessions with Ojiho. The teacher said that everything starts with the basics, and with complex techniques one should not forget about the basics. He ordered the guy to make sure his legs moved freely no matter what. The man added that this does not mean that the legs should be light. While in training, the main character firmly planted his foot on the floor. Now Chan Hyson did the same, only in the field. His attention was concentrated. He raised his hand. Ojiho's words were spinning in his head that precision in movements is not important. What is much more important is the combination of speed, balance, flexibility, recoil, rotation, and direction of force. The teacher demonstrated the blow by lowering his hand down. He said that this is the reverse reflection of power. The main character realized that he had to outwit his opponent and counterattack. He clenched his hand into a fist and placed it in front of him. The werewolf, baring his fangs, ran towards him. Chan Hyson used Return Huang and Deception Phantom Huang. The lycanthrope jumped and swung at the guy. However, the main character knew that the stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger the instantaneous jump. He continued to stand in place, frowning, and looked at the enemy. The werewolf was aiming for his chest. His powerful paw with sharp claws was covered in blood. There was silence around them. Chan Hyson and the lycanthrope stood opposite each other. Scarlet and warm blood dripped onto the green grass. The main character's head was tilted down and trembling. Yuk Kalwin looked at them in shock and said that this couldn't be true. Chan Hyson's gaze was serious as he looked at his opponent. The clan leader said that whether it is Chan Hyson or even a healer who can fight monsters, and even if this is all true, this technique is still beyond comprehension. The werewolf nervously looked at his paw, which was stuck in his own chest. The main character looked at him. His hand was covered in blood. The first dungeon is completed. Yuk Kalwin carried his backpack on his back, and in front of him was Chan Hyson, who slung his bag over his shoulder and smiled. Of course, there were some serious injuries. As soon as Chan Hyson figured out the meaning of the words that his mentor was telling him, his mood immediately lifted. After the first clearing, all members of the clan, that is, 2 people, decided to work together and conquer the dungeons with special zeal. Yuk Kalwin and Chan Hyson were very motivated and moved forward with enthusiasm. Permission to enter the dungeon was not that easy to obtain. As expected when Chan Hyson joined the clan, the dungeons were not much of a problem. He is the only one who could do this, and that is the inspector of the P. Heku Association. It was a man with black hair. He wore formal glasses. The main character and Yuk Kalwin were in a cave and looked at their surroundings. Chan Hyson didn't know whether P. Heku was his friend or foe, but until it was known, he had to be wary. He believed that P. Heku was clearly not an ordinary association employee. A black creature appeared that resembled a small dragon. He hovered between Chan Hyson and Yuk Kalwin and smiled happily. The head of the clan was very touched by the appearance of the creature and greeted him, calling him baby. The small creature lay on the protagonist's shoulder. The guy called him a scoundrel and said that he got out as if nothing had happened. He also remembered that the head of the guild now knew about him. He revealed himself when he warned them about monsters nearby. Yuk Kalwin clenched his hand into a fist and angrily asked if it was a monster. Chan Hyson responded negatively and tried to protect the creature. He thought about what could have happened if he had known that he almost died at the hands of Kolwak UK. While Yuk Kalwin was hitting the rocks with a pick, Chan Hyson turned to him and asked if the cleanup was complete. The head of the clan answered in the affirmative and said that it took a lot of time, since there was now a lot of loot. The main character sat down on a large stone and suggested taking a break. Yuk Kalwin approached him and asked if it was now. The guy honestly told him that he had a question. Chan Hyson looked at his partner and asked why he became a dungeon cleaner. Yuk Kalwin thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and replied that he was a hunter, but not as in demand as Chan Hyson. The man asked what else he should do, since he was not that strong. He leaned on the handle of the pickaxe. The main character raised his head and asked if B-rank hunters were really that weak. He turned to the man and said with a curious face that he noticed that the leader was obsessed with the poison dungeons, as if he was looking for something. Yuk Kalwin looked at him and continued to stand with the instrument in his hands. The man clasped his hands together on the handle of the instrument and said that, as expected, nothing could be hidden from Chan Hyson. He asked if the guy had ever heard of the legendary flower. The main character turned his head to him and asked about the flower. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave. Chan Hyson continued to sit on the stone when Yuk Kalwin told him that this flower has incredible properties. But this is just a ridiculous legend that says that the flower can cure any disease. Putting his elbows on his knees, the main character looked thoughtfully at his partner. He wondered if the man was talking about the sunflower. Considering that this flower cures all diseases, it truly deserves the title of legendary. The guy understood that this was a flower that an ordinary hunter could not get. Yuk Kalwin's face was still hidden behind the gas mask. He was sure that the flower existed. Chan Hyson asked if he had a reason to search for it so desperately. The head of the clan sadly closed his eyes and said that the reason was his wife, the kindest and brightest woman in the world. There are two types of people who need a flower: special hunters who know about the existence of the flower, and hunters who believe in the existence of the flower. Yuk Kalwin's wife was lying on a hospital bed with an oxygen mask on her face. The clan leader said that he was just a pathetic husband who was unable to save her. Standing next to the guy sitting on the rocks, Yuk Kalwin said that he understands that it is difficult to believe that a man like him has a wife. Besides, he didn't really tell anyone about it. He just didn't know how to tell Chan Hyson what exactly they were doing. The man began to tremble and say that if only he could. The main character looked at him, wondering if he felt guilty. Yuk Kalwin smiled awkwardly, which was visible even through the gas mask, and laughed. He felt like he was talking too much, and said that eventually Chan Hyson had to find out about it. The main character lowered his gaze while Yuk Kalwin said that he was searching all the dungeons, doing all the dirty work, and because of his stupidity, all the clan members left. He started talking about how he would understand if Chan Hyson left too. The main character interrupted him with a calm expression and asked if he was looking for a sunny flower. He said that he knew something about it. The guy closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that it was no wonder he couldn't find the flower all these years. He told him that these flowers are only in those dungeons in which bosses appear. Yuk Kalwin looked at the guy in shock. His pupils constricted. Chan Hyson said that these flowers are called unique for a reason. According to him, the answer to the secret of this flower is that it must be collected when the boss of the dungeon is still alive. The main character looked down and listed the types of qualities of the flower: gold, silver, and bronze. He said that the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the higher the quality of the flower itself, and each of them has its own pros and cons. Chan Hyson put his hand in his pants pocket and began to get up from the stone. He admitted that among all the dungeons he had been to, he had not seen a single golden flower. According to him, the golden sunflower can only be found in a level 7 dungeon or higher. Yuk Kalwin, who was listening to him, did not interrupt him or move. The main character said that as far as he knows, the flower appears only after killing the boss, a truly legendary flower. Yuk Kalwin turned to the guy and stood in front of him, asking him to stop. He thanked him for the young man's comforting him. Chan Hyson opened his mouth and sighed. He replied that this was no consolation. A sunny flower appeared in his hand, and with a smile on his face he declared that he was telling the truth and it really existed. Yuk Kalwin picked up a golden flower that sparkled brightly. The main character smiled broadly and turned to the leader. The golden color from the flower illuminated the face of Yuk Kalwin, who said, "It really exists." Chan Hyson narrowed his eyes slightly and said that this was proof of his words. A red-black scolopendra was crawling along the walls of the cave. Yuk Kalwin bent over and began to tremble while looking at the flower. He said he was so wrong. He remembered the board with notes in his office, where sheets of information lay on the floor. There was a map on the board with various places marked. Yuk Kalwin said that all he has done so far is look in the wrong place. Chan Hyson tilted his head back slightly, opening his mouth slightly. He looked at his partner with confidence and agreed with him. The guy said that now he knows where to look. There were golden particles floating in the air. Yuk Kalwin seemed dumbfounded. He fell to his knees and sighed tiredly. The man slammed his fists on the stone floor and screamed loudly. The main character smiled, sighing quietly. His first impression of Yuk Kalwin was completely different, and if not for his unique character, he would not have even joined his clan. Chan Hyson told him to stand up, because a leader should not sit on his knees. He extended his hand to the man. Yuk Kalwin looked at him with tears in his eyes. The main character took his hand and smiled radiantly, thinking that because of the man's sincerity he would help him. Chan Hyson closed his eyes, smiling widely, and said that since Yuk Kalwin was looking for the golden sunflower, he would help him in any way he could. The head of the clan sobbed, looking at his partner. He removed the gas mask from his face, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Yuk Kalwin sincerely thanked Chan Hyson. Night City. Among the tall buildings stood a skyscraper with a bright glory sign. The secretary reported that dungeons had increased by 38% compared to the previous month. He believed that it was time to discuss countermeasures, and said that doctors from the Dungeon Institute had expressed a similar opinion. Near the panoramic window was the desk of CEO Gu Gong-yi. The secretary in the beige suit relayed the doctor's word that they had something that the director needed to see immediately. Gu Gong-yi was reading the report on his desk and twirling the pen in his hands. The secretary raised the issue of the lack of hunters and said that teams 1, 2, and 3 were no longer able to cope. The secretary wore glasses and held a tablet in his hands. He said that he had also attached tomorrow's report and added that overall they were doing well. Gu Gongyi started rolling his pen on the table and said that for the most part it is, but there is always one thing. A green aura appeared complexly around the director. He had black hair and green eyes and clasped his hands together in front of him. He asked the chief secretary where Chan Hyson was. Gu Gongyi said that it had been quite some time since he refused. The secretary nodded his head, closing his eyes, and replied that he would immediately look into this matter. The director told him to bring a report as soon as it was known where Chan Hyson was and what he was doing. He turned his head to the secretary, sitting half sideways to him, and asked if he was sure that the other guilds were ready to join. The secretary answered in the affirmative. A sly smile appeared on Gu Gongyi's lips. He ordered to stop sending people to the dungeon, because he had an interesting idea. The director narrowed his eyes and folded his hands in front of him. He said all they had to do was wait for the reporters. The man believed that if the media found out about this, there would be a resonance. The guy with the glasses closed his eyes and replied that he would pass this on to the team leaders. He asked if he could go. Gu Gongyi put his hands on his knees and told him to wait. He said that he had not seen Maria recently and asked if she was in that room again. The secretary tensed and looked a little confused at the director. He responded in the negative and said that she had a lot of appointments, so she was still busy. Gu Gongyi tapped his finger on the table and said that this was unusual. He lowered his hands and, with a serious face, proposed to begin his move. He thought Maria was pissing him off a little, but he was sure everything would be fine. She has never let him down yet. The director turned away from the secretary, looking towards the window. He put his hand to his chin and spoke thoughtfully about that strange guy. Until this moment, there were hunters who lived and did not refuse the attention of the world. Gu Gongyi got up from his chair and stood in front of the panoramic window. The CEO was very familiar with this. In last year's hunter exam, a total of 3 A-rank people were evaluated. It was 2 guys and 1 girl. Initially, the plans were that 1 hunter would attract all the attention of the people, while the other 2 would quietly and peacefully join the guild. However, the new members of the Bishop's Guild suddenly changed their minds about the Guild of Glory. The 3 hunters ran towards Gu Gongyi, who was smiling. Although they did not show it outwardly, it was clear that the mood of the public and competitors began to change. Around this time, relations between the guilds became extremely tense. The ice beam rushed towards the skyscraper, as did the column of fire. Someone called his opponent an insulting name. No man could surpass the great Guild of Glory, no insignificance. Gu Gongyi sat in his chair, while many people bowed to him. The director put his hands in his pockets and thought that power and money are the weapons that everyone strives for. It seemed to him that his popularity was direct proof of this. Pride, strength, ideologies of all. Nothing will be an exception before power and money. Gu Gongyi imagined a gloomy city with empty roads and destroyed buildings in his head. He believed that a person's lack of value provides a reason to discard him like trash. In his opinion, this fact only proves that man has failed to adapt to modern society. The director did not understand what ordinary people wanted. His pupils shrank and he was taken aback, thinking of something. He suggested that Chan Hyson was not like everyone else. However, Gu Gongyi felt that this could not be the case and he came here for a reason. An image of the irritated face of the main character appeared in his head, as if he was snarling. The director believed that everyone wanted to reach power and money, so he did not understand why Chan Hyson was not like that. He remembered the healer's words that he wanted to be strong. Gu Gongyi's face became confused and tense. He thought that Chan Hyson was already strong, so he assumed that the guy wanted to reach S rank. He didn't understand why he needed this. The director continued to look out the window at the night metropolis. He thought that when there is little water left, the thirst for drink increases, the same with power. Gu Gongyi didn't understand what the problem was, because Chan Hyson was already a strong hunter. The bright glory sign illuminated the darkness of the city. The director's green eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. He asked with a confused face why Chan Hyson didn't want to climb to the top of this country. He didn't understand what was in the guy's head. The bright sun illuminated the city. Clouds floated in the blue sky. The main character walked down the street with a dissatisfied face. Behind him walked a girl wearing a pink cap and sunglasses, hiding her face. Chan Hyson didn't understand how long he had been following him. She tried to keep her distance from him, hiding behind lampposts. She even hid behind tree branches before approaching the guy. The girl walked on tiptoe to be inconspicuous and quiet. She reached forward to touch Chan Hyson's back and apologized. Suddenly, there was only an aura in front of her, and the main character himself moved behind her. With a dissatisfied look, he asked if this was the Guild of Glory again, and reminded her that he told her not to come. The excited girl looked back and said that she had information for him. The main character replied that he was not interested. He frowned and looked at her displeasedly, asking who she was and what she was doing here. The girl turned to him with a tense face. Her blue eyes and long eyelashes were visible behind her glasses and cap. She apologized and said that she did not want to follow him and did not want to deceive him. The girl took off her cap and lowered her glasses a little. She said that her name is Maria and she is a hunter from the Guild of Glory. Hearing this, Chan Hyson was taken aback and let out a surprised exclamation. He asked what? She forgot here. Maria bowed her head, closing her eyes, and asked for forgiveness for coming so suddenly, but she had to meet him. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and sighed tiredly, asking about the meeting. The girl took off her sunglasses. She came closer to him and said that she wanted to know more about him. Chan Hyson widened his eyes. There were many modern tall buildings near the river. He remembered one poem. Blue sky, city lights, plum blossoms curled up into a ball. One thing is clear, the spring of his life has come. And two people looking at each other's faces seemed to have left this cruel world. That's how summer came. Chan Hyson looked at the girl embarrassedly, beads of sweat running down his cheek. Maria pursed her lips as her ponytailed hair blew in the wind. A cicada sitting on a tree trunk chirped loudly. A guy and a girl stood near the river, looking at each other. Chan Hyson's heart was beating loudly. He extended his hand forward and asked for forgiveness. Confused, Maria looked at how the main character put his hands on her shoulders. The guy's face turned red and he opened his mouth slightly. Maria looked at him with excitement. Suddenly, Chan Hyson's face became gloomy and angry, and he coldly asked what she was up to. He told her to stop lying to him and tell him what she was doing here. Maria looked at the guy with fear and tension, clutching her pink cap in her hands. Gabongdong Park. A little boy played on the playground with sand. Maria and Chan Hyson were sitting on a bench. The guy asked if the cat was able to escape. The girl asked what he meant. The main character asked her if she had come to him because he had cured the cat. Maria answered in the affirmative and said that it was not just any cat that had escaped, but a real imperial tiger. The main character imagined a graceful white tiger with blue eyes in his head. The guy's face was a little confused, but he expected this outcome. He is even glad that the tiger will no longer suffer. The guy and the girl were looking at the sight, sitting next to each other. Chan Hyson asked why she came to him. He hoped it wasn't to tell him the news. The main character looked at her and asked if she had decided to make him a scapegoat. Maria turned to him and answered negatively with a calm face. She said she came for another reason. She said that she had seen his skills only once, but that time was enough for her to understand that he had enough strength to restore the destroyed core. The girl remembered how she looked at a huge tiger chained. She was sure that Chan Hyson was many times stronger than her. Maria looked down with a surprised face. The girl turned her head to the guy and said that she thought that since they were both healers, this conversation would be useful for both of them. According to her, this is an exchange of experience and nothing more. The main character turned away from her and raised one eyebrow in puzzlement. Maria smiled faintly and asked if he suspected her. Chan Hyson closed his eyes irritably and answered in the affirmative. He imagined the girl in a light robe, as if she were a goddess. The guy said that everyone in Korea knows her, Saint Mary, and he, of course, understood that she was different from the bastard who was at the head of their guild. Tree leaves were flying in the air. The main character lowered his head down and said that she was still part of the Guild of Glory. Maria tensed and looked at him worriedly. Chan Hyson could assume that he was mistaken about her, and he would never know if she really tried to prevent that massacre. Anything could happen. He looked straight with an emotionless face and stated that he did not intend to trust anyone from their rotten guild. The main character told Maria to look at the child. The boy was picking in the sand with a stick, and the guy said that he comes to this park every day with his mother, who sits on the bench and watches him play. The boy began posing while his mother took pictures of him. Chan Hyson said that she loves her child and wants to remember every moment with him, so she always goes with a camera. The woman sat with a camera and smiled joyfully. The main character said that it was not so difficult to guess the course of her thoughts because the warm smile on her face speaks volumes. He turned to Saint Mary, who looked at him in confusion. The guy asked what she saw. Next to them stood an empty bench with no one sitting on it. Chan Hyson asked if she was talking about compensation. A boy in a yellow jacket was drawing something in the sand. The main character asked how Maria would compensate that child for his dead mother. The boy drew a picture of his mother, who was smiling, in the sand with a stick. Chan Hyson asked if Maria would give him money, a house, or a comfortable future. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist in anger. There was a large dent in the road. The main character looked at his interlocutor with dissatisfaction and said that if she was truly sorry, then the reason for her coming should not be related to him. A strong fist hit the table in anger. Yuk Kalwin was angry. He frowned and started talking negatively about the Glory Guild who decided to attack Chan Hyson. Articles were published on the internet with photographs of Chan Hyson and headlines like, "Young S-Ranked Talent, Chan Hyson, has laid low." There were also articles about confidentiality. Gu Gongyi was talking to someone in the photo with a kind face. The article said that the leader of the Glory Guild said that he understood Chan Hyson very well. Gu Gongyi noted that Chan Hyson should do at least something for the benefit of his fellow citizens. Reading all this, Yuk Kalwin angrily shouted that they would not have lasted even a minute in the dungeons that he and the main character had cleared. The Purification Clan leader frowned, and his pupils shrank. He stated that he did not intend to tolerate this anymore. He could not abandon his benefactor in this trouble. The man tensed his hand and curled his fingers, saying that retribution was coming. Yuk Kalwin sat down at his desk and started writing in the comments that the head of the Guild of Glory is ugly, that he has a huge forehead, and his head is the size of a balloon. Then, he wrote that Chan Hyson is such a handsome and wonderful person, and he wants children from him. He quickly typed all the comments with a creepy smile, thinking about what a terrible and cruel person he was. Yuk Kalwin wrote a message to the main character that he will figure everything out, and the guy doesn't have to worry. Looking at his phone, Chan Hyson was puzzled, not understanding what he was talking about. He locked his phone screen and noticed Maria getting up from the bench. The main character looked at her with a calm face and asked if she was leaving already. Maria smiled awkwardly and put her hand to her chin, answering in the affirmative. She said that just like Chan Hyson said, her goal was quite selfish and apologized for wasting her time. The main character said nothing, looking straight. He continued to sit on the bench while Maria put on her cap and glasses and began to leave. She was truly sorry and felt as if her hands were stained with blood. She adjusted her cap, thinking that she couldn't apologize and her incompetence had destroyed this beautiful place. A red flame appeared in her blue eyes. The girl imagined voices asking her for salvation. Maria believed that she had no forgiveness. Her light, pure silhouette seemed to move forward like a holy spirit. Voices asked if she had come to save them. Red hands seemed to be reaching out to her, and screams were heard that only she, the goddess, could save them. Maria believed that the inaction of a strong person is the most serious crime of all. Her body seemed to be covered in black mud as voices screamed that she was dead. They asked why Maria did not save her, because she was a saint and should have saved everyone. A large pool of blood appeared on the white floor. The voices claimed that she died because of Maria. The girl stepped into a bloody puddle, staining her feet. They called her a bloodthirsty murderer and kicked her out, ordering her never to return. Maria thought that a whole river of blood had been shed because of her failure. There were bloody footprints on the white floor. Another voice argued that Maria is not to blame and not everything in this world can be controlled. He stated that it was impossible to save everyone. Maria, whose blonde hair fell over her shoulders, replied in the negative. The voices continued to shout that they were afraid and were asking for salvation. The girl's eyes were red. She was wearing a white dress, but her body and clothes were covered in blood. The voices asked where she was and when she would come, and immediately said that she had abandoned them. Maria considered herself a healer who could not even feel pain. The voice said that it was her fault and that she killed them. The girl looked up doomedly and agreed, saying that it was she who killed them. She wondered how useless she was. An alien hand was reaching for her bloody hand. Maria believed that she deserved to die. The main character grabbed her hand, stopping the girl. She turned around in confusion, not understanding what was wrong. The girl looked into the face of Chan Hyson, who looked displeased. He stated that she had blood on her hands. Maria began to fearfully pull her hand out of the guy's palm. Taken aback, the main character claimed that he definitely saw blood. The girl nevertheless pulled out her hand and asked to let her go. She believed that she had made a mistake, because the director asked not to show that side to anyone. Chan Hyson looked thoughtfully at his hand and asked if it was just his imagination. Then, he raised his gaze to Maria and said seriously that he sees everything. He saw her true essence, hidden under the guise of a saint. Maria was covered in blood from head to toe. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon, and small residential buildings stood near the forest. This evening Maria left. Chan Hyson didn't know what was wrong, but she looked extremely pale. It seemed to him that she left as if she was fleeing in fear from an old enemy. The main character had an empty jelly bag in his mouth. Next to him sat a boy who drank the same jelly. Chan Hyson crossed his arms and asked what happened. The boy reacted to his words, and the boy told him not to worry. He turned to the child and asked if it tasted good, asking him to drink more slowly so that he would not get sick. The boy sucked the blue liquid from the bag and answered in the affirmative. Then, he turned to the main character. He looked at him in surprise and responded. The child pulled out a bag of treats from his mouth and thanked Chan Hyson for coming to play with him. The main character, turning his head towards him, replied that he came here simply out of boredom. The boy told him not to be a fool. Chan Hyson advised him to shut up while he was being kind. The boy turned to the guy and asked if that girl was Saint Mary and if they were dating. The main character was surprised by his questions, but said that they were not dating. The boy looked at him sadly and sighed, calling the guy hopeless. Chan Hyson asked how long ago he was beaten. The sky turned yellow as the sun set. There were houses on the slope, next to which there was a park. The child asked why Maria left. Chan Hyson assumed that he had offended her in some way, but he himself did not know. The boy said that then it's understandable, because it's in the guy's style. Chan Hyson playfully said that the boy was cutting him without a knife, to which the boy replied that he was joking. The two of them happily played with the sand, smiling at each other. Blue cloudy sky, glory building. There was a meeting in the guild. A doctor stood on the stage, and the employees listened to him. The doctor suggested moving on to the last, but not least important point of their meeting. He assumed that this news was making a lot of noise, so he wanted to show them what they were about to see. The doctor was a thin, pale man with glasses and white hair. He picked up the remote control and switched the slide, and presented to their attention something that would elevate their guild to unattainable heights. An image of a plant appeared on a red background, and the doctor said that it was a poisonous poppy. The guild employees were immediately taken aback. The man with glasses slammed his hand on the table and shouted that it was illegal. A sinister smile appeared on the doctor's face, and he told them to calm down. He was well aware of what kind of drug it was. The blond man stood up from his chair and asked in shock if he had decided to voice it here anyway. The doctor started tapping the counter with his finger. He looked at the man with an irritated face and asked what was wrong with that. He asked if the man thought he could do anything against him. The man with blonde hair frowned and shouted that the doctor was crazy. He said that the poisonous poppy is not something that they can hush up and hide. The tip of the cigarette began to light up brightly. A fiery cigarette flew straight towards the blonde man. Then, the cigarette exploded, and all the sheets on the table flew to the floor. In his dark hand lay a black and red pack of cigarettes. In the corner of the room sat a muscular woman with voluminous blonde hair, whom everyone was looking at. She asked if he knew that he should not raise his voice during a meeting. She held the cigarette to her burnt face and called them arrogant idiots. Gold chains hung around her neck, and she wore gold earrings. The frightened man looked at her, his voice trembling. Gu Gong, he smiled coldly, putting his hand under his head. He said everything was fine and he could sit down. He had an expensive watch on his hands, and he himself was dressed in a three-piece suit. The director said he understood they were worried, but urged them to follow the rules. After that, he told the doctor to continue. The doctor stood behind the microphone stand. He smiled and said he would get to the point. He focused on a slide with a drawing of a poisonous poppy. The doctor said that the most important thing is how they can use this drug for their own purposes. He asked whether the poisonous poppy might have more pros than cons. A wide and creepy smile appeared on the doctor's face, and he answered in the affirmative, saying that he was sure of it. Gu Gongyi sat next to the blonde woman. He asked if there was evidence for this theory. The doctor came closer to the screen and pointed at the slide. He answered with a smile that the enhancement of healing abilities is a hidden effect of the poisonous poppy. With slippers on his feet, the man stopped. His creepy silhouette against the red screen looked ominous. He said that given that good healers are so valuable, they may neglect safety rules a little. The blonde woman sitting at the end of the room looked at the doctor. She asked if they would use the drug on Maria. The director looked at her and answered negatively with a calm face. He stated that Maria is the very personification of their guild, and drugging her with drugs is too risky a step. The woman, half of her face hidden behind her hair, looked at Gu Gongyi. She asked who he was going to conduct experiments on then. Someone said there was a great candidate for this role. Opposite the blonde woman sat a woman in a checkered suit. She had short brown hair and fair skin. She said that Yu Jaiwan would be happy to agree to all their conditions. The woman in the plaid suit is named Yoon Jasun, and she is ranked 3rd in the Guild of Fame. She folded her hands in front of her and said that they could tell the vice president of the association that they wanted to strengthen his son's skills. As a PR, they can launch the news that they will begin to clear out poisonous dungeons together with the association. The rest of the meeting participants started talking among themselves, asking if Yu Jaiwan was useless. Someone said that he may be an idiot, but he is still the son of the vice president of the Hunters Association. One of the conversation participants expressed the opinion that this is an extremely risky choice. According to them, the most important thing now is to restore order within the guild itself and not engage in ridiculous adventures. The woman with blonde hair closed her eyes and took a drag from her cigarette. A meeting participant said that they would have to scale anyway, so he asked why not start now. Someone shouted that the poisonous poppy was too dangerous and they did not know the full consequences of this decision. The doctor sked in annoyance and scratched the back of his head as he listened to the discussion. In his opinion, as he thought, they are too stupid to see all the perspectives. However, he didn't care about them. Suddenly Gu Gongyi ordered everyone to be silent. The director crossed his arms over his chest and with a smile ordered to immediately check all the poisonous dungeons in Korea. The head already felt the blood. He said that if another guild or clan has already bought a dungeon, they just need to take it away. The meeting participants listened to him attentively with neutral faces. Gu Gongyi said that they must do this without Maria understanding anything. The director sat at the head of a long table, with his staff on either side. He asked if they understood everything. Among the guild workers, there were both middle-aged men and young boys, all of whom were looking at Gu Gongyi. On the other side stood a fat man with a beard, a guy with a scar on his lips, and a girl. The director heard no objections and said that then everything was great. Yuk Kalwin, sitting in front of 2 monitors, was taken aback by something. He grabbed one of the monitors, where a notification window appeared with an apology. The man asked in confusion what was happening. Chan Hyson was lying on the sofa next to him and watching the video. He asked if something had happened. Yuk Kalwin looked at his partner dumbfounded and said that the permits for all the poisonous dungeons that they had been revoked. The main character was taken aback and replied that no one needs poisonous dungeons. The man looked again at his monitor screen, where there was an apology window. He assumed that the bastards from the Guild of Fame had done it. Yuk Kalwin asked what they would do now, and whether they would take care of those dungeons outside the city. Chan Hyson took a sitting position and put his hand on the back of the sofa. In surprise, he looked at his partner and asked what the scoundrels from the Guild of Glory were up to again. He asked Yuk Kalwin to wait, and said that he would make a couple of calls in case something worked out. The man asked if he had connections in the association. The main character started tapping on the screen and replied that it was something like that, asking his partner not to worry. Chan Hyson put the phone to his ear and started listening to the beeps. While the beeps were ringing, Yuk Kalwin put his fist under his head and waited tensely. The interlocutor answered the call, and Chan Hyson smiled and introduced himself. The interlocutor was surprised and said that he does not call often. The interlocutor turned out to be P. Heku. He was in a bright room and smiled, asking if something happened at Chan Hyson. P. Heku, dressed in a gray suit, sat at his desk. He repeated Chan Hyson's words that all the dungeons he was planning to go to suddenly issued a ban. The man from the association asked if the main character thought it was obviously something strange. Chan Hyson, with a slightly confused Ace, answered in the affirmative and said that there was definitely something wrong here. He said that the dungeons are now under the control of the district, which further hints at the involvement of the Guild of Glory. P. Heku held the phone with his shoulder, looking down, and replied that he understood. He made notes in his notebook, where it was written, Glory, Chan Hyson, Gu Gongyi. The man from the association said that he would look into the matter immediately. The main character looked at the phone and asked how long it would take. P. Heku was typing something on the keyboard, holding the phone with his shoulder. He said that since he had taken on this matter, everything would be resolved quickly and there was nothing complicated here. Chan Hyson immediately smiled joyfully and said that then he would consider the job done. He thanked the man from the association. Yuk Kalwin looked at him in shock, wide-eyed, and asked who it was. The main character replied that this was just an acquaintance, a person with a very dark aura. Yuk Kalwin asked if the guy was sure he could handle this. He said that this is the Guild of Glory itself. It will not be so easy. The clock showed 11:06. Chan Hyson replied that if he couldn't, they would simply go to the outskirts of the city. Yuk Kalwin replied that if they go there, he knows a great restaurant that he once went to with his wife. 1 minute passed, and the clock showed 11:07. The man was taken aback and hit the table with his hands in surprise. The main character turned to him and asked what was wrong. A notification appeared on the monitor screen. Entry into poisonous dungeons is permitted. Yuk Kalwin said all entry bans have been approved again. Chan Hyson was delighted and smiled widely. He said that P. Heku really solved everything very quickly. Yuk Kalwin replied that it happened even faster than he thought. The sky was blue, soft clouds were floating over the city. The sun was shining brightly on the building that housed the Purification Clan. The main character laughed and said that it only brought them benefit and laughed. Yuk Kalwin agreed with him and said that then he would start getting ready quickly. Chan Hyson asked if his help was needed, and the man responded in the negative, telling him to rest. The main character thanked him. He was lying on one of the sofas when the door closed. Chan Hyson chuckled thoughtfully and put his hand to his chin. He thought that it would be nice to have connections. There was a sound of impact and a trail appeared in the air. The main character counted from 91 to 109. The sounds of blows continued to be heard. Ojiho attacked him, but the guy deftly dodged his blows. The mentor's eyes turned white, and he struck, leaning forward. His black shoe slipped across the floor. Ojiho turned to Chan Hyson and clenched his hand into a fist, running towards the student. His pupils shrank, and he prepared to attack. As soon as he carried out the blow, the main character dodged. It appears to be a normal backhand. Sweat was dripping from the guy's face. He was extremely attentive. He frowned and narrowed his eyes. Chan Hyson was able to grab Ojiho's fist in his hand, stopping the blow. In fact, the master was aiming exactly there. The mentor looked at his student in amazement, thinking that he had blocked all 112 blows. A wide smile appeared on Ojiho's face. However, he believed that this was not enough. The master threw a right hook, but Chan Hyson ducked under his attack. Ojiho knew that this was not the limit of his student's capabilities. He continued to attack the main character, but the guy deftly dodged, although he looked tired. Traces of dozens of blows appeared in the air. Chan Hyson's sneaker-clad foot left the floor. He took several leaps back and found himself 10 meters away from his mentor. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face, and he was breathing heavily. Ojiho got into a fighting position. He broke the floor of the dojo with his feet. The mentor asked what he was doing. He looked at the student gloomily and declared that his reaction was too slow. The man asked if he was going to attack again. The main character tilted his head forward, looking tiredly at the teacher. He pursed his lips and wiped the sweat from his chin. Chan Hyson looked up and replied that he could, and he still had strength left. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat. Ojiho put his fist forward and told him to get into position with a smile. The main character stood in a fighting stance, looking at his master. The mentor narrowed his gaze and said that he would start from the very beginning. His leg began to lift off the floor, breaking it. Chan Hyson did the same. Their blows touched and they looked at each other. Ojiho leaned towards his student's ear. He said with a smile that he hoped at least one blow would land on his smug face today. A muscular man with long white hair walked into the dojo and asked if they were still training. He said that they had a deal coming up and his time was very precious. Baisu cheerfully encouraged the sparring participants. The man with white hair smiled creepily and said there was an extra charge for every minute he was late. He asked since when did this kid become so strong. Chan Hyson was able to fend off Ojiho's strike while being focused. He opened his mouth, leaning forward. The mentor waved his hand up and said it was too slow. He told the student that he could use his speed much better. The protagonist gritted his teeth as sweat continued to flow from his face. Ojiho repelled the student's attacks and stated that his body was more tired than Chan Hyson's body, and if he had looked through his movements, he would have defeated him long ago. A purple aura appeared around the protagonist, and he swung his fist. He shouted that he would definitely strike today. Ojiho took a fighting stance, a green aura circling around him, and he agreed with the student. However, he said that he would only be able to strike when he could find it. The mentor made several projections that made Chan Hyson confused. But the main character frowned and self-confidently said that it would be very simple. Several ghost images of Ojiho were left behind. The main character headed forward, running past them. The guy swung his fist, almost reaching his mentor. He stated that he was already used to it. Chan Hyson's fist was directly in front of Ojiho's face. There was a purple explosion, sending dust and dirt into the air. Smoke spread throughout the dojo, hiding the sparring participants. Baisu clenched his hands into fists and eagerly asked what happened there and who won. The white-haired man named Yacha crossed his arms over his chest, not understanding. As soon as the haze cleared, Chan Hyson appeared. He looked very tired and had abrasions on his arms and face. Ojiho placed his palm in front of him. Yacha said they had a draw. The main character was breathing heavily, looking at his folded palms. He thought that since these were Yacha's words, it could be taken as a compliment. Chan Hyson remembered how he dodged his master's blows. There were 178 strikes in total, and not a single one hit Chan Hyson. The guy clenched his sweaty hand into a fist. He put so much effort into training. The main character closed his eyes and straightened his hair. Ojiho said that it was amazing, and Chan Hyson asked if he meant that he was amazingly hopeless. Suddenly Chan Hyson came to his senses and asked in confusion what his mentor had just said. Ojiho calmly looked at him and replied that he said exactly what he said. The walls of the dojo had dents from their training. The mentor looked at his student and said that he had nothing more to teach him. He congratulated him on mastering instant jumping. A bright light seemed to appear around the main character, and he looked at Ojiho in amazement. The bright light disappeared and, without changing his expression, Chan Hyson asked if the mentor was tired of teaching him. The master answered negatively. He clasped his hands behind his back and declared that from now on he would continue his studies on his own. Ojiho said that he no longer saw the point in teaching the guy anything else. The man calmly closed his eyes, bowed his head, and said that he would only hinder his growth. However, his hands were shaking behind his back, and he himself thought that Chan Hyson's talent was terrifying. The main character looked at him sadly, wiping beads of sweat from his face. Ojiho thought that he, like Chan Hyson, has a rare talent, but the guy's talent is many times greater than the master's talent. He praised him for his excellent work. Ojiho smiled at his student and said that his role as the guy's teacher was coming to an end. He mentally told Chan Hyson to be careful because he would encounter many people. For example, with those who strive to get it, like the cunning and calculating Gu Gong Yi. The main character can meet those who will be eaten by envy, like Yu Jaiwan. Various people will come into his life and harass him. Ojiho closed his eyes with a smile on his face. He straightened his back and opened his eyes. The mentor hoped that Chan Hyson would never forget about the people who surround him. Baisu clenched her hands into fists and happily told Chan Hyson that he was great. Ojiho thought that it was time to return to where they came from. Baisu stood next to Yacha, who crossed his arms over his chest. Ojiho walked towards them with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood Chan Hyson, who looked after him. The mentor thought that, although not for long, it was an honor for him to be his teacher. Ojiho lowered the corners of his lips and stood still, looking down. He continued to walk forward, his hair flowing behind him. The walls were cracked after the blows hit them. The teacher walked quietly along the floor where there were cracks. Chan Hyson put his fist and palm together. He got down on one knee and thanked the teacher for everything. Ojiho stopped with his eyes wide open. The main character continued to stand on one knee, clasping his hands together, and called out to the teacher. The mentor, standing with his back to him, was silent. Ojiho turned to his former student and ordered him to stand up. He said that one cannot call everyone a master, but he only played the role of a teacher. Yacha grinned, putting his hand to his chin. Baisu was surprised that Chan Hyson knelt down. The sunlight fell on the main character, who continued to bow to the teacher. Ojiho opened his mouth in surprise. He smiled softly and caringly said that the guy would be stubborn until the very end. The teacher clasped his hands together and tilted his head forward. He said it was a wonderful time and called Chan Hyson a disciple. The man wished him good luck in the war. The cardiac monitor showed the patient's condition, his heartbeat, and blood pressure. The doctor had a vial of purple liquid in his hand. He said about 7 milliliters per injection. The doctor told him to be careful. Yu Jaiwan lay naked on the operating table with a mask over his eyes and a cloth covering his thighs. Tubes were connected to his arms. There were several scientists standing around him. The doctor with white hair told his colleague that he could break the test tube if he was not careful. The doctor with brown hair said that there was no change in the amount of ether. Yu Jaiwan was in pain. He did not see what was happening around him. His mouth was slightly open. The doctor said that it's okay and everyone makes mistakes, and you just need to take responsibility for your mistakes. Yu Jaiwan didn't understand what he was doing here. He remembered that this was some kind of experiment. Purple liquid flowed from the tubes connected to the guy's arms, and Yu Jaiwan's skin turned pale. He thought that the doctor was very happy to receive new material. However, Yu Jaiwan did not understand what the point of all this was. The doctor with white hair wore round glasses. He looked at the trembling guy and asked if he had woken up yet. The doctor's pupils constricted, and he said that the effect of the drug should soon wear off. He was sorry that he had to end there. He told his subordinates to finish. Yu Jaiwan's blindfold ended up on the white-tiled floor. Doctors began removing the tubes from the patient's arms on the orders of the head doctor. He ordered everyone to come up to him and smile. The doctors began to smile and clap their hands, and the doctor praised Yu Jaiwan for his perseverance. The guy himself sat down anxiously, sweat running down his face. The doctor asked him how he was feeling and whether he felt a huge surge of strength. Yu Jaiwan narrowed his eyes, mentally calling the doctor a damn psycho. The doctor said that he hoped that the guy would be pleased to receive such power. Yu Jaiwan looked at the tubes of purple liquid lying on the floor. He asked himself if they stuck those things in him. The doctor with white hair and glasses smiled and said that a little more, and the guy would easily get an earache. Yu Jaiwan ran his hand over the places where the tubes were stuck. He said that he no longer wanted to participate in the experiments. He thought it was complete madness. Yu Jaiwan began to tremble again as sweat ran down his face. He admitted that he doesn't even fully understand what kind of experiments they are conducting on him. The guy felt only one fear, and he no longer wanted to take part in it. The doctor looked at the subject and said that he needed rest. He noted that Yu Jaiwan was not in the best condition right now and suggested continuing the next day. The guy smiled sadly, tilting his head forward. He said that the doctor is doing this out of greed. His father told him that he was an outstanding scientist, but always remained in second place. Yu Jaiwan looked at the doctor sympathetically and said that his ingenuity was great, but he was thrown out of the association due to ethical issues. The doctor even tried to kill one scientist. Yu Jaiwan said that none of them were destined to take the place of the winner, but he did not want to be a pawn of his perverted greed. The black-haired doctor ordered him not to say anything like that. The doctor with white hair slashed him with a scalpel and ordered him to remain silent. The doctor grabbed the bleeding wound and began to fall. The white-haired doctor was left with blood spattered on his face and told a colleague he was annoying. Yu Jaiwan looked at him in amazement. The guy had blood spattered on his cheek. The doctor asked him what he wanted then. He began to wipe off his colleague's blood from the scalpel and asked if Yu Jaiwan wanted to get rid of Chan Hyson. He didn't understand why the guy was saying he wanted to end the experiment and asked if it was all a lie. Yu Jaiwan was taken aback and horrified. He shouted that the doctor was crazy and asked what he had just done. The doctor ordered him to be quiet. He looked cold and sinister. The doctor raised one eyebrow and said that he asked him a question. He asked again what he wanted. The doctor picked up his colleague's corpse and asked why he died and if he died because he annoyed the doctor. The doctor answered negatively and said that the scientist was now in the grave because he was weaker than him. He stated that weaklings don't survive. That's how the world works. The doctor leaned over to Yu Jaiwan and took his chin in his hands. The scientist said that this is why he sometimes wonders how seriously a guy takes his desires. The doctor stated that he really wanted to kill him. He said that he just hated the guy. This hatred was enough for him to finish him off. The doctor looked at the scientist's back, and no matter how hard he tried, he always remained in his shadow. He tried to convince himself that the scientist was a genius, and that he himself was simply unlucky. But then the doctor realized that he had to kill him. Scarlet splashes of warm blood appeared in the air. He asked if it was funny that an incredible talent was erased from this world due to some death threat. He asked where he was now, whether he was alive, and then said that no one knew. An ominous smile appeared on the doctor's face, and he said that he himself was here. He began to laugh and spread his arms, shouting loudly that he was the one standing here, and no one even knew where this scientist was now. The doctor declared that he was the only one who would go down in history as the best scientist. He looked at the frightened Yu Jaiwan, and there was a corpse lying on the floor and there was a lot of blood. The doctor said that countless geniuses had been born and passed away, and he asked the guy how many of them he knew. Tears appeared in Yu Jaiwan's eyes. The doctor said that even the best engineers, hunters, and truths of this world remained nothing more than a memory. He told Yu Jaiwan to remember the cheers directed at Chan Hyson. The three people were smiling widely. They looked happy. When the doctor said about Chan Hyson's face and voice, Yu Jaiwan clasped his hand on a piece of green cloth. The doctor told him to remember that freak's grin and asked why it didn't belong to Yu Jaiwan. He told Yu Jaiwan not to be fooled by his grin, because Chan Hyson was simply laughing at him and mocking his helplessness, boasting of his own talent. The doctor said that this man was a hero, but he was the one he had to finish off. He asked Yu Jaiwan if he had an enemy, the villain who stole his position, fame, and everything else. He stated that he could help restore justice and show the enemy reality. The purple tubes were again connected to Yu Jaiwan's arms, and the doctor said that then Yu Jaiwan would take the place of his enemy. Yuk Kalwin, Bai Su, and Chan Hyson jumped up in joy, raising their fists in the air. They went into the dungeon, and Propi flew behind. They said it was time to beat the monsters. The head of the Purification clan and Chan Hyson with Propi looked at the red-haired girl who exclaimed joyfully. Yuk Kalwin, wearing a gas mask, was confused and asked who she was. Bai Su raised 2 fingers up and greeted the man, introducing herself. She said that she is something like Chan Hyson's guardian. Yuk Kalwin looked at the main character with a puzzled look and asked if she was really the guardian of Hunter Chan Hyson. The main character frowned and lowered the corners of his lips, then nodded to him. Yuk Kalwin bowed to Bai Su and introduced himself. He said that he was the head of the clan that Hunter Chan Hyson joined, and he was glad to meet her. The main character looked at Bai Su with displeasure and told her to come to him. He crossed his arms over his chest and exhaled in annoyance. The guy asked why she followed him again and said that he hoped this time there was a good reason. He asked if she had become a stalker again. Bai Su awkwardly looked away and sweated from exertion, answering that it was possible. Chan Hyson looked down at her creepily and menacingly. Bai Su clenched her hands into fists and began to get angry. She stated that she was already an adult and could do whatever she wanted. Chan Hyson, who was also angry, shouted to her that his private life was much more important to him. Bai Su answered him rudely. She tried her best to hit Chan Hyson, but he avoided every blow. Yuk Kalwin awkwardly watched them argue and fight while Bai Su cursed at Chan Hyson. The head of the Purification clan thought that this was something new, because it was the first time he had seen the main character like this. Yuk Kalwin looked at how Bai Su bit and pulled Chan Hyson's cheek. The man apologized and asked why they had gathered today. The guy was surprised by his question. While Bai Su continued to mock him, he gave a thumbs up and replied that they would clear dungeons and beat monsters. Yuk Kalwin was taken aback and said, puzzled, that there was no dungeon here. Bai Su moved away from Chan Hyson and he began to get up from the ground. There was a clearing around them, which was located in the middle of a green forest. Yuk Kalwin, almost crying, lowered his head and said that he knew that Chan Hyson was unusual, but he didn't think it would be so bad. The main character told him to wait and called him an old man. He took out his phone and looked at the time, saying it was already 37 minutes. The guy said that if the prediction is correct, then everything will appear now. Yuk Kalwin asked about the prediction. Behind him, a purple rift gradually began to appear in the air. A bright purple light reflected in Chan Hyson's eyes, and he said that this is it. A huge, bright portal appeared behind the head of the clan. He was taken aback and turned around, looking at the dark purple passage into the dungeon. Yuk Kalwin narrowed his eyes a little and tensed, asking what it was. Bai Su was also puzzled and asked in confusion if Chan Hyson was telling the truth. Then, she asked what they should do now. Chan Hyson grinned with excitement and said that the big boss, the head of the black market, was not lying, because it really appeared. He didn't even know what to say, because it was incredible. Yuk Kalwin turned to the guy and warily asked about the big boss and whether Chan Hyson had a familiar fortune teller. The main character answered negatively and said that it was just a very angry old man who helped. He said that the one who predicted the appearance of the dungeon was Dui Su, a representative of the company that wanted to make a deal with them. Bai Su imagined documents, drawings, and notes in her head. She raised her index finger and said that there were many clauses in the contract, but the most important clause concerned the poisonous dungeons. They offered to predict where these dungeons would appear, and they came here to test it out. Yuk Kalwin thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked if this was really possible. Chan Hyson, whose face was illuminated by the bright light from the portal, said that this was a rare occurrence. The entrance to the portal was black, and there was a purple light around it. Yuk Kalwin looked at this in amazement and even cursed in surprise. Chan Hyson took out his black and purple dagger. He said that first he would go there alone. According to him, the most important thing would be tomorrow, so he told the allies to take off their equipment and rest. The head of the clan took off the gas mask from his head and replied that he understood everything. He asked why tomorrow. The main character turned to him and smiled. His black strands of hair fluttered in the wind and his violet eyes glowed brightly. He replied that the dungeon was going up to rank 7, and the fortune teller said that this dungeon would be at that level. In a white vase, there was a green plant with large leaves. Yoon Jae-soon wore dark red lipstick and wore beautiful earrings. She asked manager Hwan to repeat himself because she thought she heard him wrong. Hwan's manager apologized to her. Yoon Jae-soon looked at her nails while sitting at her desk. She replied that she was tired of apologizing and told him to clearly repeat what he had said earlier. Hwan's face became covered with sweat, and he began to tremble. He was a young man with brown hair. With an awkward expression on his face, he said that some small clan took the truth from them in the dungeon. Yoon Jae-soon's long eyelashes adorned her violet eyes. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she narrowed her gaze. The woman said that she understood him. Chief Hwan took a step forward and raised his hand. He promised to take the dungeons back and began to talk about how the association suddenly changed their minds. Yoon Jae-soon sighed quietly and called out to Chief Hwan. She asked if he knew that the project had not gone well from the very beginning. The woman said that losing in such a situation is simply ridiculous. The leaves of the potted plant began to rot, becoming limp and black. She asked if he was saying that he would take back what was taken from them. She questioned whether he would restore their image back. There were black particles flying around Yoon Jae-soon. She looked dissatisfied and asked if manager Hwan was ashamed. In her opinion, the Purification Clan is mocking them. Hwan clasped his hands together and looked at her in horror. He promised that if she gave him another chance, he would make it. The guy begged for mercy. Yoon Jae-soon folded her hands in front of her, looking at her subordinate. She said the answer was wrong. The woman furrowed her eyebrows and said that she did not want to hear pleas for mercy, but an analysis of the reasons for the loss and proposals for solving the current problem. The guy's silhouette began to darken, and a whirlwind appeared around him. Yoon Jae-soon told him to think about it for a while. Chief Hwan screamed. His fingertips and palm turned black. His arm became so thin that all the bones were visible. Yoon Jae-soon told him not to worry, because she made sure that he would not die. Chief Hwan withered and turned pale. His eyes turned white, and he fell to his knees. Yoon Jae-soon fingered the documents in her hands and asked if the clans had become bolder lately. She assumed that they had become more confident and decided to show a grin. The women smiled and chuckled, asking how a clan of 2 people even existed. Almost all the plants in her office began to rot, and the metropolis could be seen from the panoramic window. Yoon Jae-soon looked at the document and said that you shouldn't talk like that about those who took the dungeon from them. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, putting her hand to her chin. The woman said that this Purification Clan sounds interesting. Chon Hyson kindly asked his allies if they had forgotten anything. The sky was bright blue, and the clouds were slowly passing by. The guy reminded Bai Su to drink the antidote, because the 7th rank dungeon is filled with poison and it will be bad if she loses consciousness in the middle of the battle. Yuk Kalwin was wearing a beige jacket and had black gloves on his hands. He said he was ready. Chon Hyson asked if she was ready, and the girl answered him in the affirmative. The whole team was ready to go into the dungeon. They looked confident, and the main character said that they would beat all the monsters. Vibrations. Everything around in the snowy field was shaking. Smoky smell. The monster's huge black foot stepped into the snow with a loud sound. Thick poison all around. Yuk Kalwin was adjusting his gas mask with Bai Su standing next to him. Humanoid monsters with white skin, long black hair and horns on their heads surrounded the field. They had black and yellow spears in their hands. Chon Hyson narrowed his eyes and smiled happily, saying that the air was very refreshing. One of the humanoid monsters swung his spear and screamed loudly. He leaned forward and then threw his spear towards the main character. There was an explosion where the spear landed. The monster's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Chon Hyson appeared below his feet with a knife in his hand, surrounded by a purple aura. The monster turned around, and there was a purple cut mark on his face and shoulder. Blood splashed next to the main character. A system notification appeared. The user's black ether increased by 34 BA. The guy looked at his knife and said that it absorbs even rank 7 poison. He understood that this was a rank 7 dungeon. The speed and strength of the monsters were very different. There are a lot of them, so if they surround Chon Hyson, it will be bad. The monsters were several times taller than the trees. They approached the guy threateningly. However, the main character is glad that they still cannot match his speed. He smiled with excitement and thought it was worth it. One of the monsters threw a spear forward, causing a column of smoke to rise. Several explosions occurred in the forest. Yuk Kalwin and Bai Su watched from above. The man said that Chon Hyson was fighting so bravely based only on his skills as a healer, and he had never seen anything like this before. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that Chon Hyson was fighting so hard for him, but he couldn't help calling himself wretched. Bai Su looked at him and asked if he was so vulnerable and if his own powerlessness hurt him. Yuk Kalwin turned his head to her and replied that in any case, Chan Hyson said that he would do everything himself. The girl looked down and asked if he wanted to go and stop him. She looked very calm and didn't sound aggressive. Bai Su said that if a man can't help, it's better for him to stay away, because they can't do anything. Yuk Kalwin nodded at her, agreeing with her words. He said that now all we can do is wait. There was an aura around Chan Hyson's black and purple dagger. The main character put the knife forward, squinted his eyes, and used movement and change of state. He swung the knife to the side, and it turned into a huge sword surrounded by lightning. The monsters looked at him excitedly and said something to each other in an unknown language. They watched as Chan Hyson floated in the air with a huge sword. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung it. The pupils of his eyes shrank, and he swung his blade. With just one move of his sword, he cut off the heads of two monsters. He was incredibly small in comparison. While Chan Hyson was floating in the air, he noticed another monster swinging its spear. The monster frowned aggressively and threw a spear towards the guy. There was a barely noticeable purple aura around the main character. He used decay. Black and purple plates separated from the sword. These plates were gradually connected. Then, it turned into one large plate surrounded by lightning. Chan Hyson jumped in, holding a sword. The main character flew right over a huge spear, without even repelling the attack. He looked back and saw the spear stabbed into another monster's stomach. The guy thought that they were strong, but they didn't know how to work in a team. He realized that if he fought, avoiding their blows, he could win without even exerting any effort. Chan Hyson jumped on the black and yellow spear and said that there was still ether. He pushed off from the surface where he was. The monster grabbed the spear, but the main character ran forward. The monster looked at the purple mark from the guy's jump. The cubes that made up Chan Hyson's sword were hovering above the monster. He again used movement and state change. He found himself upright in the air as black and purple cubes swirled around him. The handle of a weapon began to form in his hand. The main character again made a huge sword, which was several times larger than himself. The sword glowed brightly, the light emanating from the purple seams of the weapon. Chan Hyson folded his arms across his chest as he flew down, his hair fluttering from the strong airflow. A second sword appeared in his second hand, and there were bright lightning bolts everywhere. This was his weapon's dual mode. The main character swung one of the swords, focusing on the enemies. Two colossal monsters looked at him. This was the perfect chance to kill them all. One of the monsters opened its mouth wide and screamed heart-rendingly. Chan Hyson hovered directly above one of the monster's weapons, which resembled a short sword. All the enemies immediately rushed towards him. The main character was right in front of one of them. The monster swung its huge weapon. He narrowed his eyes and said something in an unknown language. Chan Hyson applied a return to the previous state. The monsters looked at each other in confusion, doing nothing. A loud noise sounded in the snowy forest. The main character landed in a clearing, holding both swords in his hands. A satisfied grin appeared on his face, and he said that this time it was not an illusion. The bright sun fell on the black hair of one of the monsters. Then they were all beheaded at once. Black boots pressed through the snow lying on the ground. Chan Hyson walked past a huge, severed head of a monster, and he felt something. A barely visible purple vapor hovered near the main character. The guy thought that Yuksha's words were true. He said that if there was a golden flower nearby, Chan Hyson would instinctively be able to sense it. The top of the snow-capped mountain was surrounded by a slight haze, and the main character thought that it was impossible to find a flower on such a large mountain. However, his premonition tells him the exact location of the flower. The guy exhaled and warm steam came out of his mouth. He stood in front of a flower that shimmered with blue and purple colors. It looked like crystal. Chan Hyson said that this is truly a legendary flower, and its beauty is mesmerizing. But he asked why the flower was not golden in color. Stones began to fall behind the main character. He said that the boss was not visible, but he must protect the flower. The birds flew into the sky at the loud noise, and Chan Hyson tensed. He turned around with a worried look and decided that an earthquake had begun. Then, he guessed that this was the second wave of monsters. Bai Su got scared and covered her mouth with her hands. Yuk Kalwin stood in front of her and said that he sees it too. The main character realized that he felt completely different, and it seemed to him that something incredibly huge was approaching. He said those monsters were big too. Behind him, above his head, a huge stone with blue insides appeared. Chan Hyson managed to jump up before the stone fell. Soaring in the sky, he was able to see a huge boulder on the ground. His hair was blowing in the wind, but the guy himself looked puzzled and he cursed. A large tree was torn out of the ground by its roots. The main character realized that the boss had shown up. Baisu grabbed Yuk Kalwin's hand in fear as they both looked at the boss. The monster had a stone face and round blue eyes. The boss was several times larger than the previous monsters, as if there were mountain slopes on his shoulders. The whole earth around was trembling. A system window appeared. The monster giant treasure. Type: poisonous, melee. Physical strength level: S. Other characteristics: B. Difficulty level: 8 stars. Chan Hyson grabbed his head and closed one eye, sighing tiredly. He said that it is a mountain after another mountain, and the boss does not look ordinary. His eyes glowed, and he turned to V1 to show information about the boss. A system notification has appeared. The giant treasure has an unshakable skill, so it can block physical attacks. The main character looked at the huge boss and was taken aback. He asked if it was possible for the attacks to not take place. V1 replied that it was because the boss's body was made of franium. Chan Hyson put his fist to his chin, puzzled, and asked about franium. V1 said that it is deformed matter created from the most poisonous materials. To this day, franium is known as the most durable material. It cannot be deformed by ordinary physical force. The blue stone sparkled brightly, like a jewel. V1 said that Chan Hyson can melt franium using his skills. Chan Hyson thoughtfully lowered his gaze and put his hand to his chin. He said that luckily V1 says he can win. The guy added that he had about half of the airwaves left, if he was not mistaken. V1 warned that the boss had begun an attack. A huge shadow fell on Chan Hyson, who tensed. Huge blocks of franium hung above him. The boss stood in the distance. There was a loud explosion and snow rose into the air. Yuk Kalwin got scared and called out to Chan Hyson in concern. The clearing in the snowy forest was littered with stones and cobblestones. A bright yellow light appeared from a pile of stones. The main character was able to crawl out. He stepped on one of the cobblestones. Particles of golden light remained on the guy's face. He cleared his throat and said that the boss is very strong. Chan Hyson really thought he was going to die. The boss's arm was cut off because he blew it up, but the protagonist noted that he could regenerate. He realized that fighting from a distance would not work. V1 said that this is a boss technique called shards. He can use his own body. The protagonist smirked at his opponent and told V1 to stop. The hilt of a sword began to appear in the guy's hands. The boss looked up at him as his arm recovered. Chan Hyson had 2 swords in his hands and said that the hit and run strategy had never failed him. He held one of the swords in front of him and smiled confidently. The guy said that it doesn't matter what size the boss is, because even he won't be able to survive the constant onslaught of attacks from his sword. Yuk Kalwin felt tense. He was sincerely worried about his partner. There was a powerful purple aura around the main character, and the clan leader thought it was incredible. Chan Hyson used a poisonous step and jumped up sharply. There was a bright purple explosion near the boss's head. Yuk Kalwin thought that the main character rushed into battle without hesitation. The man stood in the middle of a snowy forest. Although he is the head of a small clan, he is still a veteran. He knew that Chan Hyson was stronger than ordinary hunters as soon as he saw him, but he was still impressed by what he saw. Through the lenses of the gas mask, Yuk Kalwin could be seen frowning. He wondered if he could fight like that. Baisu lowered her eyelids a little and looked at the man. The boss's hand hung over the snow-covered trees. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending all the nearby snow into the air. Chan Hyson was floating in the sky, and he and the boss locked eyes. The guy frowned and swung one of his swords. The boss looked confused. He opened his mouth and growled unintelligibly. The main character directed the attack at him and screamed. A purple beam attacked the boss, causing another loud explosion. However, the boss looked untouched and the attacks had no effect on him. The ground around shook and shook. Chan Hyson squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand and said that franium is very strong. He tried everything while striking the boss, but his regeneration rate is too fast. The tip of the purple sword was pointed at the blue franium. The guy looked thoughtful. His face was very sweaty. The main character realized that in order to win, he had to destroy the franium and strike the core, but by the time he changed modes, the boss would have time to recover. He wondered if it would be more convenient if someone else destroyed the franium. Baisu and Yuk Kalwin looked confused and tense, and Chan Hyson decided that he couldn't ask them. He had to handle it alone. However, there is a much bigger problem. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He was breathing heavily from fatigue and said that he did not expect this. His sword could not stand it, and a crack appeared on the sword. The host of the event held a microphone and a piece of paper in his hands. He introduced this year's rising star. He is a hunter who was given a B rank due to his low amount of ether, but his abilities exceed the A rank. It was Yuk Kalwin. He looked younger than now. There was no beard on his face. He posed for photographs. The man thought that at first everything was going great. The black-haired guy turned around and told Yuk Kalwin that a strong monster was approaching him. His teammate turned to the black-haired man and said that Yuk Kalwin was already fighting with a whole group. Yuk Kalwin assured that everything was fine. He stood near the corpses of monsters that resembled huge frogs. Yuk Kalwin turned around and told his teammates with a smile that they could leave strong opponents to him. He was not an S-rank hunter, but everyone recognized him and his popularity grew. He put his hands in the pockets of his black jacket as he walked with the rest of his partners. He definitely had nothing to complain about in life, especially because he had a wife whom he valued more than anything in the world. The woman with short brown hair smiled and called out to her husband. She was wearing a green apron and holding a basket of laundry in her hands. His wife asked how his day was. May 14th. Yuk Kalwin narrowed his eyes and smiled nervously. He said that he was called on an urgent matter and would have to go to the city. The man apologized to his wife and said that he should devote this day to her alone. His wife smiled softly, closing her eyes. She replied that everything was fine because he was going to save people. She told her husband to go and she would wait for him. Yuk Kalwin thanked her. There was a calendar on the wall, and May 14th was circled and labeled Anniversary. Yuk Kalwin hugged his wife and said that he would try to return as soon as possible. He found himself in the middle of a fire, clutching the wounded body of his wife. From that very day, the man began to search for the legendary flower. Chan Hyson swung his sword as he floated in the air. He dealt another blow to the blue shell of the monster. A gray stone was hidden behind the blue shell, and the main character was glad that the shield was destroyed. The guy used white sleep, and a large white point appeared near him. He struck, causing a lot of smoke to appear around. There were particles of franium in the sky. Chan Hyson smiled confidently and said that this time everything went well and he has no doubts. The tip stuck into the blue shell. The protective layer had already been restored. The main character frowned and said irritably that it was his own fault for being such an optimist. He looked at his cracked dagger and realized that he had 2 more attempts left. It's not much, so he should be careful. Suddenly he felt that the boss was going to punch him. Chan Hyson gritted his teeth and cursed, bending his arm with a dagger in his hand. The monster's fist made contact with the guy. The main character seemed incredibly small next to the boss. He frowned and bared his teeth and realized that this thing was faster than he thought. He was annoyed that this happened when every attack counted. Chan Hyson realized that he now only had 1 more attempt left. He needs to find a way to turn the situation to his advantage. The blade of his dagger broke in half. Stars in space seemed to sparkle above Chan Hyson's head. He asked himself what he could do at the moment. The guy also understood that the ether was already running out, and Exa could activate the White Dream only once. One of the weapons stuck into the snowy ground. The main character was thinking about how he could get through the boss's protective layer, because he couldn't overdo it, otherwise he would kill him. A bright yellow light reflected in the guy's eyes. He decided that first he needed to understand whether he could even cope with the monster alone. A bright boss attack appeared above Chan Hyson, heading towards him. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face, and he looked confused. He thought about how he couldn't use his last attack as a secondary attack. Suddenly, Yuk Kalwin loudly called out to the guy, approaching him. Chan Hyson turned to him and was taken aback. The head of the clan carried a huge tree on his back. The main character realized that he was too close to the enemy. All the muscles on Yuk Kalwin's back tensed, which was noticeable even through his jacket. Chan Hyson didn't know what he was trying to do, but he thought he needed to tell the head to get out of there. Yuk Kalwin threw a heavy tree with all his strength towards the boss and Chan Hyson. The boss's face became confused. The main character thought about whether the tree could hit him. He guessed that Yuk Kalwin was trying to change the direction of the boss's hand, but it was pointless. The man bowed his head and told Chan Hyson to be patient for a while, even if it hurt, and it was better than getting hit by the boss. The main character turned his head and saw that the tree was flying towards him. He realized that the original target was himself, not the boss. A heavy tree trunk hit the guy on the shoulder. His face was distorted due to pain. There was a hole in the boss's huge palm where the attack was supposed to come from. Chan Hyson realized that Yuk Kalwin did not try to do anything with the monster, since it was easier to move it than such a colossus. The boss fired a beam, but the main character was out of its reach. The guy raised his head and opened his mouth. Now he realized that the problem was that he was trying to deal with the boss alone. While he was floating in the sky, he looked at Yuk Kalwin and called out to him. He apologized to the man and said that he thought he could handle it himself, but he was wrong. Yuk Kalwin clenched his hands into fists as he looked at him. Chan Hyson had golden particles of light hovering around him, He smiled and asked for help. Yuk Kalwin frowned in concentration and replied that he was waiting for the guy to say that. By adding a man to the plan, the protagonist received many choices. However, in such an urgent situation, he needs to reject all options that are now less effective. The tip of Axe's dagger glowed brightly. Chan Hyson realized that the only option was to transfer the axe fragment to Yuk Kalwin. The man grabbed the blade and said it was time to start. For him, taking damage is inevitable. The glove of the clan leader melted under the influence of a fragment of a blade, soaked in dark ether. Yuk Kalwin tensed as he looked at the weapon. He realized that the blade was burning him badly, and Chan Hyson used this weapon all the time. But Yuk Kalwin will endure everything, because now he will finally be able to help. Chan Hyson's hair rose up, and he warned his partner about the boss's leg. Cracks appeared on the boss's foot, from which a bright yellow light came out. A bright light fell on Yuk Kalwin's body, and he realized that there was an explosive ray even in the monster's leg, and not only in his hand. A bright and large beam shot forward. A loud explosion sounded in the forest, and Chan Hyson realized that they were clearly missing some detail. A trace of the beam remained on the ground, and smoke rose into the air. A violet beam flew over the ground. Chan Hyson walked up to Yuk Kalwin and hugged him. The guy looked at him worriedly and asked if he was okay and if he could get up. The main character put his hand on the man's stomach and asked if he was okay. Yuk Kalwin replied in the affirmative. There was a rainbow glow around his hand, and he said that he was absolutely intact, and it felt like his whole body was lighter. Bai Su, standing on a hill, called out to both of them. She was surrounded by the same golden aura. The girl shouted that even though they have S rank, they don't think with their heads at all. She asked what if they died and what would happen to the flower. She shouted to Yuk Kalwin that he was already an adult and should know how to control himself. The head of the clan and Chan Hyson looked at her in surprise, and they were also surrounded by a rainbow aura. The main character knew that the complex stealth technique was mainly used by high-class espers. However, it is of little use in dungeons, so only a few use this technique, especially spies. The guy opened his mouth and was taken aback, looking at Bai Su. He remembered that technology helps to emerge victorious in a battle where there is a high probability of losing. It makes the weak stronger. The abstract man had a blue aura around him. This technique multiplies the ether many times and enhances brain function. It is the power that turns everything in their favor. Bai Su placed her hand on her hip and clenched her other hand into a fist. She told them to take care of themselves at least a little during the fight. The main character realized that it was all about buffs. He grinned confidently and agreed with the girl, realizing that this was the key to the solution. Suddenly, Bai Su's face became confused and her eyes blank. She looked at her body and asked what kind of rainbow this was. The girl screamed that she didn't like it. Chan Hyson listened to her screams with an emotionless face. He thought about how she used her powers without even noticing it. She never ceased to amaze him. Yuk Kalwin looked at him and called out. The main character immediately turned to him. The fight is not over yet. The huge stone boss stood right above them. The rainbow haze continued to hover around them. Chan Hyson thought about the time difference created by the swing of the weapon. The essence of teamwork is to compensate for wasted time. Chan Hyson's moves are beyond imagination. The main character put black gloves on his hands and said that he would clear the way for them, and the main thing is that Yuk Kalwin should not lag behind. The head of the clan was holding a dagger blade in his hands, which continued to melt his glove. He clenched his hand into a fist and replied that it would be easy. Yuk Kalwin himself thought that he just needed to keep up. The boss bowed his head and growled menacingly. He threw his head back and screamed loudly before releasing stone projectiles from his body. Large blocks of stone were flying down at high speed. The cobblestones crashed into the snowy ground one after another. Chan Hyson and Yuk Kalwin ran forward, avoiding the attacks. The stones continued to fall down with a loud noise. The boss's palm began to glow brightly, as if he was about to fire a beam. The next moment, a bright, yellow beam headed forward. The main character frowned and looked back. He shouted to his partner not to stop and to keep running. A column of fiery smoke rose above the clearing and forest. Particles of hot ash hung in the air. Chan Hyson and Yuk Kalwin were able to break through the thick black smoke. The head of the Purification clan was surprised and said that this buff has an incredible effect. He never would have thought that an ability he had only heard about would be so powerful. The main character continued to run without stopping. He reminded that the effect would not last long, because Bai Su had awakened only recently. The guy told his partner not to waste time. This power can be compared to a candle. They don't know exactly when it will go out. Chan Hyson thought it was like the time he summoned the red kite. The red and black snake opened its mouth with sharp fangs. The protagonist's guesses are confirmed by the fact that Baisu's condition has noticeably worsened. She was covered in sweat, breathing heavily and shaking. It must be because she doesn't know how to control her powers. Lightning appeared from Chan Hysen's purple eyes. He said he wouldn't mind a few new abilities now. His foot, clad in black boots, left the ground. He decided that he needed to increase the speed even more. A purple aura and lightning appeared around the guy. He said that the poisonous step would last for a long time. The franium cobblestones continued to fall down. Yuk Kalwin ran behind the main character. He thought that they were almost there, but the boulders kept flying, and the boss only got more furious. Through the lenses of the gas mask, one could see how he closed his eyes. Yuk Kalwin sharply opened his eyes and shouted that nothing was known yet. He leaned forward and said he would try to clear the way. Chan Hysen jumped from one boulder to another while his partner was below. Huge stones began to explode one after another. The main character was floating in the air, surrounded by white smoke. Yuk Kalwin was taken aback, thinking that all the boulders had evaporated at once. He wondered if the guy had always been this strong. Chan Hysen had only the handle of a broken knife in his hands. The head of the clan was surprised and felt strange sensations, because the guy was trying to do everything to clear the way for them so that he could do what he had to do. The boulders gradually collapsed, and Yuk Kalwin realized that the main character was risking himself for him. He decided he had no choice but to do it. The man walked towards the boss, leaving behind blue trails in the air. He swung his dagger and poured all his ether into it to destroy the monster's protective barrier. The blade left a large, bright blue mark. The protective barrier shimmered like blue ice. The blade pierced the barrier and cut it. The monster's stone shell was exposed. Chan Hysen was next to Yuk Kalwin, who stuck a knife into the monster's body. The head of the Purification clan looked at his partner in amazement. He said it was a great job. The bright sun illuminated the blue sky and clouds. Yuk Kalwin put his hands on his hips and admitted that he never thought that he would be able to clear a rank 7 dungeon. He said that even though he didn't really do anything, the feeling was still pleasant. Meanwhile, Chan Hysen treated Baisu, who was lying on the ground, and said that she was going to throw up. The main character turned to Yuk Kalwin and said that he risked his life, so it's not worth saying that he didn't do anything. The man laughed and said that the boss really was scary. Chan Hysen replied that this is not what he meant. He said that most people die touching this blade. They simply burn out. The black blade lay on the snow and exuded a gloomy aura. Yuk Kalwin thoughtfully lowered his gaze, understanding why it hurt so much. He asked if Chan Hysen decided to give it to him. The main character winked at him and showed him a thumbs up. He replied that he simply believed in the head of the clan. Although without Baisu's ability, it would have been much more dangerous. Yuk Kalwin closed his eyes, sighing, and said that at least they were done with the dungeon. Chan Hysen asked what he was talking about since they hadn't killed the boss yet. The man laughed, but said that it was not a funny joke. Yuk Kalwin looked at the main character who was climbing on top of the boss and asked if he was serious. Chan Hysen answered in the affirmative. He raised his index finger to his mouth and said that the one they killed was a difficulty 8. Chan Hysen showed the bloody finger to the man with a smile and offered to have a feast since they were the first to discover it. A drop of scarlet blood fell on the monster's body. His chest immediately began to turn purple. Purple poison spread throughout his body. The monster's limbs trembled. Soon it began to seem to evaporate, and a lot of white smoke appeared. Yuk Kalwin looked at this in horror and said that the boss, comparable to an unshakable fortress, died from one drop of blood. Chan Hysen appeared behind him and called out. The head of the clan turned around with a worried look. He was incredibly grateful to Chan Hysen. For him, he was like a savior who changed his life. But sometimes the guy scared Yuk Kalwin very much. The main character looked at him with a creepy, gambling smile and said that it was time to get out of here. He added that the golden flower of the sun should not be allowed to wither. Sana, Yuk Kalwin's wife, decided it was time to stop. She came to this decision after 5 years of deliberation. She was lying in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask. The hospital was huge. There was even a helipad on the roof. Doctors said they didn't know the reason. Sana considered these to be irresponsible words, especially when she hears this from the doctors who were her last hope. There was a photograph of her and her husband on the nightstand. The woman thought that everything was very clear. The news was all about the latest monsters from the dungeons and other disturbances. After their world changed dramatically, doctors were unable to explain many things. This happened to Sana too. Her gaze was empty and lifeless, and there were dark bags under her eyes. She was conscious, but could not move. She couldn't move a finger, but she heard and saw everything. Sana lowered her eyelids. She could not answer, but she knew about her husband's efforts, plans to save her, and the situation with the clan. Yuk Kalwin sat next to her bed and cried quietly, covering his face with his hands. Sana knew his thoughts about his death. He didn't talk about it, but she knew how much her husband was suffering. Long strands of hair fell over her emotionless face. She had never seen Yuk Kalwin cry so bitterly without saying a word. The woman believed that he was in this state because of her death. Her gaze was always directed straight. She remembered how young Yuk Kalwin smiled and asked for her phone number. They walked together hand in hand, and the man asked her not to rush. Yuk Kalwin held scissors in his hands while cutting San's hair. He said he would give her the best haircut in the country. The woman recalled how he woke her up. Now Yuk Kalwin was sitting in her hospital room. Sana wasn't mad at him. She knows very well what he had to go through for him. But if only she could, she would want to relive with him those days when they had all the time in the world in their hands. Sana and Yuk Kalwin, dressed in beautiful clothes, hugged each other. The clock showed the date May 14th, time 2:17 a.m. Chan Hyson asked if this is all that is required of them. Oh Jiho replied in the affirmative. They walked along the hospital corridor, and the main character asked what if something goes wrong. The mentor asked if this was why the guy called him here. He said that we could start. Chan Hyson agreed. Sana looked lifelessly at the ceiling, thinking that everything would begin soon. Particles of light hovered near her. She thought that Yuk Kalwin could not hear her, but she wanted him to know that she was not worthy of him. The woman mentally thanked him for being by her side all the time. It was night. The street near the hospital was quiet. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared from the hospital window. Blue particles of light hovered in the hospital room. Yuk Kalwin sobbed and hugged his wife, who removed the oxygen mask from her face. Sana opened her eyes wide and was taken aback. While she was sitting on the bed, her husband was hugging her, and she called out to him. Yuk Kalwin couldn't stop crying. He apologized and shouted that he should have come much earlier, but it took 5 years. He trembled and sniffled. Sana herself could not hold back her tears. She began to sob and asked where he had been for so long. Chan Hyson and Oh Jiho were standing in the corridor. They were both smiling. The main character was glad that everything went well, and the mentor agreed with him. Oh Jiho continued to smile and said that Yuk Kalwin was incredibly lucky. Chan Hyson looked thoughtfully at his former teacher. The mentor argued that people try their best to protect what they have, but often fail, and asked the student to remember this. The happy spouses hugged and rejoiced that they could finally be together. 2 black crows were sitting on a tree branch. Against the background of a gloomy sky, black feathers of birds floated in the air. A huge stone monument with inscriptions. Yacha stood next to it, dressed in a black coat. Baisu said that she was wondering where he had gone. The man with white hair didn't even flinch. Red strands fell onto the girl's forehead. She asked if Yacha liked to tour cemeteries and called it a strange hobby. The man directed high-s yellow eyes at her. Baisu was wearing a gray jacket and clenched her hands into fists. The girl said that she had returned and called him father. Yacha, dressed in black clothes, turned to her. He asked if the 7th level dungeon was true. Baisu replied in the affirmative and said that she sent him the video so he could see for himself. Yacha agreed with her and put his hand in the inner pocket of his coat. He said that he forgives her 32 million for this mission. Yacha held out a blue piece of paper. He held this piece of paper over the girl's head and said that she had been doing a great job all this time, paying off her father's debts. He told her that she could now live freely. Baisu opened her eyes wide and was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. The blue leaf began to gradually disappear. Yacha looked at the girl seriously and said that he is not her father. He is just Yacha. The scar near Baisu's mouth began to glow. Warm light fell on her face, and she sadly asked if this was really the end. The scar on her face disappeared. The man answered in the affirmative and took hold of the pendant around his neck. He thought that she was a complete copy of him, both in abilities and in appearance. Yacha gave the girl a ring on a black thread. He said she had a long history with it. Buffer was written on the plaque as a black feather of a bird flew past. Baisu turned around worriedly and asked what it was. She asked him why he decided to let her go, and if he had found the golden flower of the sun. The clouds were orange because of the sunset. Yacha asked if she had lost her touch. He looked at her sternly and said that if she wanted information, then let her pay. The man immediately added that this information was priceless. There was a small amount of ice cream on the metal spoon. Chan Hyson swallowed the ice cream and opened his eyes wide, cursing. He continued to eat with sparkling eyes and admitted that before he had always only eaten cheap ice cream. The main character says that after trying more expensive ice cream, he simply cannot stop eating. Seonghwa agreed with him. A screen with wings and a propeller was flying around the room, and Chan Hyson asked what was the matter. A system window appears. User certification has been completed. Seonghwa said in amazement that it was loading. The main character admitted that he was even a little nervous. A system window appears. Loading in progress. The girl asked what if it was something dangerous. Chan Hyson replied that he doesn't know, as long as it's harmless. The face of a mustachioed scientist with glasses appeared in the window and called out to Chan Hyson. The guy and Seonghwa were scared. The doctor said that the camera was somehow adjusted strangely. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked who it was. The main character replied that he helped him last time. Chan Hyson looked at the doctor's picture and asked what happened. He heard that the laboratory had also moved to another location. The doctor put his hand on his round belly and said that he had been following the news about the guy. He noted that Chan Hyson has become much stronger since their last meeting. The main character smiled sincerely and sweetly. His cheeks turned red. He replied that it was all thanks to the doctor and Kirill. The doctor said it was just a video recording. Propi began to play with the image of the doctor, who suggested getting down to business. He said that they were in a bit of a hurry when creating acts, so most likely it will soon reach its limit. The doctor understood that Chan Hyson had many questions for him, so he sent him his address. He clasped his hands in front of his face and told the guy to come see him as soon as he had time if he wanted to take it to the next level. Dark blue starry sky. The metropolis had many bright skyscrapers of different colors. The woman sat on the crossbar and said that she was glad to return to Korea after such a long time. She asked herself when was the last time she smelled that smell. Two young guards panicked. One of them radioed that a prototype had escaped. He ordered all roads to be closed. The unknown woman's lips were red and she had a mole on her chin. She smelled blood and said that this building housed the Glory Guild's laboratory. The woman asked if something had happened to them. White clouds floated across the dark sky. The woman said that she had no time for their problems right now. She had short hair and yellow eyes. She wondered if that kid could handle it.